of issues in the current political campaign by the two major candidates for the presidency. The candidates need no introduction. The Republican candidate, Vice President Richard M. Nixon, and the Democratic candidate, Senator John F. Kennedy. According to rules set by the candidates themselves, each man shall make an opening statement of approximately 8 minutes duration and a closing statement of approximately 3 minutes duration. In between, the candidates will answer or comment upon answers to questions put by a panel of correspondents. In this, the first discussion in a series of 4 joint appearances, the subject matter has been agreed will be restricted to internal or domestic American matters. And now for the first opening statement by Senator John F. Kennedy.
Yes, Mr. Nixon. In the election of 1860, Abraham Lincoln said the question was whether this nation could exist half slave or half free. In the election of 1960, and with the world around us, the question is whether the world will exist half slave or half free, whether it will move in the direction of freedom, in the direction of the road that we are taking, or whether it will move in the direction of slavery. I think it will depend in great measure upon what we do here in the United States, that we build, on the kind of strength that we maintain. We discussed tonight domestic issues, but I would not want that to be any implication to be given that this does not involve directly our struggle with Mr. Khrushchev for survival. Mr. Khrushchev is in New York, and he maintains the communist offensive throughout the world because of the productive power of the Soviet Union itself. The Chinese communists have always had a large population, but they are important and dangerous now because they are mounting a major effort within their own country. The kind of country we have here, the kind of society we have, the kind of strength we build in the United States will be the defense of freedom. If we do well here, if we meet our obligations, if we're moving ahead, then I think freedom will be secure around the world. If we fail, then freedom fails. Therefore, I think the question before the American people is, are we doing as much as we can do? Are we as strong as we should be? Are we as strong as we must be if we're going to maintain our independence? And if we're going to maintain and hold out the hand of friendship to those who look to us for assistance, to those who look to us for survival? I should make it very clear that I do not think we're doing enough, that I am not satisfied as an American with the progress that we are making. This is a great country, but I think it could be a greater country. And this is a powerful country, but I think it could be a more powerful country. I'm not satisfied to have 50% of our steel mill capacity unused. I'm not satisfied when the United States had last year the lowest rate of economic growth of any major industrialized society in the world, because economic growth means strength and vitality. It means we're able to sustain our defenses. It means we're able to meet our commitments abroad. I'm not satisfied when we have over $9 billion worth of food, some of it rotting, even though there is a hungry world, and even though 4 million Americans wait every month for a food package from the government, which averages 5 cents a day per individual. I saw cases in West Virginia, here in the United States, where children took home part of their school lunch in order to feed their families, because I don't think we're meeting our obligations towards these Americans. I'm not satisfied when the Soviet Union is turning out twice as many scientists and engineers as we are. I'm not satisfied when many of our teachers are inadequately paid, or when our children go to school part-time shifts. I think we should have an educational system second to none. I'm not satisfied when I see men like Jimmy Hoffa in charge of the largest union in the United States, still free. I'm not satisfied when we are failing to develop the natural resources of the United States to the fullest. Here in the United States, which developed the Tennessee Valley and which built the Grand Coulee and the other dams in the northwest United States, at the present rate of hydropower production, and that is the hallmark of an industrialized society, the Soviet Union by 1975 will be producing more power than we are. These are all the things, I think, in this country that can make our society strong or can mean that it stands still. I'm not satisfied until every American enjoys his full constitutional rights. If a Negro baby is born, and this is true also of Puerto Ricans and Mexicans in some of our cities, He has about one-half as much chance to get through high school as a white baby. He has one-third as much chance to get through college as a white student. He has about a third as much chance to be a professional man, about half as much chance to own a house. He has about 4 times as much chance that he'll be out of work in his life as the white baby. I think we can do better. I don't want the talents of any American to go to waste. I know that there are those who say that we want to turn everything over to the government. I don't at all. I want the individuals to meet their responsibilities. And I want the states to meet their responsibilities. But I think there is also a national responsibility. The argument has been used against every piece of social legislation in the last 25 years. The people of the United States individually could not have developed the Tennessee Valley. Collectively, they could have. A cotton farmer in Georgia, or a peanut farmer, or a dairy farmer in Wisconsin or Minnesota, he cannot protect himself against the forces of supply and demand in the marketplace, but working together in effective governmental programs, he can do so. 17 million Americans who live over 65 on an average Social Security check of about $78 a month. They're not able to sustain themselves individually, but they can sustain themselves through the Social Security system. I don't believe in big government, but I believe in effective governmental action. And I think that's the only way that the United States is going to maintain its freedom. It's the only way that we're going to move ahead. I think we can do a better job. I think we're going to have to do a better job if we are going to meet the responsibilities which time and events have placed upon us. We cannot turn the job over to anyone else. If the United States fails, then the whole cause of freedom fails. And I think it depends in great measure on what we do here in this country. The reason Franklin Roosevelt was a good neighbor in Latin America was because he was a good neighbor in the United States. Because they felt that the American society was moving again. I want us to recapture that image. I want people in Latin America and Africa and Asia to start to look to America, to see how we're doing things, to wonder what the President of the United States is doing, and not to look at Khrushchev or look at the Chinese communists. That is the obligation upon our generation. In 1933, Franklin Roosevelt said in his inaugural that this generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny. I think our generation of Americans has the same rendezvous. The question now is, can freedom be maintained under the most severe attack it has ever known? I think it can be. And I think in the final analysis, it depends upon what we do here. I think it's time America started moving again.
And now the opening statement by Vice President Richard M. Nixon.
Smith, Senator Kennedy, the things that Senator Kennedy has said, many of us can agree with. There is no question but that we cannot discuss our internal affairs in the United States without recognizing that they have a tremendous bearing on our international position. There is no question but that this nation cannot stand still because we are in a deadly competition, a competition not only with the men in the Kremlin, but the men in Peking. We're ahead in this competition, as Senator Kennedy, I think, has implied. But when you're in a race, the only way to stay ahead is to move ahead. And I subscribe completely to the spirit that Senator Kennedy has expressed tonight, the spirit that the United States should move ahead. Where then do we disagree? I think we disagree on the implication of his remarks tonight and on the statements that he has made on many occasions during his campaign to the effect that the United States has been standing still. We heard tonight, for example, the statement made that our growth in national product last year was the lowest of any industrial nation in the world. Now, last year, of course, was 1958. That happened to be a recession year. But when we look at the growth of GNP this year, a year of recovery, we find that it's 6 9/10% and one of the highest in the world today. More about that later. Looking then to this problem of how the United States should move ahead and where the United States is moving, I think it is well that we take the advice of a very famous campaigner. Let's look at the record. Is the United States standing still? Is it true that this administration, as Senator Kennedy has charged, has been an administration of retreat, of defeat, of stagnation? Is it true that as far as this country is concerned, in the field of electric power, in all of the fields that he has mentioned, we have not been moving ahead? Well, we have a comparison that we can make. We have the record of the Truman administration of 7.5 years and the 7.5 years of the Eisenhower administration. When we compare these two records in the areas that Senator Kennedy has discussed tonight, I think we find that America has been moving ahead. Let's take schools. We have built more schools in these last 7.5 years than we built in the previous 7.5, for that matter, in the previous 20 years. Let's take hydroelectric power. We have developed more hydroelectric power in these 7.5 years than was developed in any previous administration in history. Let us take hospitals. We find that more have been built in this administration than in the previous administration. The same is true of highways. Let's put it in terms that all of us can understand. We often hear gross national product discussed, and in that respect, may I say that when we compare the growth in this administration with that of the previous administration, that then there was a total growth of 11% over 7 years. In this administration, there's been a total growth of 19% over 7 years. That shows that there's been more growth in this administration than in its predecessors. But let's not put it there. Let's put it in terms of the average family. What has happened to you? We find that your wages have gone up 5 times as much in the Eisenhower administration as they did in the Truman administration. What about the prices you pay? We find that the prices you pay went up 5 times as much in the Truman administration as they did in the Eisenhower administration. What's the net result of this? This means that the average family income went up 15% in the Eisenhower years as against 2% in the Truman years. Now, this is not standing still. But good as this record is, may I emphasize, it isn't enough. A record is never something to stand on. It's something to build on. And in building on this record, I believe that we have the secret for progress. We know the way to progress. And I think, first of all, our own record proves that we know the way. Senator Kennedy has suggested that he believes he knows the way. I respect the sincerity with which he makes that suggestion. But on the other hand, when we look at the various programs that he offers, they do not seem to be new. They seem to be simply retreads of the programs of the Truman administration which preceded it. And I would suggest that during the course of the evening, he might indicate those areas in which his programs are new, where they will mean more progress than we had then. What kind of programs are we for? We are for programs that will expand educational opportunities, that will give to all Americans their equal chance for education, for all of the things which are necessary and dear to the hearts of our people. We are for programs, in addition, which will see that our medical care for the aged is much better handled than it is at the present time. Here again, may I indicate that Senator Kennedy and I are not in disagreement as to the aim. We both want to help the old people. We want to see that they do have adequate medical care. The question is the means. I think that the means that I advocate will reach that goal better than the means that he advocates. I could give better examples, but for whatever it is, whether it's in the field of housing or health or medical care or schools or the development of electric power, we have programs which we believe will move America, move her forward and build on the wonderful record that we have made over these past 7.5 years. Now, when we look at these programs, might I suggest that in evaluating them, we often have a tendency to say that the test of a program is how much you're spending. I will concede that in all the areas to which I have referred, Senator Kennedy would have the federal government spend more than I would have it spend. I costed out the cost of the Democratic platform. It runs a minimum of $13.2 billion a year more than we are presently spending to a maximum of $18 billion a year more than we're presently spending. Now, the Republican platform will cost more, too. It will cost a minimum of $4 billion a year more, a maximum of $4.9 billion a year more than we're presently spending. Now, does this mean that his program is better than ours? Not at all. Because it isn't a question of how much the federal government spends. It isn't a question of which government does the most. It's a question of which administration does the right thing. And in our case, I do believe that our programs will stimulate the creative energies of 180 million free Americans. I believe the programs that Senator Kennedy advocates will have a tendency to stifle those creative energies. I believe, in other words, that his programs would lead to the stagnation of the motive power that we need in this country to get progress. The final point that I would like to make is this. Senator Kennedy has suggested in his speeches that we lack compassion for the poor, for the old, and for others that are unfortunate. Let us understand throughout this campaign that his motives and mine are sincere. I know what it means to be poor. I know what it means to see people who are unemployed. I know Senator Kennedy feels as deeply about these problems as I do. But our disagreement is not about the goals for America, but only about the means to reach those goals.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. That completes the opening statements, and now the candidates will answer questions or comment upon one another's answers to questions put by correspondents of the networks. The correspondents.
I'm Sandra Van Oker, NBC News.
I'm Charles Warren, Mutual News.
I'm Stuart Novin, CBS News.
Bob Fleming, ABC News.
The first question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Fleming.
Senator, the Vice President in his campaign has said that you are naive and at times immature. He has raised the question of leadership. On this issue, why do you think people should vote for you rather than the Vice President?
Well, the Vice President and I came to the Congress together in 1946. We both served in the Labor Committee. I've been there now for 14 years, the same period of time that he has, so that our experience in government is comparable. Secondly, I think the question is, what are the programs that we advocate? What is the party record that we lead? I come out of the Democratic Party, which in this century has produced Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman, and which supported and sustained these programs which I've discussed tonight. Mr. Nixon comes out of the Republican Party. He was nominated by it. And it is a fact that through most of these last 25 years, the Republican leadership has opposed federal aid for education, medical care for the aged, development of the Tennessee Valley, development of our natural resources. I think Mr. Nixon is an effective leader of his party. I hope he would grant me the same. The question before us is, which point of view and which party do we want to lead the United States?
Mr. Nixon, would you like to comment on that statement?
I have no comment.
The next question, Mr. Novin.
Mr. Vice President, your campaign stresses the value of your 8-year experience, and the question arises as to whether that experience was as an observer or as a participant or as an initiator of policy making. Would you tell us, please, specifically what major proposals you have made in the last 8 years that have been adopted by the administration?
It would be rather difficult to cover them in 2.5 minutes. I would suggest that these proposals could be mentioned. First, after each of my foreign trips, I have made recommendations that have been adopted. For example, after my first trip abroad, I strongly recommended that we increase our exchange programs, particularly as they related to exchange of persons, of leaders in the labor field and in the information field. After my trip to South America, I made recommendations that a separate inter-American lending agency be set up, which the South American nations would like much better than to participate in the lending agencies which treated all the countries of the world the same. I have made other recommendations after each of the other trips. For example, after my trip abroad to Hungary, I made some recommendations with regard to the Hungarian refugee situation, which were adopted not only by the President, but some of them were enacted into law by the Congress. Within the administration, as a chairman of the President's Committee on Price Stability and Economic Growth, I have had the opportunity to make recommendations which have been adopted within the administration and which I think have been reasonably effective. I know Senator Kennedy suggested in a speech at Cleveland yesterday that that committee had not been particularly effective. I would only suggest that while we do not take the credit for it, I would not presume to, that since that committee has been formed, the price line has been held very well within the United States.
Well, I would say in the latter that and that's what I found somewhat unsatisfactory about the figures, Mr. Nixon, that you used in your previous speech. When you talked about the Truman administration, Mr. Truman came to office in 1944 and at the end of the war, and difficulties that were facing the United States during that period of transition, 1946, when price controls were lifted. So it's rather difficult to use an overall figure of taking those 7.5 years and comparing them to the last 8 years. I'd prefer to take the overall percentage record of the last 20 years of the Democrats and the 8 years of the Republicans to show an overall period of growth. In regard to price stability, I'm not aware that that committee did produce recommendations that ever were certainly before the Congress from the point of view of legislation in regard to controlling prices. In regard to the exchange of students, of labor unions, I am chairman of the subcommittee on Africa, and I think that one of the most unfortunate phases of our policy towards that country was the very minute number of exchanges that we had. I think it's true of Latin America also. We did come forward with a program of students for the Congo of over 300, which was more than the federal government had for all of Africa the previous year. So that I don't think that we have moved, at least in those two areas, with sufficient vigor.
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Warren.
Senator Kennedy, during your brief speech a few minutes ago, you mentioned farm surpluses. I'd like to ask this. It's a fact, I think, that presidential candidates traditionally make promises to farmers. Lots of people, I think, don't understand why the government pays farmers for not producing certain crops, or paying farmers if they overproduce, for that matter. Now, let me ask, sir, why can't the farmer operate like the businessman who operates a factory? If an auto company overproduces a certain model car, Uncle Sam doesn't step in and buy up the surplus. Why this constant courting of the farmer?
Well, because I think that if the federal government moved out of the program and withdrew its support, then I think you would have complete economic chaos. The farmer plants in the spring and harvests in the fall. There are hundreds of thousands of them. They're not able to control their market very well. They bring their crops in or their livestock in, many of them about the same time. They have only a few purchasers that buy their milk or their hogs, few large companies in many cases, and therefore the farmer is not in a position to bargain very effectively in the marketplace. I think the experience of the 20s has shown what a free market could do to agriculture. And if the agricultural economy collapses, then the economy of the rest of the United States sooner or later will collapse. The farmers are the number one market for the automobile industry of the United States. The automobile industry is the number one market for steel. So if the farmer's economy continues to decline as sharply as it has in recent years, then I think you would have a recession in the rest of the country. So I think the case for the government intervention is a good one. Secondly, my objection to present farm policy is that there are no effective controls to bring supply and demand into better balance. The dropping of the support price in order to limit production does not work. And we now have the highest surpluses, $9 billion worth. We've had a higher tax load from the Treasury for the farmer in the last few years with the lowest farm income in many years. I think that this farm policy has failed. And my judgment, the only policy that will work will be for effective supply and demand to be in balance. And that can only be done through governmental action. I therefore suggest that in those basic commodities which are supported, that the federal government, after endorsement by the farmers in that commodity, attempt to bring supply and demand into balance, attempt effective production controls so that we won't have that 5 or 6% surplus which breaks the price 15 or 20%. I think Mr. Benson's program has failed. And I must say, after reading the Vice President's speech before the farmers as he read mine, I don't believe that it's very much different from Mr. Benson. I don't think it provides effective governmental controls. I think the support prices are tied to the average market price of the last 3 years, which was Mr. Benson's theory. I therefore do not believe that this is a sharp enough breach with the past to give us any hope of success for the future.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
I, of course, disagree with Senator Kennedy insofar as his suggestion as to what should be done on the farm program. He has made the suggestion that what we need is to move in the direction of more government controls, a suggestion that would also mean raising prices that the consumers pay for products and imposing upon the farmers controls on acreage even far more than they have today. I think this is the wrong direction. I don't think this has worked in the past. I do not think it will work in the future. The program that I have advocated is one which departs from the present program that we have in this respect. It recognizes that the government has a responsibility to get the farmer out of the trouble he presently is in because the government got him into it. And that's the fundamental reason why we can't let the farmer go by himself at the present time. The farmer produced these surpluses because the government asked him to through legislation during the war. Now that we have these surpluses, it's our responsibility to indemnify the farmer during that period that we get rid of the surpluses. Until we get the surpluses off the farmer's back, however, we should have a program, such as I announced, which will see that farm income holds up. But I would propose holding that income up, not through a type of program that Senator Kennedy has suggested that would raise prices, but one that would indemnify the farmer, pay the farmer in kind from the products which are in surplus.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Van Oker.
Mr. Vice President, since the question of executive leadership is a very important campaign issue, I'd like to follow Mr. Noven's question. Now, Republican campaign slogans, you see them on signs around the country as you did last week, say, it's experience that counts. That's over a picture of yourself, sir, implying that you've had more governmental executive decision-making experience than your opponent. Now, in his news conference on August 24th, President Eisenhower was asked to give one example of a major idea of yours that he adopted. His reply was, and I'm quoting, "If you give me a week, I might think of one. I don't remember." Now, that was a month ago, sir, and the president hasn't brought it up since. And I'm wondering, sir, if you can clarify which version is correct, the one put out by Republican campaign leaders or the one put out by President Eisenhower?
Well, I would suggest, Mr. Van Oker, that if you know the president, that was probably a facetious remark. I would also suggest that insofar as his statement is concerned, that I think it would be improper for the President of the United States to disclose the instances in which members of his official family had made recommendations, as I have made them through the years, to him, which he has accepted or rejected. The President has always maintained, and very properly so, that he is entitled to get what advice he wants from his cabinet and from his other advisors without disclosing that to anybody, including, as a matter of fact, to Congress. Now, I can only say this. Through the years, I have sat in the National Security Council. I have been in the cabinet. I have met with the legislative leaders. I have met with the president when he made the great decisions with regard to Lebanon, Kimoy Matsu, other matters. The president has asked for my advice. I have given it. Sometimes my advice has been taken. Sometimes it is not. I do not say that I have made the decision. And I would say that no president should ever allow anybody else to make the major decisions. The president only makes the decisions. All that his advisors do is to give counsel when he asks for it. As far as what experience counts and whether that is experience that counts, that isn't for me to say. I can only say that my experience is there for the people to consider. Senator Kennedy's is there for the people to consider. As he pointed out, we came to the Congress in the same year. His experience has been different from mine. Mine has been in the executive branch. His has been in the legislative branch. I would say that the people now have the opportunity to evaluate his as against mine, and I think both he and I are going to abide by whatever the people decide.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, I'll just say that the question is of experience, and the question also is what our judgment is of the future, and what our goals are for the United States, and what ability we have to implement those goals. Abraham Lincoln came to the presidency in 1860 after a rather little-known session in the House of Representatives, and after being defeated for the Senate in 58 and was a distinguished president. There is no certain road to the presidency. There are no guarantees that if you take one road or another that you will be a successful president. I have been in the Congress for 14 years. I have voted in the last 8 years. The Vice President was presiding over the Senate and meeting his other responsibilities. I have met decisions over 800 times on matters which affect not only the domestic security of the United States, but as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The question really is, which candidate and which party can meet the problems that the United States is going to face in the 60s?
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Novins.
Senator Kennedy, in connection with these problems of the future that you speak of and the program that you enunciated earlier in your direct talk, you call for expanding some of the welfare programs for schools, for teacher salaries, medical care, and so forth, but you also call for reducing the federal debt. And I'm wondering how you, if you're president in January, would go about paying the bill for all this. Does this mean that
I did not advocate reducing the federal debt because I don't believe that you're going to be able to reduce the federal debt very much in 1961, 2, or 3. I think you have heavy obligations which affect our security, which we're going to have to meet. And therefore, I've never suggested we should be able to retire the debt substantially or even at all in 1961 or 2.
Senator, I believe in one of your speeches you suggested that reducing the interest rate would help toward...
No, not reducing the interest. Reducing the interest rate, in my judgment, the hard money, tight money policy, fiscal policy of this administration has contributed to the slowdown in our economy, which helped bring the recession of 54, which made the recession of 58 rather intense, and which has slowed somewhat our economic activity in 1960. What I have talked about, however, the kind of programs that I talked about, in my judgment, are fiscally sound. Medical care for the aged, I would put under Social Security. The Vice President and I disagree on this. The program, the Javits-Nixon or the Nixon-Javits program, would have cost, if fully used, $600 million by the government per year and $600 million by the state. The program which I advocated, which failed by 5 votes in the United States Senate, would have put medical care for the aged in Social Security and would have been paid for through the Social Security system and the Social Security tax. Secondly, I support federal aid to education and federal aid for teachers' salaries. I think that's a good investment. I think we're going to have to do it. And I think to heap the burden further on the property tax, which is already strained in many of our communities, will ensure, in my opinion, that many of our children will not be adequately educated and many of our teachers not adequately compensated. There is no greater return to an economy or to a society than an educational system second to none. On the question of the development of natural resources, I would pay as you go, in the sense that they would be balanced and the power revenues would bring back sufficient money to finance the projects, in the same way as the Tennessee Valley. I believe in the balanced budget, and the only conditions under which I would unbalance the budget would be if there was a grave national emergency or a serious recession. Otherwise, with a steady rate of economic growth, and Mr. Nixon and Mr. Rockefeller in their meeting said a 5% economic growth would bring by 1962 $10 billion extra in tax revenues. Whatever is brought in, I think that we can finance essential programs within a balanced budget if business remains orderly.
Yes, I think what Mr. Nova is referring to was not one of Senator Kennedy's speeches, but the Democratic platform, which did mention cutting the national debt. I think, too, that it should be pointed out that, of course, it is not possible, particularly under the proposals that Senator Kennedy has advocated, either to cut the national debt or to reduce taxes. As a matter of fact, it will be necessary to raise taxes. As Senator Kennedy points out, that as far as his one proposal is concerned, the one for medical care for the aged, that would be financed out of Social Security. That, however, is raising taxes for those who pay Social Security. He points out that he would make pay-as-you-go be the basis for our natural resources development. For our natural resources development, which I also support incidentally, however, whenever you appropriate money for one of these projects, you have to pay now and appropriate the money, and while they eventually do pay out, it doesn't mean that the government doesn't have to put out the money this year. And so I would say that in all of these proposals Senator Kennedy has made, they will result in one of two things. Either he has to raise taxes or he has to unbalance the budget. If he unbalances the budget, that means you have inflation, and that will be, of course, a very cruel blow to the very people, the older people that we've been talking about. As far as aid for school construction is concerned, I favor that, as Senator Kennedy did in January of this year, when he said he favored that rather than aid to teacher salaries. I favor that because I believe that's the best way to aid our schools without running any risk whatever of the federal government telling our teachers what to teach.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Warren.
Mr. Vice President, you mentioned schools. It was just yesterday, I think you asked for a crash program to raise education standards. And this evening you talked about advances in education. Mr. Vice President, you said it was back in 1957 that salaries paid to school teachers were nothing short of a national disgrace. Higher salaries for teachers, you added, were important, and if the situation wasn't corrected, it would lead to a national disaster. And yet you refused to vote in the Senate in order to break a tie vote when that single vote, if it had been yes, would have granted salary increases to teachers. I wonder if you could explain that, sir.
Awfully glad you got that question because, as you know, I got into it at the last, and my other question wasn't able to complete the argument. I think that the reason that I voted against having the federal government pay teacher salaries was probably the very reason that concerned Senator Kennedy when in January of this year, in his kickoff press conference, he said that he favored aid for school construction, but at that time did not feel that there should be aid for teacher salaries. At least that's the way I read his remarks. Now, why should there be any question about the federal government aiding teacher salaries? Why did Senator Kennedy take that position then? Why do I take it now? We both took it then, and I take it now for this reason. We want higher teacher salaries. We need higher teacher salaries. But we also want our education to be free of federal control. When the federal government gets the power to pay teachers, inevitably, in my opinion, it will acquire the power to set standards and to tell the teachers what to teach. I think this would be bad for the country. I think it would be bad for the teaching profession. There is another point that should be made. I favor higher salaries for teachers. But as Senator Kennedy said in January of this year in the same press conference, the way that you get higher salaries for teachers is to support school construction, which means that all the local school districts in the various states then have money which is freed to raise the standards for teacher salaries. I should also point out this. Once you put the responsibility on the federal government for paying a portion of teacher salaries, your local communities and your states are not going to meet the responsibility as much as they should. I believe, in other words, that we have seen the local communities in the states assuming more of that responsibility. Teacher salaries, very fortunately, have gone up 50% in the last 8 years, as against only a 34% rise for other salaries. This is not enough. It should be more. But I do not believe that the way to get more salaries for teachers is to have the federal government get in with a massive program. My objection here is not the cost in dollars. My objection here is the potential cost in controls and eventual freedom for the American people by giving the federal government power over education. And that is the greatest power a government can have.
Senator Kennedy's comment?
When the vice president quotes me in January 60, I do not believe the federal government should pay directly teacher salaries, but that was not the issue before the Senate in February. The issue before the Senate was that the money would be given to the state. The state then could determine whether the money would be spent for school construction or teacher salaries. On that question, the vice president and I disagreed. I voted in favor of that proposal and supported it strongly because I think that that provided assistance to our teachers for their salaries without any chance of federal control. And it is on that vote that Mr. Nixon and I disagreed, and his tie vote defeated. His breaking the tie defeated the proposal. I don't want the federal government paying teachers' salaries directly, but if the money will go to the states, and the states can then determine whether it shall go for school construction or for teachers' salaries, in my opinion, you protect the local authority over the school board and the school committee. And therefore, I think that was a sound proposal, and that is why I supported it, and I regret that it did not pass. Secondly, there have been statements made that the Democratic platform would cost a good deal of money and that I'm in favor of unbalancing the budget. That is wholly wrong, wholly in error, and it is a fact that in the last 8 years, the Democratic Congress has reduced the request of the appropriation by over $10 billion. That is not my view, and I think it ought to be stated very clearly on the record. My view is that you can do these programs, and they should be carefully drawn within a balanced budget if our economy is moving ahead.
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Van Oker.
Senator, you've been promising the voters that if you are elected president, you'll try and push through Congress bills on medical aid to the aged, a comprehensive minimum hourly wage bill, federal aid to education. Now, in the August post-convention session of the Congress, when you at least held up the possibility you could one day be president, and when you had overwhelming majorities, especially in the Senate, you could not get action on these bills. Now, how do you feel that you'll be able to get them in January if you weren't able to get them in August?
If I may take the bills, we did pass in the Senate a bill to provide a $1.25 minimum wage. It failed because the House did not pass it, and the House failed by 11 votes. And I might say that 2/3 of the Republicans in the House voted against a $1.25 minimum wage, and a majority of the Democrats sustained it. Nearly 2/3 of them voted for the $1.25. We were threatened by a veto if we passed $1.25. It's extremely difficult, with the great power that the president does, to pass any bill when the president is opposing. All the president needs to sustain his veto of any bill is 1/3 plus 1 in either the House or the Senate. Secondly, we passed a federal aid to education bill in the Senate. It failed to come to the floor of the House of Representatives. It was killed in the Rules Committee. And it is a fact in the August session that the 4 members of the Rules Committee who were Republicans, joining with 2 Democrats, voted against sending the aid to education bill to the floor of the House. 4 Democrats voted for it. Every Republican on the Rules Committee voted against sending that bill to be considered by the members of the House of Representatives. Thirdly, on medical care for the aged. This is the same fight that's been going on for 25 years in Social Security. We wanted to tie it to Social Security. We offered an amendment to do so. 44 Democrats voted for it. 1 Republican voted for it. And we were informed at the time it came to a vote that if it was adopted, the President of the United States would veto it. In my judgment, a vigorous Democratic president, supported by a Democratic majority in the House and Senate, can win the support for these programs. But if you send a Republican president and a Democratic majority, and the threat of a veto hangs over the Congress, in my judgment, you will continue what happened in the August session, which is a clash of parties and inaction.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
Well, obviously, my views are a little different. First of all, I don't see how it's possible for a 1/3 of a body, such as the Republicans have in the House and the Senate, to stop 2/3 if the 2/3 are adequately led. I would say, too, that when Senator Kennedy refers to the action of the House Rules Committee, there are 8 Democrats on that committee and 4 Republicans. It would seem to me, again, that it is very difficult to blame the 4 Republicans for the 8 Democrats not getting something through that particular committee. I would say further that to blame the president and his veto power for the inability of the senator and his colleague to get action in this special session misses the mark. When the president exercises his veto power, he has to have the people behind him, not just a third of the Congress. Because let's consider it. If the majority of the members of the Congress felt that these particular proposals were good issues, the majority of those who were Democrats, why didn't they pass them and send to the president and get a veto and have an issue? The reason why these particular bills in these various fields that have been mentioned were not passed was not because the president was against them. It was because the people were against them. It was because they were too extreme. And I am convinced that the alternate proposals that I have, that the Republicans have in the field of health, in the field of education, in the field of welfare, because they are not extreme, because they will accomplish the end without too great cost in dollars or in freedom, that they could get through the next Congress.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Vice President, do I take it then you believe that you could work better with Democratic majorities in the House and Senate, and Senator Kennedy could work with Democratic majorities in the House and Senate?
I would say this, that we, of course, expect to pick up some seats in both in the House and the Senate. We would hope to control the House, to get a majority in the House in this election. We cannot, of course, control the Senate. I would say that a president will be able to lead. A president will be able to get his program through to the effect that he has the support of the country, the support of the people. Sometimes we get the opinion that in getting programs through the House or the Senate, it's purely a question of legislative finagling and all that sort of thing. It isn't really that. Whenever a majority of the people are for a program, the House and the Senate responds to it. And whether this House and Senate in the next session is Democratic or Republican, if the country will have voted for the candidate for the presidency and for the proposals that he has made, I believe that you will find that the president, if it were a Republican, as it would be in my case, would be able to get his program through that Congress. Now, I also say that as far as Senator Kennedy's proposals are concerned, that, again, the question is not simply one of a presidential veto stopping programs. You must always remember that a president can't stop anything unless he has the people behind him. And the reason President Eisenhower's vetoes have been sustained, the reason the Congress does not send up bills to him which they think will be vetoed, is because the people and the Congress, a majority of them, know the country is behind the president.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, now let's look at these bills that the Vice President suggests were too extreme. One was a bill for $1.25 an hour for anyone who works in a store or a company that has $1 million a year business. I don't think that's extreme at all. And yet nearly 2/3 to 3/4 of the Republicans in the House of Representatives voted against that proposal. Secondly was the federal aid to education bill. It was a very, because of the defeat of teacher salaries, it was not a bill that met, in my opinion, the need. The fact of the matter is, it was a bill that was less than you recommended, Mr. Nixon, this morning in your proposal. It was not an extreme bill. And yet we could not get one Republican to join. At least, I think, 4 of the 8 Democrats voted to send it to the floor of the House, not one Republican, and they joined with those Democrats who were opposed to it. I don't say the Democrats are united in their support of the program, but I do say a majority are, and I say a majority of the Republicans are opposed to it. The third is medical care for the aged, which is tied to Social Security, which is financed out of Social Security funds. It does not put a deficit on the Treasury. The proposal advanced by you and by Mr. Javits would have cost $600 million. Mr. Rockefeller rejected it in New York, said he didn't agree with the financing at all, said it ought to be on Social Security. So these are 3 programs which are quite moderate. I think it shows the difference between the 2 parties. One party is ready to move in these programs, the other party gives them lip service.
Mr. Warren's question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, on another subject, communism is so often described as an ideology or a belief that exists somewhere other than in the United States. Let me ask you, sir, just how serious a threat to our national security are these communist subversive activities in the United States today?
Well, I think they're serious. I think it's a matter that we should continue to give great care and attention to. We should support the laws which the United States has passed in order to protect us from those who would destroy us from within. We should sustain the Department of Justice in its efforts and the FBI, and we should be continually alert. I think if the United States is maintaining a strong society here in the United States, I think that we can meet any internal threat. The major threat is external and will continue.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
I agree with Senator Kennedy's appraisal generally in this respect. The question of communism within the United States has been one that has worried us in the past. It is one that will continue to be a problem for years to come. We have to remember that the Cold War that Mr. Khrushchev is waging and his colleagues are waging is waged all over the world, and it's waged right here in the United States. That's why we have to continue to be alert. It is also essential in being alert that we be fair. Fair because by being fair, we uphold the very freedoms that the communists would destroy. We uphold the standards of conduct which they would never follow. And in this connection, I think that we must look to the future, having in mind the fact that we fight communism at home, not only by our laws to deal with communists, the few who do become communists and the few who do become fellow travelers, but we also fight communism at home by moving against those various injustices which exist in our society, which the communists feed upon. And in that connection, I again would say that while Senator Kennedy says we are for the status quo, I do believe that he would agree that I am just as sincere in believing that my proposals for federal aid to education, my proposals for health care, are just as sincerely held as his. The question, again, is not one of goals. We're for those goals. It's one of means.
Mr. Van Oker's question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, in one of your earlier statements, you said, we've moved ahead, we've built more schools, we've built more hospitals. Now, sir, isn't it true that the building of more schools is a local matter for financing? Were you claiming that the Eisenhower administration was responsible for the building of these schools, or is it the local school districts that provide for them?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, your question brings out a point that I'm very glad to make. Too often, in appraising whether we are moving ahead or not, we think only of what the federal government is doing. Now, that isn't the test of whether America moves. The test of whether America moves is whether the federal government, plus the state government, plus the local government, plus the biggest segment of all, individual enterprise moves. We have, for example, a gross national product of approximately $500 billion. Roughly $100 billion to $125 billion of that is the result of government activity. $400 billion approximately is a result of what individuals do. Now, the reason the Eisenhower administration has moved, the reason that we've had the funds, for example, locally, to build the schools and the hospitals and the highways, to make the progress that we have, is because this administration has encouraged individual enterprise. And it has resulted in the greatest expansion of the private sector of the economy that has ever been witnessed in an 8-year period. And that is growth. That is the growth that we are looking for. It is the growth that this administration has supported and that its policies have stimulated.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, I must say, I think the reason that the schools have been constructed is because the local school districts were willing to increase the property taxes to a tremendously high figure. In my opinion, almost the point of diminishing returns in order to sustain these schools. Secondly, I think we have a rich country, and I think we have a powerful country. I think what we have to do, however, is have the president and the leadership set before our country exactly what we must do in the next decade if we're going to maintain our security in education, in economic growth, in development of natural resources. The Soviet Union is making great gains. It isn't enough to compare what might have been done 8 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, or 20 years ago. I want to compare what we're doing with what our adversaries are doing, so that by the year 1970, the United States is ahead in education, in health, in building, in homes, in economic strength. I think that's the big assignment, the big task, the big function of the federal government.
Can I have the summation time, please? We've completed our questions and our comments, and in just a moment we'll have the summation time.
This will allow 3 minutes and 20 seconds for the summation by each candidate.
3 minutes and 20 seconds for each candidate. Vice President Nixon, will you make the first summation?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Senator Kennedy, first of all, I think it is well to put in perspective where we really do stand with regard to the Soviet Union in this whole matter of growth. The Soviet Union has been moving faster than we have. But the reason for that is obvious. They start from a much lower base. Although they have been moving faster in growth than we have, we find, for example, today, that their total gross national product is only 44% of our total gross national product. That's the same percentage that it was 20 years ago. And as far as the absolute gap is concerned, we find that the United States is even further ahead than it was 20 years ago. Is this any reason for complacency? Not at all. Because these are determined men. They are fanatical men. And we have to get the very most out of our economy. I agree with Senator Kennedy completely on that scope. Where we disagree is in the means that we would use to get the most out of our economy. I respectfully submit that Senator Kennedy too often would rely too much on the federal government, on what it would do to solve our problems, to stimulate growth. I believe that when we examine the Democratic platform, when we examine the proposals that he has discussed tonight, when we compare them to the proposals that I have made, that these proposals that he makes would not result in greater growth for this country than would be the case if we followed the programs that I have advocated. There are many of the points that he has made that I would like to comment upon. The one in the field of health is worth mentioning. Our health program, the one that Senator Javits and other Republican senators, as well as I, supported, is one that provides for all people over 65 who want health insurance the opportunity to have it if they want it. It provides a choice of having either government insurance or private insurance. But it compels nobody to have insurance who does not want it. His program under Social Security would require everybody who had Social Security to take government health insurance whether he wanted it or not. And it would not cover several million people who are not covered by Social Security at all. Here is one place where I think that our program does a better job than his. The other point that I would make is this. This downgrading of how much things cost, I think many of our people will understand better when they look at what happened during the Truman administration, when the government was spending more than it took in. We found savings over a lifetime eaten up by inflation. We found the people who could least afford it, people on retired incomes, people on fixed incomes, we found them unable to meet their bills at the end of the month. It is essential that a man who's president of this country certainly stand for every program that will mean for growth. And I stand for programs that will mean growth and progress. But it is also essential that he not allow a dollar spent that could be better spent by the people themselves.
Senator Kennedy, your conclusion?
The point was made by Mr. Nixon that the Soviet production is only 44% of ours. I must say that 44% in that Soviet country is causing us a good deal of trouble tonight. I want to make sure that it stays in that relationship. I don't want to see the day when it's 60% of ours and 70 and 75 and 80 and 90% of ours, with all the force and power that it could bring to bear in order to cause our destruction. Secondly, the Vice President mentioned medical care for the aged. Our program was an amendment to the Kerr bill. The Kerr bill provided assistance to all those who were not on Social Security. I think it's a very clear contrast. In 1935, when the Social Security Act was written, 94 out of 95 Republicans voted against it. Mr. Landon ran in 1936 to repeal it. In August of 1960, when we tried to get it again, but this time for medical care, we received the support of one Republican in the Senate on this occasion. Thirdly, I think the question before the American people is, as they look at this country and as they look at the world around them, the goals are the same for all Americans. The means are at question. The means are at issue. If you feel that everything that is being done now is satisfactory, that the relative power and prestige and strength of the United States is increasing in relation to that of the communists, that we are gaining more security, that we are achieving everything as a nation that we should achieve, that we're achieving a better life for our citizens and greater strength, then I agree. I think you should vote for Mr. Nixon. But if you feel that we have to move again in the 60s, that the function of the president is to set before the people the unfinished business of our society, as Franklin Roosevelt did in the 30s, the agenda for our people, what we must do as a society to meet our needs in this country and protect our security and help the cause of freedom. As I said at the beginning, the question before us all, that faces all Republicans and all Democrats, is, can freedom in the next generation conquer, or are the communists going to be successful? That's the great issue. And if we meet our responsibilities, I think freedom will conquer. If we fail to move ahead, if we fail to develop sufficient military and economic and social strength here in this country, then I think that the tide could begin to run against us. And I don't want historians 10 years from now to say, these were the years when the tide ran out for the United States. I want them to say, these were the years when the tide came in. These were the years when the United States started to move again. That's the question before the American people, and only you can decide what you want this country to be, what you want to do with the future. I think we're ready to move, and it is to that great task, if we're successful, that we will address ourselves.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This hour has gone by all too quickly. Thank you very much for permitting us to present the next President of the United States on this unique program. I've been asked by the candidates to thank the American networks and the affiliated stations for providing time and facilities for this joint appearance. Other debates in this series will be announced later and will be on different subjects. This is Howard K. Smith. Good night from Chicago.
This is Frank McGee, NBC News in Washington. This is the second in a series of programs unmatched in history. Never have so many people seen the major candidates for President of the United States at the same time. And never, until this series, have Americans seen the candidates in face-to-face exchange. Tonight, the candidates have agreed to devote the full hour to answering questions on any issue of the campaign. And here tonight are the Republican candidate, Vice President Richard M. Nixon, and the Democratic candidate, Senator John F. Kennedy. Now, representatives of the candidates and of all the radio and television networks have agreed on these rules. Neither candidate will make an opening statement or a closing summation. Each will be questioned in turn. Each will have an opportunity to comment upon the answer of the other. Each reporter will ask only one question in turn. He is free to ask any question he chooses. Neither candidate knows what questions will be asked, and only the clock will determine who will be asked the last question. These programs represent an unprecedented opportunity for the candidates to present their philosophies and programs directly to the people, and for the people to compare these and the candidates. The four reporters on tonight's panel include a newspaperman and a wire service representative. These two were selected by lot by the press secretaries of the candidates from among the reporters traveling with the candidates. The broadcasting representatives were selected by their respective companies. The reporters are Paul Niven of CBS, Edward P. Morgan of ABC, Alvin Spivak of United Press International, and Harold R. Levy of Newsday. Now, the first question is from Mr. Niven and is for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, Senator Kennedy said last night that the administration must take responsibility for the loss of Cuba. Would you compare the validity of that statement with the validity of your own statements in previous campaigns that the Truman administration was responsible for the loss of China to the communists?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with Senator Kennedy that Cuba is lost. And certainly, China was lost when this administration came into power in 1953. As I look at Cuba today, I believe that we are following the right course, a course which is difficult, but a course which, under the circumstances, the only proper one, which will see that the Cuban people get a chance to realize their aspirations of progress through freedom, and that they get that with our cooperation with the other of the states in the Organization of American States. Now, Senator Kennedy has made some very strong criticisms of my part, or alleged part, in what has happened in Cuba. He points to the fact that I visited Cuba while Mr. Batista was in power there. I can only point out that if we are going to judge the administrations in terms of our attitude toward dictators, we're glad to have a comparison with the previous administration. There were 11 dictators in South America and in Central America when we came in 1953. Today, there are only 3 left, including the one in Cuba. We think that's pretty good progress. Senator Kennedy also indicated with regard to Cuba that he thought that I had made a mistake when I was in Cuba in not calling for free elections in that country. Now, I'm very surprised that Senator Kennedy, who is on the Foreign Relations Committee, would have made such a statement of this kind. As a matter of fact, in his book, The Strategy for Peace, he took the right position. And that position is that the United States has a treaty with all of the Organization of American States, which prohibits us from interfering in the internal affairs of any other state and prohibits them as well. For me to have made such a statement would have been in direct opposition to that treaty. Now, with regard to Cuba, let me make one thing very clear. There isn't any question but that we will defend our rights there. There isn't any question but that we will defend Guantanamo if it's attacked. There also isn't any question but that the free people of Cuba, the people who want to be free, are going to be supported and that they will attain their freedom. No, Cuba is not lost. And I don't think this kind of defeatist talk by Senator Kennedy helps the situation one bit.
Senator Kennedy, would you care to comment?
In the first place, I've never suggested that Cuba was lost, except for the president. In my speech last night, I indicated that I thought that Cuba one day again would be free. Where I've been critical of the administration's policy, and where I criticized Mr. Nixon, was because in his press conference in Havana in 1955, he praised the competence and stability of the Batista dictatorship. That dictatorship had killed over 20,000 Cubans in 7 years. Secondly, I did not criticize him for not calling for free elections. What I criticized was the failure of the administration to use its great influence to persuade the Cuban government to hold free elections, particularly in 1957 and 1958. Thirdly, Arthur Gardner, a Republican ambassador, Earl Smith, a Republican ambassador in succession, both have indicated in the past 6 weeks that they reported to Washington that Castro was a Marxist, that Raul Castro was a communist, and that they got no effective results. Instead, our aid continued to Batista, which was ineffective, We never were on the side of freedom. We never used our influence when we could have used it most effectively. And today, Cuba is lost for freedom. I hope someday it will rise. But I don't think it will rise if we continue the same policies towards Cuba that we did in recent years, and in fact towards all of Latin America, when we've almost ignored the needs of Latin America. We've beamed not a single Voice of America program in Spanish to all of Latin America in the last 8 years, except for the 3 months of the Hungarian Revolution.
Mr. Morgan with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, last May in Oregon, you discussed the possibilities of sending apologies or regrets to Khrushchev over the U-2 incident. Do you think now that that would have done any good? Did you think so then?
Mr. Morgan, I suggested that if the United States felt that it could save the summit conference, that it would have been proper for us to have expressed regret. In my judgment, that statement has been distorted by Mr. Nixon and others in their debates around the country and in their discussions. Mr. Lodge on Meet the Press a month ago said if there was ever a case when we did not have law on our side, it was in the U-2 incident. The U-2 flights were proper from the point of view of protecting our security, but they were not in accordance with international law. And I said that I felt that rather than tell the lie which we told, rather than indicate that the flights would continue, in fact, I believe Mr. Nixon himself said on May 15th that the flights would continue, even though Mr. Herter testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that they had been canceled as of May 12th, that it would have been far better that if we had expressed regret, if that would have saved the summit, and if the summit is useful, and I believe it is. The point that is always left out is the fact that we expressed regrets to Castro this winter, that we expressed regrets to the Eisenhower administration, expressed regrets for a flight over southern Russia in 1958. We expressed regrets for a flight over eastern Germany under this administration. The Soviet Union in 1955 expressed regrets to us over the Bering Sea incident. The Chinese communists expressed regrets to us over a plane incident in 1956. That is the accepted procedure between nations. And my judgment is that we should follow the advice of Theodore Roosevelt. Be strong, maintain a strong position, but also speak softly. I believe that in those cases where international custom calls for the expression of a regret, if that would have kept the summit going, in my judgment, it was a proper action. It's not appeasement. It's not soft. I believe we should be stronger than we now are. I believe we should have a stronger military force. I believe we should increase our strength all over the world. But I don't confuse words with strength. And in my judgment, if the summit was useful, if it would have brought us closer to peace, that rather than the lie that we told, which has been criticized by all responsible people afterward, it would have been far better for us to follow the common diplomatic procedure of expressing regrets and then try to move on.
Mr. Vice President.
I think Senator Kennedy is wrong on 3 counts. First of all, he's wrong in thinking or even suggesting that Mr. Khrushchev might have continued the conference if we had expressed regrets. He knew these flights were going on long before, and that wasn't the reason that he broke up the conference. Second, he's wrong in the analogies that he makes. The United States is a strong country. Whenever we do anything that's wrong, we can express regrets. But when the President of the United States is doing something that's right, something that is for the purpose of defending the security of this country against surprise attack, he can never express regrets or apologize to anybody, including Mr. Khrushchev. Now, in that connection, Senator Kennedy has criticized the President on the ground not only of not expressing regrets, but because he allowed this flight to take place while the summit conference or immediately before the summit conference occurred. This seems to me is criticism that again is wrong on his part. We all remember Pearl Harbor. We lost 3,000 American lives. We cannot afford an intelligence gap. And I just want to make my position absolutely clear with regard to getting intelligence information. I don't intend to see to it that the United States is ever in a position where, while we're negotiating with the Soviet Union, that we discontinue our intelligence effort. And I don't intend ever to express regrets to Mr. Khrushchev or anybody else if I'm doing something that has the support of the Congress and that is right for the purpose of protecting the security of the United States.
Mr. Spivak with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, you have accused Senator Kennedy of avoiding the civil rights issue when he has been in the South, and he has accused you of the same thing. With both North and South listening and watching, would you sum up your own intentions in the field of civil rights if you become president?
My intentions in the field of civil rights have been spelled out in the Republican platform. I think we have to make progress first in the field of employment. And there, we would give statutory authority to the Committee on Government Contracts, which is an effective way of getting real progress made in this area, since about 1 out of every 4 jobs is held by and is allotted by people who have government contracts. Certainly, I think all of us agree that when anybody has a government contract, certainly the money that is spent under that contract ought to be dispersed equally without regard to the race or creed or color of the individual who is to be employed. Second, in the field of schools, we believe that there should be provisions whereby the federal government would give assistance to those districts who do want to integrate their schools. That, of course, was rejected, as was the government contracts provision by the special session of the Congress, in which Mr. Kennedy was quite active. And then, as far as other areas are concerned, I think that we have to look to presidential leadership. Now, when I speak of presidential leadership, I refer, for example, in our attitude on the sit-in strikes. Here, we have a situation which causes all of us concern. Causes us concern because of the denial of the rights of people to the equality which we think belongs to everybody. I have talked to Negro mothers. I've heard them try to explain how they tell their children how they can go into a store and buy a loaf of bread, but then can't go into that store and sit at the counter and get a Coca-Cola. This is wrong, and we have to do something about it. So under the circumstances, what do we do? Well, what we do is what the Attorney General of the United States did under the direction of the President. Call in the owners of chain stores and get them to take action. Now, there are other places where the executive can lead, but let me just sum up by saying this. Why do I talk every time I'm in the South on civil rights? Not because I am preaching to the people of the South, because this isn't just a Southern problem, it's a Northern problem and a Western problem. It's a problem for all of us. I do it because it's the responsibility of leadership. I do it because we have to solve this problem together. I do it right at this time particularly because when we have Khrushchev in this country, a man who has enslaved millions, a man who has slaughtered thousands, we cannot continue to have a situation where he can point the finger at the United States of America and say that we are denying rights to our citizens. And so I say both the candidates and both the vice presidential candidates, I would hope as well, including Senator Johnson, should talk on this issue at every opportunity.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, Mr. Nixon hasn't discussed the 2 basic questions. What is going to be done and what will be his policy on implementing the Supreme Court decision of 1954? Giving aid to schools technically that are trying to carry out the decision is not the great question. Secondly, what's he going to do to provide fair employment? He's been the head of the Committee on Government Contracts. It's carried out 2 cases, both in the District of Columbia. He has not indicated his support of an attempt to provide fair employment practices around the country so that everyone can get a job regardless of their race or color. Nor has he indicated that he will support Title III, which would give the Attorney General additional powers to protect constitutional rights. These are the great questions. Equality of education in school. About 2% of our population of white people is illiterate, 10% of our colored population. 60 to 70% of our colored children do not finish high school. These are the questions in these areas that the North and the South, East and West are entitled to know. What will be the leadership of the President in these areas to provide equality of opportunity for employment? Equality of opportunity in the field of housing, which could be done on all federal supported housing by a stroke of the President's pen. What will be done to provide equality of education in all sections of the United States? Those are the questions to which the President must establish a moral tone and moral leadership. And I can assure you that if I'm elected President, we will do so.
Mr. Levy with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, on the same subject, in the past you have emphasized the President's responsibility as a moral leader as well as an executive on civil rights questions. What specifically might the next President do in the event of an occurrence such as Little Rock or the lunch counter sit-ins?
Well, let me say that I think the President operates in a number of different areas. First, as a legislative leader. And as I just said, I believe that the passage of the so-called Title III, which gives the Attorney General the power to protect constitutional rights in those cases where it's not possible for the person involved to bring a suit. Secondly, as an executive leader, there have been only 6 cases brought by this Attorney General under the voting bill passed in 1957 and the voting bill passed in 1960. The right to vote is basic. I do not believe that this administration has implemented those bills which represent the will of the majority of the Congress on 2 occasions with vigor. Thirdly, I don't believe that the Government Contracts Division has operated with vigor. Everyone who does business with the government should have the opportunity to make sure that they do not practice discrimination in their hiring, and that's in all sections of the United States. And then, fourthly, as a moral leader, there is a very strong moral basis for this concept of equality before the law. Not only equality before the law, but also equality of opportunity. We are in a very difficult time. We need all the talent we can get. We sit on a conspicuous stage. We are a goldfish bowl before the world. We have to practice what we preach. We set a very high standard for ourselves. The communists do not. They set a low standard of materialism. We preach in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution. In the statement of our greatest leaders, we preached very high standards. And if we're not going to be charged before the world with hypocrisy, we have to meet those standards. I believe the President of the United States should indicate them. Now, lastly, I believe in the case of Little Rock. I would have hoped that the President of the United States would have been possible for him to indicate it clearly that the Supreme Court decision was going to be carried out. I would have hoped it would have been possible to use marshals to do so. But evidently, under the handling of the case, it was not. I would hope an incident like that would not happen. I think if the President is responsible, if he consults with those involved, if he makes it clear that the Supreme Court decision is going to be carried out in a way that the Supreme Court planned with deliberate speed, then in my judgment, providing he's behind action, I believe we can make progress. Now, the present administration, the President has said, never indicated what he thought of the 1954 decision. Unless the President speaks, then, of course, the country doesn't speak. And Franklin Roosevelt said, the presidency of the United States is above all a place of moral leadership. And I believe on this great moral issue, he should speak out and give his views clearly.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Kennedy has expressed some high hopes in this field, hopes which I think all Americans would share who want some progress in this area. But let's look at the performance. When he selected his vice presidential running mate, he selected a man who had voted against most of these proposals and a man who opposes them at the present time. Let me look also at what I did. I selected a man who stands with me in this field and who will talk with me and work with me on it. Now, the senator referred to the Committee on Government Contracts, and yet that very committee of which I am chairman has been handicapped by the fact that we have not had adequate funds, we have not had adequate powers, we haven't had an adequate staff. Now, in the special session of Congress, and also in the session that preceded it, the Democratic Congress, in which there's a 2-to-1 Democratic majority, was asked by the President to give us the funds and give us the power to do a job. And they did nothing at all. And in the special session in which Senator Kennedy was calling the signals, along with Senator Johnson, they turned it down and he himself voted against giving us the powers, despite the fact that the bill had already been considered before, that it already had hearings on, and the Congress already knew what it had before it. All that I can say is this: what we need here are not just high hopes. What we need is action. And in the field of executive leadership, I can say that I believe it's essential that the President of the United States not only set the tone, but he also must lead. He must act as he talks.
Mr. Morgan with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, in your speeches, you emphasize that the United States is doing basically well in the Cold War. Can you square that statement with a considerable mass of bipartisan reports and studies, including one prominently participated in by Governor Rockefeller, which almost unanimously conclude that we are not doing nearly so well as we should?
Mr. Morgan, no matter how well we're doing in the Cold War, we're not doing as well as we should. And that will always be the case as long as the communists are on the international scene in the aggressive tendencies that they presently are following. Now, as far as the present situation is concerned, I think it's time that we nail a few of these distortions about the United States that have been put out. First of all, we hear that our prestige is at an all-time low. Senator Kennedy has been hitting that point over and over again. I would just suggest that after Premier Khrushchev's performance in the United Nations, compared with President Eisenhower's eloquent speech, that at the present time, communist prestige in the world is at an all-time low, and American prestige is at an all-time high. Now, that, of course, is just one factor, but it's a significant one. When we look, for example, at the vote in the Congo, we were on one side, they were on the other side. What happened? There were 70 votes for our position and none for theirs. Look at the votes in the United Nations over the past 7.5 years. That's a test of prestige. Every time the United States has been on one side and they've been on the other side, our position has been sustained. Now, looking to what we ought to do in the future. In this Cold War, we have to recognize where it is being fought, and then we have to develop programs to deal with it. It's being fought primarily in Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America. What do we need? What tools do we need to fight it? Well, we need, for example, economic assistance. We need technical assistance. We need exchange. We need programs of diplomatic and other character which will be effective in that area. Now, Senator Kennedy a moment ago referred to the fact that there was not an adequate Voice of America program for Latin America. I'd like to point out that in the last 6 years, the Democratic Congresses, of which he'd been a member, have cut $20 million off of the Voice of America programs. They also have cut $4 billion off of mutual security in these last 6 years. They also have cut $2 billion off of defense. Now, when they talk about our record here, it is well that they recognize that they have to stand up for their record as well. So let me summarize by saying this. I'm not satisfied with what we're doing in the Cold War because I believe we have to step up our activities and launch an offensive for the minds and hearts and souls of men. It must be economic, it must be technological, above all, it must be ideological. But we've got to get help from the Congress in order to do this.
Of course, Mr. Nixon is wholly inaccurate when he says that the Congress has not provided more funds, in fact, than the President recommended for national defense. 1953, we tried to put an appropriation of $5 billion for our defenses. I was responsible for the amendment with Senator Monroney in 1954 to strengthen our ground forces. The Congress of the United States appropriated $677 million more than the President was willing to use up till a week ago. Secondly, on the question of our position in the United Nations, we all know about the vote held this week of the 5 neutralists, and it was generally regarded as a defeat for the United States. Thirdly, in 1952, there were only 7 votes in favor of the admission of Red China into the United Nations. Last year, there were 29. And tomorrow, when the preliminary vote is held, you will see a strengthening of that position or very closely to it. We have not maintained our position and our prestige. A Gallup poll taken in February of this year, asking in 8 out of 9 countries, they asked the people, who do they think would be ahead by 1970, militarily and scientifically? And a majority in 8 of the 9 countries said the Soviet Union would by 1970. Governor Rockefeller has been far more critical in June of our position in the world than I have been. The Rockefeller Brothers report, General Ridgway, General Gavin, the Gaither report, various reports of congressional committees all indicate that the relative strength of the United States, both militarily, politically, psychologically, and scientifically, and industrially, the relative strength of the United States compared to that of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communists together has deteriorated in the last 8 years, and we should know it, and the American people should be told the facts.
Mr. Spivak with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, following this up, how would you go about increasing the prestige you say we're losing, and could the programs you've devised to do so be accomplished without absolutely wrecking our economy?
Yes, we have been wholly indifferent to Latin America until the last few months. The program that was put forward this summer, after we broke off the sugar quota with Cuba, really was done because we wanted to get through the OAS meeting a condemnation of Russian infiltration of Cuba. And therefore we passed an authorization, not an aid bill, which was the first time really since the Inter-American Bank, which was founded a year ago, was developed, that we really have looked at the needs of Latin America, that we've associated ourselves with those people. Secondly, I believe that that it's far better for the United States, instead of concentrating our aid, particularly in the underdeveloped world, on surplus military equipment. We poured $300 million of surplus military equipment into Laos. We paid more military aid, more aid into Laos per person than in any country in the world. And we all know now that Laos is moving from neutralism in the direction of the communists. I believe instead of doing that, we should concentrate our aid in long-term loans, which these people can pay back, either in hard money or in local currency. This permits them to maintain their self-respect. It permits us to make sure that the projects which are invested in are going to produce greater wealth. And I believe that in cases of India and Africa and Latin America, that this is where our emphasis should be. I would strengthen the Development Loan Fund. And Senator Fulbright, Senator Humphrey, and I tried to do that. We tried to provide an appropriation of $1.5 billion for 5 years on a long-term loan basis, which this administration opposed. And unless we're ready to carry out programs like that in the 60s, this battle for economic survival, which these people are waging, are going to be lost. And if India should lose her battle, with 35% of the people of the underdeveloped world within her borders, then I believe that the balance of power could move against us. I think the United States can afford to do these things. I think that we could not afford not to do these things. This goes to our survival. And here in a country which, if it is moving ahead, if it's developing its economy to the fullest, which we are not now, in my judgment, we'll have the resources to meet our military commitments and also our commitments overseas. I believe it's essential that we do it, because in the next 10 years, the balance of power is going to begin to move in the world from one direction or another, towards us or towards the communists. And unless we begin to identify ourselves not only with the anti-communist fight, but also with the fight against poverty and hunger, these people are going to begin to turn to the communists as an example. I believe we can do it. If we build our economy the way we should, we can afford to do these things, and we must do it.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Kennedy has put a great deal of stress on the necessity for economic assistance. This is important, but it's also tremendously important to bear in mind that when you pour in money without pouring in technical assistance as well, that you have a disastrous situation. We need to step up exchange. We need to step up technical assistance so that trained people in these newly developing countries can operate the economies. We also have to have in mind something else with regard to this whole situation in the world. And that is that as America moves forward, we not only must think in terms of fighting communism, but we must also think primarily in terms of the interests of these countries. We must associate ourselves with their aspirations. We must let them know that the great American ideals of independence, of the right of people to be free, of the right to progress, that these are ideals that belong not to ourselves alone, but they belong to everybody. This we must get across to the world. And we can't do it unless we do have adequate funds for example, information, which has been cut by the Congress, adequate funds for technical assistance. The other point that I would make with regard to economic assistance and technical assistance is that the United States must not rest its case here alone. This is primarily an ideological battle, a battle for the minds and the hearts and the souls of men. We must not meet the communists purely in the field of gross atheistic materialism. We must stand for our ideals.
Mr. Levy with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, the Labor Department today added 5 more major industrial centers to the list of areas with substantial unemployment. You said in New York this week that as president you would use the full powers of the government, if necessary, to combat unemployment. Specifically, what measures would you advocate and at what point?
Employment, we first must concentrate on the very areas to which you refer, the so-called depressed areas. Now, in the last Congress, the special session of the Congress, there was a bill, one by the President, one by Senator Kennedy and members of his party. Now, the bill that the President had submitted would have provided more aid for those areas that really need it, areas like Scranton and Wilkes-Barre and the areas of West Virginia, than the ones that Senator Kennedy was supporting. On the other hand, we found that the bill got into the legislative difficulties, and consequently no action was taken. So point one, at the highest priority, we must get a bill for depressed areas through the next Congress. I have made recommendations on that, and I have discussed them previously, and I will spell them out further in the campaign. Second, as we consider this problem of unemployment, we have to realize where it is. In analyzing the figures, we will find that our unemployment exists among the older citizens. It exists also among those who are inadequately trained. That is, those who do not have an adequate opportunity for education. It also exists among minority groups. If we're going to combat unemployment, then, we have to do a better job in these areas. That's why I have a program for education, a program in the case of equal job opportunities, and one that would also deal with our older citizens. Now, finally, with regard to the whole problem of combating recession, as you call it, we must use the full resources of the government in these respects. One, We must see to it that credit is expanded as we go into any recessionary period. And understand, I do not believe we're going into a recession. I believe this economy is sound and that we're going to move up. But second, in addition to that, if we do get into a recessionary period, we should move on that part of the economy which is represented by the private sector. And I mean stimulate that part of the economy that can create jobs, the private sector of the economy. This means through tax reform and, if necessary, tax cuts that will stimulate more jobs. I favor that rather than massive federal spending programs, which will come into effect usually long after you pass through the recessionary period. So we must use all of these weapons for the purpose of combating recession if it should come, but I do not expect it to come.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, Mr. Nixon has stated the record inaccurately in regard to the depressed area bill. I'm very familiar with it. It came out of the committee of which I was the chairman, the Labor Subcommittee in '55. I was the floor manager. We've passed an area redevelopment bill far more effective than the bill the administration suggested on 2 occasions, and the president vetoed it both times. We passed a bill again this year in the Senate, and it died in the Rules Committee of the House of Representatives. Let me make it very clear that the bill that Mr. Nixon talked about did not mention Wilkesboro or Scranton. It did not mention West Virginia. Our bill was far more effective. The bill introduced and sponsored by Senator Douglas was far more effective in trying to stimulate the economy of those areas. Second, he has mentioned the problem of our older citizens. I cannot still understand why this administration and Mr. Nixon oppose putting medical care for the aged under Social Security to give them some security. Third, I believe we should step up the use of our surplus foods in these areas until we're able to get the people back at work. 5 cents a day is what the food package averages per person. Fourthly, I believe we should stimulate the economy. I believe we should not carry out a hard money, high interest rate policy, which helped intensify certainly the recession of 1958, and I think helped bring to the slowdown of 1960. If we move into a recession in 61, then I would agree that we have to put more money into the economy, and it can be done by either one of the 2 methods discussed. One is by programs such as aid to education. The other would be to make a judgment on what's the most effective tax program to stimulate our economy.
Mr. Niven with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, while the main theme of your campaign has been this decline of American power and prestige in the last 8 years, you've hardly criticized President Eisenhower at all. And in a speech last weekend, you said you had no quarrel with the president. Now, isn't Mr. Eisenhower and not Mr. Nixon responsible for any such decline?
Well, I understood that this was the Eisenhower-Nixon administration, according to all the Republican propaganda that I've read. The question is what we're going to do in the future. I've been critical of this administration, and I've been critical of the president. In fact, Mr. Nixon discussed that a week ago in a speech. I believe that our power and prestige in the last 8 years has declined. Now, what is the issue is what we're going to do in the future. Now, that's an issue between Mr. Nixon and myself. He feels that we're moving ahead we're not going into a recession in this country economically. He feels that our power and prestige is stronger than it ever was relative to that of the communists, that we're moving ahead. I disagree. And I believe the American people have to make the choice on November 8th between the view of whether we have to move ahead faster, whether what we're doing now is not satisfactory, whether we have to build greater strength at home and abroad, and Mr. Nixon's view. That's the great issue. President Eisenhower moves from the scene on January 20th, and the next 4 years are the critical years. And that's the debate. That's the argument between Mr. Nixon and myself. And on that issue, the American people have to make their judgment. And I think it's an important judgment. I think in many ways this election is more important than any since 1932, or certainly almost any in this century, because we disagree very fundamentally on the position of the United States. And if his view prevails, then I think that's going to bring an important result to this country in the 60s. If our view prevails that we have to do more, that we have to make a greater national and international effort, that we have lost prestige in Latin America. The president of Brazil, the new incumbent, running for office, called on Castro during his campaign because he thought it was important to get the vote of those who were supporting Castro in Latin America. In Africa, the United States has ignored Africa. We gave more scholarships to the Congo this summer we offered them than we'd given to all of Africa the year before. Less than 200 for all the countries of Africa, and they need trained leadership more than anything. We've been having a very clear decision in the last 8 years. Mr. Nixon has been part of that administration. He's had experience in it. And I believe this administration has not met its responsibilities in the last 8 years, that our power relative to that of the communists is declining, that we're facing a very hazardous time in the 60s,
And unless the United States begin to move here, unless we start to go ahead, I don't believe that we're going to meet our responsibility to our own people or to the cause of freedom. I think the choice is clear, and it involves the future.
Mr. Vice President.
First of all, I think Senator Kennedy should make up his mind with regard to my responsibility. In our first debate, he indicated that I had not had experience, or at least had not participated significantly in the making of the decisions. I'm glad to hear tonight that he does suggest that I have had some experience. Let me make my position clear. I have participated in the discussions leading to decisions in this administration. I am proud of the record of this administration. I don't stand on it because it isn't something to stand on, but something to build on. Now, looking at Senator Kennedy's credentials, he is suggesting that he will move America faster and further than I will. But what does he offer? He offers retreads of programs that failed. I submit to you that as you look at his program, for example, with regard to the Federal Reserve and free money or loose money, low interest rates, his program in the economic field generally, are the programs that were adopted and tried during the Truman administration. And when we compare the economic progress of this country in the Truman administration with that of the Eisenhower administration, we find that in every index, there has been a great deal more performance and more progress in this administration than in that one. I say the programs and the leadership that failed then is not the program and the leadership that America needs now. I say that the American people don't want to go back to those policies. And incidentally, if Senator Kennedy disagrees, he should indicate where he believes those policies are different from those he's advocating today.
Mr. Spivak with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, according to news dispatches, Soviet Premier Khrushchev said today that Prime Minister Macmillan had assured him that there would be a summit conference next year after the presidential elections. Have you given any cause for such assurance, and do you consider it desirable or even possible that there would be a summit conference next year if Mr. Khrushchev persists in the conditions he's laid down?
No, of course, I haven't talked to Prime Minister Macmillan. It would not be appropriate for me to do so. The president is still going to be president for the next 4 months. And he, of course, is the only one who could commit this country in this period. As far as a summit conference is concerned, I want to make my position absolutely clear. I would be willing as president to meet with Mr. Khrushchev or any other world leader if it would serve the cause of peace. I would not be willing to meet with him, however, unless there were preparations for that conference which would give us some reasonable certainty that you were going to have some success. We must not build up the hopes of the world and then dash them, as was the case in Paris. There, Mr. Khrushchev came to that conference determined to break it up. He was going to break it up because he knew that he wasn't going to get his way on Berlin and on the other key matters with which he was concerned at the Paris conference. Now, if we're going to have another summit conference, there must be negotiations at the diplomatic level, the ambassadors, the secretaries of state, and others at that level, prior to that time, which will delineate the issues and which will prepare the way for the heads of state to meet and make some progress. Otherwise, if we find the heads of state meeting and not making progress, we will find that the cause of peace will have been hurt rather than helped. So under these circumstances, I therefore strongly urge, and I will strongly hold, if I have the opportunity to urge or to hold this position, that any summit conference would be gone into only after the most careful preparation and only after Mr. Khrushchev, after his disgraceful conduct at Paris, after his disgraceful conduct at the United Nations, gave some assurance that he really wanted to sit down and talk and to accomplish something and not just to make propaganda.
Senator Kennedy.
I have no disagreement with the Vice President's position on that. My view is the same as his. Let me say there is only one point I would add. Before we go into the summit, before we ever meet again, I think it's important that the United States build its strength, that it build its military strength as well as its own economic strength. If we negotiate from a position where the power balance or wave is moving away from us, it's extremely difficult to reach a successful decision on Berlin as well as the other questions. Now, the next president of the United States in his first year is going to be confronted with a very serious question on our defense of Berlin, our commitment to Berlin. It's going to be a test of our nerve and will. It's going to be a test of our strength. And because we're going to move in 61 and 2, partly because we have not maintained our strength with sufficient vigor in the last years, I believe that before we meet that crisis, that the next President of the United States should send a message to Congress asking for a revitalization of our military strength. Because come spring or late in the winter, we're going to be face to face with the most serious Berlin crisis since 1949 or 50. On the question of the summit, I agree with the position of Mr. Nixon. I would not meet Mr. Khrushchev unless there were some agreements at the secondary level, foreign ministers or ambassadors, which would indicate that the meeting would have some hope of success or a useful exchange of ideas.
Mr. Levy with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, in your acceptance speech at Los Angeles, you said that your campaign would be based not on what you intend to offer the American people, but what you intend to ask of them. Since that time, you have spelled out many of the things that you intend to do, but you have made only vague reference to sacrifice and self-denial. A year or so ago, I believe, you said that you would not hesitate to recommend a tax increase if you considered it necessary. Is this what you have in mind?
Well, I don't think that in the winter of '61, under present economic conditions, a tax increase would be desirable. In fact, it would be deflationary, it would cause great unemployment, it would cause a real slowdown in our economy. If it ever becomes necessary and is wise economically and essential to our security, I would have no hesitancy in suggesting a tax increase or any other policy which would defend the United States. I have talked in every speech about the fact that these are going to be very difficult times in the 1960s and that we're going to have to meet our responsibility as citizens. I'm talking about a national mood. I'm talking about our willingness to bear any burdens in order to maintain our own freedom and in order to meet our freedom around the globe. We don't know what the future is going to bring, but I would not want anyone to elect me President of the United States or vote for me under the expectation that life would be easier if I were elected. Now, many of the programs that I'm talking about, economic growth, care for the aged, development of our natural resources, build the strength of the United States. That's how the United States began to prepare for its great actions in World War II and in the post-war period. If we're moving ahead, if we're providing a viable economy, if our people have sufficient resources so that they can consume what we produce, then this country's on the move. Then we're stronger. Then we set a better example to the world. So we have the problem not only of building our own military strength and extending our policies abroad, we have to do a job here at home. So I believe that the policies that I recommend come under the general heading of strengthening the United States. We're using our steel capacity 55% today. We're not able to consume what we're able to produce at a time when the Soviet Union is making great economic gains. And all I say is, I don't know what the 60s will bring, except I think they will bring hard times in the international sphere. I hope we can move ahead here at home in the United States. I'm confident we can do a far better job of mobilizing our economy and resources in the United States. And I merely say that if they elect me president, I will do my best to carry the United States through a difficult period. But I would not want people to elect me because I promised them the easy, soft life. I think it's going to be difficult, but I'm confident that this country can meet its responsibilities.
Mr. Vice President?
Well, I think we should be under no illusions whatever about what the responsibilities of the American people will be in the 60s. Our expenditures for defense, our expenditures for mutual security, our expenditures for economic assistance and technical assistance are not going to get less. In my opinion, they're going to be greater. I think it may be necessary that we have more taxes. I hope not. I hope we can economize elsewhere so that we don't have to. But I would have no hesitation to ask the American people to pay the taxes even in 1961, if necessary, to maintain a sound economy and also to maintain a sound dollar. Because when you do not tax, and tax enough to pay for your outgo, you pay it many times over in higher prices in inflation. And I simply will not do that. I think I should also add that as far as Senator Kennedy's proposals are concerned, if he intends to carry out his platform, the one adopted in Los Angeles, it is just impossible for him to make good on those promises without raising taxes or without having a rise in prices or both. The platform suggests that it can be done through economic growth, that it can be done in effect with mirrors, but it isn't going to be working that way. You can't add billions of dollars to our expenditures and not pay for it. After all, it isn't paid for by my money, it isn't paid for by his, but by the people's money.
Mr. Niven with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, you have said that while Mr. Khrushchev is here, Senator Kennedy should talk about what's right with this country as well as what's wrong with the country. In the 1952 campaign, when you were a Republican candidate for vice president, and we were at war with the communists, did you feel a similar responsibility to talk about what was right with the country?
I did, and as I pointed out in 1952, I made it very clear that as far as the Korean War was concerned, that I felt that the decision to go into the war in Korea was right and necessary. What I criticized were the policies that made it necessary to go to Korea. Now, incidentally, I should point out here that Senator Kennedy has attacked our foreign policy. He said that it's been a policy that has led to defeat and retreat. And I'd like to know, where have we been defeated and where have we retreated? In the Truman administration, 600 million people went behind the Iron Curtain, including the satellite countries of Eastern Europe and Communist China. In this administration, we've stopped them at Quemoy and Matsu. We've stopped them in Indochina. We've stopped them in Lebanon. We've stopped them in other parts of the world. I would also like to point out that as far as Senator Kennedy's comments are concerned, I think he has a perfect right and a responsibility to criticize this administration whenever he thinks we're wrong. But he has a responsibility to be accurate and not to misstate the case. I don't think he should say that our prestige is at an all-time low. I think this is very harmful at a time Mr. Khrushchev is here, harmful because it's wrong. I don't think it was helpful when he suggested, and I'm glad he's corrected this to an extent, that 17 million people go to bed hungry every night in the United States. Now, this just wasn't true. Now, there are people who go to bed hungry in the United States, far less, incidentally, than used to go to bed hungry when we came into power at the end of the Truman administration. But the thing that is right about the United States that should be emphasized is that less people go to bed hungry in the United States than in any major country in the world. We're the best fed, we're the best clothed, with a better distribution of this world's goods to all of our people than any people in history. Now, in pointing out the things that are wrong, I think we ought to emphasize America's strength. It isn't necessary to run America down in order to build her up. Now, just so we get it absolutely clear, Senator Kennedy must, as a candidate, as I as a candidate in 52, criticize us when we're wrong. And he's doing a very effective job of that in his way. But on the other hand, he has a responsibility to be accurate. And I have a responsibility to correct him every time he misstates the case. And I intend to continue to do so.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, Mr. Nixon, I'll just give you the testimony of Mr. George Aiken, Senator George Aiken, the ranking minority member, Republican member, and former chairman of the Senate Agricultural Committee, testifying in 1959, said there were 26 million Americans who did not have the income to afford a decent diet. Mr. Benson, testifying on the food stamp plan in 1957, said there were 25 million Americans who could not afford a elementary low-cost diet. And he defined that as someone who uses beans in place of meat. Now, I've seen a good many hundreds of thousands of people who are not adequately fed. You can't tell me that a surplus food distribution of 5 cents per person, and there are nearly 6 million Americans receiving that, is adequate. You can't tell me anyone who uses beans instead of meat in the United States, and there are 25 million of them, according to Mr. Benson, is well fed or adequately fed. I believe that we should not compare what our figures may be to India or some other country that has serious problems, but to remember that we are the most prosperous country in the world and that these people are not getting adequate food. And they're not getting, in many cases, adequate shelter. And we ought to try to meet the problem. Secondly, Mr. Nixon has continued to state, and he stated it last week, these fantastic figures of what the Democratic budget platform would cost. They're wholly inaccurate. I said last week I believed in a balanced budget. Unless there was a severe recession, and after all, the worst unbalanced budget in history was in 1958, $12 billion, larger than in any administration in the history of the United States. So that I believe that on this subject, we can balance the budget unless we have a national emergency or unless we have a severe recession.
Mr. Morgan with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, Saturday on television, you said that you had always thought that Quemoy and Matsu were unwise places to draw our defense line in the Far East. Would you comment further on that and also address to this question, couldn't a pullback from those islands be interpreted as appeasement?
Well, the United States has on occasion attempted, mostly in the middle 50s, to persuade Chiang Kai-shek to pull his troops back to Formosa. I believe strongly in the defense of Formosa. These islands are a few miles, 5 or 6 miles off the coast of Red China within a general harbor area and more than 100 miles from Formosa. We have never said flatly that we will defend Quemoy and Matsu if it's attacked. We say we will defend it if it's part of a general attack on Formosa, but it's extremely difficult to make that judgment. Now, Mr. Herta, in 1958, when he was Under Secretary of State, said they were strategically undefensible. Admiral Spruance and Collins in 1955 said that we should not attempt to defend these islands in their conference in the Far East. General Ridgway has said the same thing. I believe that when you get into a war, if you're going to get into a war for the defense of Formosa, it ought to be on a clearly defined line. One of the problems, I think, at the time of South Korea was the question of whether the United States would defend it if it were attacked. I believe that we should defend Formosa. We should come to its defense. To leave this rather in the air, that we will defend it under some conditions but not under other, I think is a mistake. Secondly, I would not suggest the withdrawal at the point of the communist gun. It is a decision finally that the nationalists should make. And I believe that we should consult with them and attempt to work out a plan by which the line is drawn at the island of Formosa. It leaves 100 miles between the seas. But with General Ridgway, Mr. Herta, General Collins, Admiral Spruance, and many others, I think it's unwise to take the chance of being dragged into a war which may lead to a world war over two islands which are not strategically defensible, which are not, according to their testimony, essential to the defense of Formosa. I think that we should protect our commitment. I believe strongly we should do so in Berlin. I believe strongly we should do so in Formosa. And I believe we should meet our commitments to every country whose security we've guaranteed. But I do not believe that that line, in case of a war, should be drawn on those islands, but instead on the island of Formosa. And as long as they are not essential to the defense of Formosa, it's been my judgment ever since 1954, at the time of the Eisenhower Doctrine for the Far East, that our line should be drawn in the sea around the island itself.
Mr. Vice President.
I disagree completely with Senator Kennedy on this point. I remember in the period immediately before the Korean War, South Korea was supposed to be indefensible as well. Generals testified to that. And Secretary Atchison made a very famous speech at the press club early in the year that Korean War started, indicating in effect that South Korea was beyond the defense zone of the United States. I suppose it was hoped when he made that speech that we wouldn't get into a war, but it didn't mean that. We had to go in when they came in. Now, I think as far as Quemoy and Matsu are concerned, that the question is not these two little pieces of real estate. They are unimportant. It isn't the few people who live on them. They are not too important. It's the principle involved. These two islands are in the area of freedom. The nationalists have these two islands. We should not force our nationalist allies to get off of them and give them to the communists. If we do that, we start a chain reaction, because the communists aren't after Quemoy and Matsu. They're after Formosa. In my opinion, this is the same kind of woolly thinking that led to disaster for America in Korea. I'm against it. I would never tolerate it as President of the United States, and I will hope that Senator Kennedy will change his mind if he should be elected.
Gentlemen, we have approximately 4 minutes remaining. May I ask you to make your questions and answers as brief as possible, consistent with clarity. And Mr. Levy has a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, you are urging voters to forget party labels and vote for the man. Senator Kennedy says that in doing this, you are trying to run away from your party on such issues as housing and aid to education by advocating what he calls a Me Too program. Why do you say that party labels are not important?
Because that's the way we elect a president in this country, and it's the way we should. I am a student of history, as is Senator Kennedy, incidentally. And I have found that in the history of this country, we've had many great presidents. Some of them have been Democrats, and some of them have been Republicans. The people, some way, have always understood that at a particular time, a certain man was the one the country needed. Now, I believe that in an election, when we are trying to determine who should lead the free world, not just America, perhaps, as Senator Kennedy has already indicated, the most important election in our history, it isn't the label that he wears or that I wear that counts. It's what we are. It's our whole lives. It's what we stand for. It's what we believe. And consequently, I don't think it's enough to go before Republican audiences, and I never do, and say, look, vote for me because I'm a Republican. I don't think it's enough for Senator Kennedy to go before the audiences on the Democratic side and say, vote for me because I'm a Democrat. That isn't enough. What's involved here is the question of leadership for the whole free world. Now, that means the best leadership. It may be Republican, it may be Democratic, but the people are the ones that determine it. The people have to make up their minds. And I believe the people, therefore, should be asked to make up their minds, not simply on the basis of vote the way your grandfather did, vote the way your mother did. I think the people should put America first rather than party first. Now, as far as running away from my party is concerned, Senator Kennedy has said that we have no compassion for the poor, that we are against progress. The enemies of progress is the term that he's used and the like. All that I can say is this. We do have programs in all of these fields, education, housing, defense, that will move America forward. They will move her forward faster, and they will move her more surely than his program. This is what I deeply believe. I'm sure he believes just as deeply that his will move that way. I would suggest, however, that in the interest of fairness, that he could give me the benefit of also believing as he believes.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, let me say I do think that parties are important in that they tell something about the program and something about the man. Abraham Lincoln was a great president of all the people, but he was selected by his party at a key time in history because his party stood for something. The Democratic Party in this century has stood for something. It has stood for progress. It has stood for concern for the people's welfare. It has stood for a strong foreign policy and a strong national defense, and as a result, produced Wilson, President Roosevelt, and President Truman. The Republican Party has produced McKinley and Harding, Coolidge, and Dewey, and Landon. They do stand for something. They stand for a whole different approach to the problems facing this country at home and abroad. That's the importance of party, only if it tells something about the record. And the Republicans in recent years, not only in the last 25 years, but in the last 8 years, have opposed housing, opposed care for the aged, opposed federal aid to education, opposed minimum wage. And I think that record tells something.
Thank you, gentlemen. Neither the questions from the reporters nor the answers you heard from Senator John Kennedy or Vice President Richard Nixon were rehearsed. By agreement, neither candidate made an opening statement or a closing summation. They further agreed that the clock alone would decide who would speak last, and each has asked me to express his thanks to the networks and their affiliated stations. Another program similar to this one will be presented Thursday, October 13th, and the final program will be presented Friday, October 21st. We hope this series of radio and television programs will help you toward a fuller understanding of the issues facing our country today, and that on Election Day, November 8th, you will vote for the candidate of your choice. This is Frank McGee. Good night from Washington.
Good evening. I'm Bill Shadell of ABC News. It's my privilege this evening to preside at this, the third in the series of meetings on radio and television of the two major presidential candidates. Now, like the last meeting, the subjects to be discussed will be suggested by questions from a panel of correspondents. Unlike the first two programs, however, the two candidates will not be sharing the same platform. In New York, the Democratic presidential nominee, Senator John F. Kennedy. Separated by 3,000 miles in a Los Angeles studio, the Republican presidential nominee, Vice President Richard M. Nixon. Now joined for tonight's discussion by a network of electronic facilities which permits each candidate to see and hear the other. Good evening, Senator Kennedy.
Good evening, Mr. Shadell.
And good evening to you, Vice President Nixon.
Good evening, Mr. Shadell.
And now to meet the panel of correspondents. Frank McGee, NBC News. Charles Von Frem, CBS News. Douglas Cater, Reporter Magazine. Roscoe Drummond, New York Herald Tribune. Now, as you've probably noted, the four reporters include a newspaper man and a magazine reporter. These two selected by lot by the press secretaries of the candidates from among the reporters traveling with the candidates. The broadcasting representatives were chosen by their companies. The rules for this evening have been agreed upon by the representatives of both candidates in the radio and television networks, and I should like to read them. There will be no opening statements by the candidates nor any closing summation. The entire hour will be devoted to answering questions from the reporters. Each candidate to be questioned in turn with opportunity for comment by the other. Each answer will be limited to 2.5 minutes, each comment to 1.5 minutes. The reporters are free to ask any question they choose on any subject. Neither candidate knows what questions will be asked. Time alone will be determined who will be asked the final question. Now, the first question is from Mr. McGee and is for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, yesterday you used the words trigger happy in referring to Vice President Richard Nixon's stand on defending the islands of Quemoy and Matsu. Last week, on a program like this one, you said the next president would come face to face with a serious crisis in Berlin. So the question is, would you take military action to defend Berlin?
Mr. McGee, we have a contractual right to be in Berlin, coming out of the conversations at Potsdam, end of World War II. That has been reinforced by direct commitments of the President of the United States. It's been reinforced by a number of other nations under NATO. I have stated on many occasions that the United States must meet its commitment on Berlin. It is a commitment that we have to meet if we're going to protect the security of Western Europe. And therefore, on this question, I don't think that there is any doubt in the mind of any American. I hope there is not any doubt in the mind of any member of the community of West Berlin. I'm sure there isn't any doubt in the mind of the Russians. We will meet our commitments to maintain the freedom and independence of West Berlin.
Mr. Vice President, do you wish to comment?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the statement that Senator Kennedy made was that to the effect that there were trigger-happy Republicans, that my stand on Quemoy and Matsu was an indication of trigger-happy Republicans. I resent that comment. I resent it because it's an implication that Republicans have been trigger-happy and therefore would lead this nation into war. I would remind Senator Kennedy of the past 50 years. I would ask him to name one Republican president who led this nation into war. There were 3 Democratic presidents who led us into war. I do not mean by that one party is a war party and the other party is a peace party. But I do say that any statement to the effect that the Republican Party is trigger-happy is belied by the record. We had a war when we came into power in 1953. We got rid of that. We've kept out of other wars. And certainly that doesn't indicate that we're trigger-happy. We've been strong, but we haven't been trigger-happy. As far as Berlin is concerned, there isn't any question about the necessity of defending Berlin, the rights of people there to be free, and there isn't any question about what the united American people, Republicans and Democrats alike, would do in the event there were an attempt by the communists to take over in Berlin.
The next question is by Mr. Von Frem for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, a 2-part question concerning the offshore islands in the Formosa Straits. If you were president and the Chinese communists tomorrow began an invasion of Quemoy and Matsu, would you launch the United States into a war by sending the 7th Fleet and other military forces to resist this aggression? And secondly, if the regular conventional forces fail to halt such an invasion, would you authorize the use of nuclear weapons?
Mr. Von Frem, it would be completely irresponsible for a candidate for the presidency or for a president himself to indicate the course of action and the weapons he would use in the event of such an attack. I will say this. In the event that such an attack occurred, and in the event the attack was a prelude to an attack on Formosa, which would be the indication today, because the Chinese communists say over and over again that their objective is not the offshore islands, that they consider them only stepping stones to taking Formosa. In the event that their attack then were a prelude to an attack on Formosa, there isn't any question but that the United States would then again, as in the case of Berlin, honor our treaty obligations and stand by our ally of Formosa. But to indicate in advance how we would respond, to indicate the nature of this response would be incorrect. It would certainly be inappropriate. It would not be in the best interest of the United States. I will only say this, however, in addition. To do what Senator Kennedy has suggested, to suggest that we will surrender these islands or force our Chinese nationalist allies to surrender them in advance, is not something that would lead to peace. It is something that would lead, in my opinion, to war. This is the history of dealing with dictators. This is something that Senator Kennedy and all Americans must know. We tried this with Hitler. It didn't work. He wanted first, we know, Austria, and then he went on to the Sudetenland and then Danzig, and each time it was thought this is all that he wanted. Now, what do the Chinese communists want? They don't want just Quemoy and Matsu. They don't want just Formosa. They want the world. And the question is, if you surrender or indicate in advance that you're not going to defend any part of the free world, and you figure that's going to satisfy them, it doesn't satisfy them. It only whets their appetite. And then the question comes, when do you stop them? I've often heard President Eisenhower, in discussing this question, make the statement that if we once start the process of indicating that this point or that point is not the place to stop those who threaten the peace and freedom of the world, where do we stop them? And I say that those of us who stand against surrender of territory, this or any others, in the face of blackmail, in the face of force by the communists, are standing for the course that will lead to peace.
Senator Kennedy, do you wish to comment?
Yes, the United States now has a treaty, which I voted for in the United States Senate in 1955, to defend Formosa and the Pescadores Islands. The islands which Mr. Nixon is discussing are 5 or 4 miles, respectively, off the coast of China. Now, when Senator Green, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, wrote to the president, he received back on the 2nd of October 1958, neither you nor any other American need feel the U.S. will be involved in military hostilities merely in the defense of Quemoy Matsu. Now, that is the issue. I believe we must meet our commitment to Formosa. I support it, and the Pescadores Islands. That is the present American position. The treaty does not include these 2 islands. Mr. Nixon suggests that the United States should go to war if these 2 islands are attacked. I suggest that if Formosa is attacked, or the Pescadores, or if there's any military action in any area which indicates an attack on Formosa and the Pescadores, then, of course, the United States is at war to defend its treaty. Now, I must say what Mr. Nixon wants to do is commit us, as I understand him, so that we can be clear if there's a disagreement. He wants us to be committed to the defense of these islands, merely as the defense of these islands as free territory, not as part of the defense of Formosa. Admiral Yarnell, the commander of the Asiatic Fleet, has said that these islands are not worth the bones of a single American. The President of the United States has indicated they are not within the treaty area. They were not within the treaty area when the treaty was passed in 55. We have attempted to persuade Chiang Kai-shek as late as January of 1959 to reduce the number of troops he has on there. This is a serious issue, and I think we ought to understand completely if we disagree, and if so, where.
Mr. Cater has the next question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, last week you said that before we should hold another summit conference, that it was important that the United States build its strength. Modern weapons take quite a long time to build. What sort of prolonged period do you envisage before there can be a summit conference? And do you think that there can be any new initiatives on the grounds of nuclear disarmament, nuclear control, or weapons control during this period?
Well, I think we should strengthen our conventional forces, and we should attempt in January, February, and March of next year to increase the airlift capacity of our conventional forces. Then I believe that we should move full-time on our missile production, particularly on Minuteman and on Polaris. It may be a long period, but we must get started immediately. Now, on the question of disarmament, particularly nuclear disarmament, I must say that I feel that another effort should be made by a new administration in January of 1961 to renew negotiations with the Soviet Union and see whether it's possible to come to some conclusion which will lessen the chances of contamination of the atmosphere and also lessen the chances that other powers will begin to possess a nuclear capacity. There are indications because of new inventions that 10, 15, or 20 nations will have a nuclear capacity, including Red China, by the end of the presidential office in 1964. This is extremely serious. There have been many wars in the history of mankind, and to take a chance now, and not make every effort that we could make to provide for some control over these weapons, I think would be a great mistake. One of my disagreements with the present administration has been that I don't feel a real effort has been made on this very sensitive subject, not only of nuclear control, but also of general disarmament. Less than 100 people have been working throughout the entire federal government on this subject, and I believe it's been reflected in our success and failures at Geneva. Now, we may not succeed. The Soviet Union may not agree to an inspection system. We may not be able to get satisfactory assurances. It may be necessary for us to begin testing again. But I hope the next administration, and if I have anything to do with it, the next administration will, make one last great effort to provide for control of nuclear testing, control of nuclear weapons, if possible, control of outer space, free from weapons, and also to begin again the subject of general disarmament levels. These must be done. If we cannot succeed, then we must strengthen ourselves. But I would make the effort, because I think the fate not only of our own civilization, but I think the fate of the world and the future of the human race is involved in preventing a nuclear war.
Mr. Vice President, your comment?
Yes, I am going to make a major speech on this whole subject next week before the next debate, and I will have an opportunity then to answer any other questions that may arise with regard to my position on it. There isn't any question but that we must move forward in every possible way to reduce the danger of war, to move toward controlled disarmament, to control tests. But also, let's have in mind this. When Senator Kennedy suggests that we haven't been making an effort, he simply doesn't know what he's talking about. It isn't a question of the number of people who are working in an administration. It's a question of who they are. This has been one of the highest level operations in the whole State Department, right under the President himself. We have gone certainly the extra mile and then some in making offers to the Soviet Union on control of tests, on disarmament, and in every other way. And I just want to make one thing very clear. Yes, we should make a great effort, but under no circumstances must the United States ever make an agreement based on trust. There must be an absolute guarantee. Now, just to comment on Senator Kennedy's last answer. He forgets that in this same debate on the Formosa resolution, which he said he voted for, which he did, that he voted against an amendment, or was recorded against an amendment, and on this particular, or for an amendment, I should say, which passed the Senate overwhelmingly, 70-12. And that amendment put the Senate of the United States on record, with the majority of the senator's own party voting for it, as well as the majority of the Republicans, put them on record against the very position that the senator takes now of surrendering, of indicating in advance that the United States will not defend the offshore islands.
The next question is by Mr. Drummond for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Nixon, I would like to ask one more aspect, or raise another aspect of this same question. It is my understanding that President Eisenhower never advocated that Quemoy and Matsu should be defended under all circumstances as a matter of principle. I heard Secretary Dulles at a press conference in '58 say that he thought that it was a mistake for Chiang Kai-shek to deploy troops to these islands. I would like to ask, what has led you to take what appears to be a different position on this subject?
Well, Mr. Drummond, first of all, referring to Secretary Dulles' press conference, I think if you read it all, and I know that you have, you will find that Secretary Dulles also indicated in that press conference that when the troops were withdrawn from Quemoy, that the implication was, certainly of everything that he said, that Quemoy could better be defended. There were too many infantrymen there, not enough heavy artillery. And certainly I don't think there was any implication in Secretary Dulles' statement that Quemoy and Matsu should not be defended in the event that they were attacked, and that attack was a preliminary to an attack on Formosa. Now, as far as President Eisenhower is concerned, I have often heard him discuss this question. As I related a moment ago, the President has always indicated that we must not make the mistake in dealing with the dictator of indicating that we are going to make a concession at the point of a gun. Whenever you do that, inevitably, the dictator is encouraged to try it again. So first it will be Quemoy and Matsu. Next it may be Formosa. What do we do then? My point is this, that once you do this, follow this course of action, of indicating that you are not going to defend a particular area, the inevitable result is that it encourages a man who is determined to conquer the world
to press you to the point of no return, and that means war. We went through this tragic experience leading to World War II. We learned our lesson again in Korea. We must not learn it again. That is why I think the Senate was right, including a majority of the Democrats, a majority of the Republicans, when they rejected Senator Kennedy's position in 1955. And incidentally, Senator Johnson was among those who rejected that position, voted with the 70 against the 12. The Senate was right because they knew the lesson of history. And may I say, too, that I would trust that Senator Kennedy would change his position on this. Change it. Because as long as he, as a major presidential candidate, continues to suggest that we are going to turn over these islands, he is only encouraging the aggressors, the Chinese communists and the Soviet aggressors, to press the United States, to press us to the point where war would be inevitable. The road to war is always paved with good intentions. And in this instance, the good intentions, of course, are a desire for peace. But certainly we're not going to have peace by giving in and indicating in advance that we are not going to defend what has become a symbol of freedom.
Senator Kennedy.
I don't think it's possible for Mr. Nixon to state the record in distortion of the facts with more precision than he just did. In 1955, Mr. Dulles at a press conference said, "The treaty that we have with the Republic of China excludes Quemoy and Matsu from the treaty area. That was done with much thought and deliberation. Therefore, that treaty does not commit the United States to defend anything except Formosa and the Pescadores and to deal with acts against that treaty area. I completely sustain the treaty. I voted for it. I would take any action necessary to defend the treaty, Formosa and the Pescadores Island. What we're now talking about is the Vice President's determination to guarantee Quemoy and Matsu, which are 4 and 5 miles off the coast of Red China, which are not within the treaty area. I do not suggest that Chiang Kai-shek and this administration has been attempting since 1955 to persuade Chiang Kai-shek to lessen his troop commitments. He sent a mission, the president, in 1955 of Mr. Robertson and Admiral Radford. General Twining said they were still doing it in 1959. General Ridgway said, who was chief of staff, to go to war for Quemoy and Matsu, to me would seem an unwarranted and tragic course to take. To me, that concept is completely repugnant. So I stand with them. I stand with the Secretary of State, Mr. Herter, who said these islands were indefensible. I believe that we should meet our commitments. And if the Chinese communists attack the Pescadores and Formosa, they know that it will mean a war. I would not hand over these islands under any point of gun. But I merely say that the treaty is quite precise, and I sustain the treaty. Mr. Nixon would add a guarantee to islands 5 miles off the coast of the Republic of China when he's never really protested the communists seizing Cuba 90 miles off the coast of the United States.
Mr. Von Fremd has a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, I'd like to shift the conversation, if I may, to a domestic political argument. The chairman of the Republican National Committee, Senator Thurston Morton, declared earlier this week that you owed Vice President Nixon and the Republican Party a public apology for some strong charges made by former President Harry Truman, who bluntly suggested where the Vice President and the Republican Party could go. Do you feel that you owe the Vice President an apology?
Well, I must say that Mr. Truman has his methods of expressing things. He's been in politics for 50 years. He's been President of the United States. Maybe not my style, but I really don't think there's anything that I can say to President Truman that's going to cause him at the age of 76 to change his particular speaking manner. Perhaps Mrs. Truman can, but I don't think I can. I just have to tell Mr. Morton that. If you'd pass that message on to him.
Any comment, Mr. Vice President?
Yes, I think so. Of course, both Senator Kennedy and I have felt Mr. Truman's ire, and consequently, I think he can speak with some feeling on this subject. I just do want to say one thing, however. We all have tempers. I have one. I'm sure Senator Kennedy has one. But when a man's president of the United States or a former president, he has an obligation not to lose his temper in public. One thing I have noted as I've traveled around the country are the tremendous number of children who come out to see the presidential candidates. I see mothers holding their babies up so that they can see a man who might be president of the United States. I know Senator Kennedy sees them too. It makes you realize that whoever is president is going to be a man that all the children of America will either look up to or will look down to. And I can only say that I'm very proud that President Eisenhower restored dignity and decency and, frankly, good language to the conduct of the presidency of the United States. And I only hope that, should I win this election, that I could approach President Eisenhower in maintaining the dignity of the office, in seeing to it that whenever any mother or father talks to his child, he can look at the man in the White House, and whatever he may think of his policies, he will say, well, there is a man who maintains the kind of standards personally that I would want my child to follow.
Mr. Cater's question is for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, I'd like to return just once more, if I may, to this area of dealing with the communists. Critics have claimed that on at least 3 occasions in recent years, on the sending of American troops to Indochina in 1954, on the matter of continuing the U-2 flights in May, and then on this definition of our commitment to the offshore island, that you have overstated the administration position, that you have taken a more bellicose position than President Eisenhower. Just 2 days ago, you said that you called on Senator Kennedy to serve notice to communist aggressors around the world that we're not going to retreat 1 inch more any place, whereas we did retreat from the Tachin Islands, or at least Chiang Kai-shek did. Would you say this was a valid criticism of your statement of foreign policy?
Well, Mr. Cater, of course it's a criticism that is being made. I obviously don't think it's valid. I have supported the administration's position, and I think that that position has been correct. I think my position has been correct. As far as Indochina is concerned, I stated over and over again that it was essential during that period that the United States make it clear that we would not tolerate Indochina falling under communist domination. Now, as a result of our taking the strong stand that we did, the civil war there was ended. And today, at least in the south of Indochina, the communists have moved out, and we do have a strong, free bastion there. Now, looking to the U-2 flights, I would like to point out that I have been supporting the president's position throughout. I think the president was correct in ordering these flights. I think the president was correct, certainly, in his decision to continue the flights while the conference was going on. I noted, for example, in reading a particular discussion that Senator Kennedy had with Dave Garraway shortly after his statement about regrets, that he made the statement that he felt that these particular flights were ones that shouldn't have occurred right at that time. And the indication was, how would Mr. Khrushchev have felt if we had had a flight over how would we have felt if Mr. Khrushchev had a flight over the United States while he was visiting here? And the answer, of course, is that communist espionage goes on all the time. The answer is that the United States can't afford to have an espionage lag, or should I say an intelligence lag, any more than we can afford to have a missile lag. Now, referring to your question with regard to Quemoy and Matsu, what I object to here is the constant reference to surrendering these islands. Senator Kennedy quotes the record, which he read from a moment ago. But what he forgets to point out is that the key vote, a vote which I referred to several times, where he was in the minority, was one which rejected his position. Now, why did they reject it? For the very reason that those senators knew, as the President of the United States knew, that you should not indicate to the communists in advance that you're going to surrender an area that's free. Why? Because they know, as Senator Kennedy will have to know, that if you do that, you encourage them to more aggression.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, number one, on Indochina, Mr. Nixon talked before the newspaper editors in the spring of 1954 about putting, and I quote him, American boys into Indochina. The reason Indochina was preserved was a result of the Geneva Conference, which petitioned Indochina. Number two, on the question of the U-2 flights, I thought the U-2 flight in May, just before the conference, was a mistake in timing because of the hazards involved if the summit conference had any hope for success. I never criticized the U-2 flights in general, however. I never suggested espionage should stop. It still goes on, I would assume, on both sides. Number three, the Vice President on May 15th, after the U-2 flight, indicated that the flights were going on, even though the administration and the President had canceled the flights on May 12th. Number three, The Vice President suggests that we should keep the communists in doubt about whether we would fight on Kimoyamatsu. That's not the position he's taking. He's indicating that we should fight for these islands, come what may, because they are, in his words, in the area of freedom. He didn't take that position on Tibet. He didn't take that position on Budapest. He doesn't take that position that I've seen so far in Laos. Guinea and Ghana have both moved within the Soviet sphere of influence in foreign policy. So is Cuba. I merely say that the United States should meet its commitments to Formosa and the Pescadores. But as Admiral Yarnell has said, and he's been supported by most military authority, these islands that we're now talking about are not worth the bones of a single American soldier. And I know how difficult it is to sustain troops close to the shore under artillery bombardment. And therefore, I think we should make it very clear the disagreement between Mr. Nixon and myself. He's extending the administration's commitment.
Mr. Drummond's question is for Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, Representative Adam Clayton Powell, in the course of his speaking tour in your behalf, is saying, and I quote, "The Ku Klux Klan is riding again in this campaign. If it doesn't stop, all bigots will vote for Nixon, and all right-thinking Christians and Jews will vote for Kennedy rather than be found in the ranks of the Klan-minded." End quotation. Governor Michael DeSalle is saying much the same thing. What I would like to ask Senator Kennedy is, what is the purpose of this sort of thing, and how do you feel about it?
Well, Mr. Griffin, I believe, who is the head of the Klan, who lives in Tampa, Florida, indicated in a statement, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, that he was not going to vote for me and that he was going to vote for Mr. Nixon. I do not suggest in any way, nor have I ever, that indicates that Mr. Nixon has the slightest sympathy, involvement, or in any way imply any inferences in regard to the Ku Klux Klan. That's absurd. I don't suggest that. I don't support it. I would disagree with it. Mr. Nixon knows very well that in this whole matter, it's been involved in the so-called religious discussion in this campaign. I have never suggested, even by the vaguest implication, that he did anything but disapprove of it. And that's my view now. I disapprove of the issue. I do not suggest that Mr. Nixon does in any way.
Mr. Vice President.
Well, I welcome this opportunity to join Senator Kennedy completely on that statement and to say before this largest television audience in history something that I have been saying in the past and will always say in the future. On our last television debate, I pointed out that it was my position that Americans must choose the best man that either party could produce. We can't settle for anything but the best. And that means, of course, the best man that this nation can produce. And that means that we can't have any test of religion. We can't have any test of race. It must be a test of the man. Also, as far as religion is concerned, I have seen communism abroad. I see what it does. Communism is the enemy of all religions. And we who do believe in God must join together. We must not be divided on this issue. The worst thing that I can think can happen in this campaign would be for it to be decided on religious issues. I obviously repudiate the Klan. I repudiate anybody who uses the religious issue. I will not tolerate it. I have ordered all of my people to have nothing to do with it. And I say to this great audience, whoever may be listening, remember, if you believe in America, if you want America to set the right example to the world, that we cannot have religious or racial prejudice. We cannot have it in our hearts, but we certainly cannot have it in a presidential campaign.
Question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, some of your early campaign literature said you were making a study to see if new laws were needed to protect the public against excessive use of power by labor unions. Have you decided whether such new laws are needed, and if so, what would they do?
Mr. McGee, I am planning a speech on that subject next week, also so that we can get the opportunity for the questioners to question me. It will be before the next television debate. I will say simply in advance of it that I believe that in this area, the laws which should be passed, as far as the big national emergency strikes are concerned, are ones that will give the president more weapons with which to deal with those strikes. Now, I have a basic disagreement with Senator Kennedy, though, on this point. He has taken the position
He first indicated in October of last year that he would even favor compulsory arbitration as one of the weapons the president might have to stop a national emergency strike. I understand in his last speech before the Steelworkers Union that he changed that position and indicated that he felt that government seizure might be the best way to stop a strike which could not be settled by collective bargaining. I do not believe we should have either compulsory arbitration or seizure. I think the moment that you give to the union on the one side and the management on the other side the escape hatch of eventually going to government to get it settled, that most of these great strikes will end up being settled by government, and that will be in the end, in my opinion, wage control. It will mean price control, all the things that we do not want. I do believe, however, that we can give to the President of the United States powers in addition to what he presently has in the fact-finding area, which would enable him to be more effective than we have been in handling these strikes. One last point I should make. The record in handling them has been very good during this administration. We have had less man-hours lost by strikes in these last 7 years than we had in the previous 7 years by a great deal. And I only want to say that however good the record is, it's got to be better. Because in this critical year period of the 60s, we've got to move forward. All Americans must move forward together, and we have to get the greatest cooperation possible between labor and management. We cannot afford stoppages of massive effect on the economy when we're in the terrible competition we're in with the Soviets.
Senator, your comment?
Well, I always have difficulty recognizing my positions when they're stated by the Vice President. I never suggested that compulsory arbitration was a solution for national emergency disputes. I'm opposed to that. Was opposed to it in October 1958. I have suggested that the President should be given other weapons to protect the national interest in case of national emergency strikes beyond the injunction provision of the Taft-Hartley Act. I don't know what other weapons the Vice President is talking about. I'm talking about giving him 4 or 5 tools, not only the fact-finding committee that he now has under the injunction provision, not only the injunction, but also the power of the fact-finding commission to make recommendations which would not be binding, but nevertheless would have great force of public opinion behind them. One of the additional powers that I would suggest would be seizure. There might be others. By the President having 5 powers, 4 or 5 powers, and he only has very limited powers today, neither the company nor the union would be sure which power would be used. And therefore, there would be a greater incentive on both sides to reach an agreement themselves without taking it to the government. The difficulty now is the President's course is quite limited. He can set up a fact-finding committee. The fact-finding committee's powers are limited. He can provide an injunction if there's a national emergency for 80 days. Then the strike can go on. And there are no other powers or actions that the President could take unless he went to the Congress. This is a difficult and sensitive matter. But to state my view precisely, the President should have a variety of things he could do. He could leave the parties in doubt as to which one he would use. And therefore, there would be incentive, instead of as now, the steel companies were ready to take the strike because they felt the injunction of 80 days would break the union, which didn't happen.
The next question is by Mr. Cater for Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, Vice President Nixon says that he has costed the two-party platforms and that yours would run at least $10 billion a year more than his. You have denied his figures. He has called on you to supply your figures. Would you do that?
Yes, I have stated in both debates and state again that I believe in a balanced budget and have supported that concept during my 14 years in the Congress. The only 2 times when an unbalanced budget is warranted would be during a serious recession, and we had that in '58 in an unbalanced budget of $12 billion, or a national emergency where there should be large expenditures for national defense, which we had in World War II and during part of the Korean War. On the question of the cost of our budget, I have stated that it's my best judgment that our agricultural program will cost $1.5 billion, possibly $2 billion less than the present agricultural program. My judgment is that the program the Vice President put forward, which is an extension of Mr. Benson's program, will cost $1 billion more than the present program, which costs about $6 billion a year, the most expensive in history. We spent more money on agriculture in the last 8 years than the 100 years of the agricultural department before that. Secondly, I believe that the high interest rate policy that this administration has followed has added about $3 billion a year to interest on the debt, merely funding the debt, which is a burden on the taxpayers. I would hope under a different monetary policy that it would be possible to reduce that interest rate burden, at least $1 billion. Third, I think it's possible to gain a
$700 million to $1 billion through tax changes, which I believe would close up loopholes on dividend withholding, on expense accounts. Fourthly, I have suggested that the medical care for the aged and the bill which the Congress now has passed and the President signed, if fully implemented, would cost $1 billion on the Treasury out of the Treasury Fund and $1 billion by the state. The proposal that I have put forward and which many of the members of my party support is for medical care financed under Social Security, which would be financed under the Social Security tax system, which is less than 3 cents a day per person for medical care, doctors' bills, nurses, hospitals when they retire. It is actuarially sound. So in my judgment, we would spend more money in this administration on aid to education. We'd spend more money on housing. We'd spend more money, and I hope more wisely, on defense than this administration has done. But I believe that the next administration should work for a balanced budget, and that would be my intention. Mr. Nixon misstates my figures constantly, which is, of course, is right. But the fact of the matter is, here is where I stand, and I just want to have it on the public record.
Mr. Vice President, Senator Kennedy has indicated on several occasions in this program tonight that I've been misstating his record and his figures. I will issue a white paper after this broadcast quoting exactly what he said on compulsory arbitration, for example, and the record will show that I have been correct. Now, as far as his figures are concerned here tonight, he again is engaging in this, what I would call mirror game of here it is and here it isn't. On the one hand, for example, he suggests that as far as his medical care program is concerned, that really isn't a problem because it's from Social Security. But Social Security is a tax. The people pay it. It comes right out of your paycheck. This doesn't mean that the people aren't going to be paying the bill. He also indicates, as far as his agricultural program is concerned, that he feels it will cost less than ours. Well, all that I can suggest is that all the experts who have studied the program indicate that it is the most fantastic program, the worst program insofar as its effect on the farmers that America has ever had foisted upon it in an election year or any other time. And I would also point out that Senator Kennedy left out a part of the cost of that program, a 25% rise in food prices that the people would have to pay. Now, are we going to have that when it isn't going to help the farmers? I don't think we should have that kind of a program. Then he goes on to say that he's going to change the interest rate situation and we're going to get some more money that way. Well, what he's saying there, in effect, we're going to have inflation. We're going to go right back to what we had under Mr. Truman when he had political control of the Federal Reserve Board. I don't believe we ought to pay our bills through inflation, through a phony interest rate.
Next, Mr. Drummond's question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Nixon, before the convention, you and Governor Rockefeller said jointly that the nation's economic growth ought to be accelerated. And the Republican platform states that the nation needs to quicken the pace of economic growth. Is it fair, therefore, Mr. Vice President, to conclude that you feel that there has been insufficient economic growth during the past 8 years? And if so, what would you do beyond present administration policies to step it up?
Mr. Drummond, I am never satisfied with the economic growth of this country. I'm not satisfied with it even if there were no communism in the world, but particularly when we're in the kind of a race we're in, we have got to see that America grows just as fast as we can, provided we grow soundly. Because even though we have maintained, as I pointed out in our first debate, the absolute gap over the Soviet Union, even though the growth in this administration has been twice as much as it was in the Truman administration, that isn't good enough, because America must be able to grow enough not only to take care of our needs at home for better education and housing and health, all these things we want. We've got to grow enough to maintain the forces that we have abroad and to wage the non-military battle for the world in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. It's going to cost more money, and growth will help us to win that battle. Now, what do we do about it? And here, I believe, basically, that what we have to do is to stimulate that sector of America, the private enterprise sector of the economy, in which there is the greatest possibility for expansion. So that is why I advocate a program of tax reform, which will stimulate more investment in our economy. In addition to that, we have to move on other areas that are holding back growth. I refer, for example, to distressed areas. We have to move into those areas with programs so that we make adequate use of the resources
of those areas. We also have to see that all of the people of the United States, the tremendous talents that our people have, are used adequately. That's why in this whole area of civil rights, the equality of opportunity for employment and education is not just for the benefit of the minority groups, it's for the benefit of the nation, so that we can get the scientists and the engineers and all the rest that we need. And in addition to that, we need programs, particularly in higher education, which will stimulate scientific breakthroughs, which will bring more growth. Now, what all this, of course, adds up to is this. America has not been standing still. Let's get that straight. Anybody who says America's been standing still for the last 7.5 years hasn't been traveling around America. He's been traveling in some other country. We have been moving. We have been moving much faster than we did in the Truman years. But we can and must move faster. And that's why I stand so strongly for programs that will move America forward in the 60s. Move her forward so that we can stay ahead of the Soviet Union and win the battle for freedom and peace.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, first, may I correct a statement which was made before that under my agricultural program, food prices would go up 25%. That's untrue. The farmer who grows wheat gets about 2.5 cents out of a 25-cent loaf of bread. Even if you put his income up 10%, that'd be 2.75%, 3 cents out of that 25 cents. The man who grows tomatoes, it costs less for those tomatoes than it does for the label on the can. And I believe when the average hour for many farmers' wage is about 50 cents an hour, he should do better. But anybody who suggests that that program would come to any figure indicated by the Vice President is in error. The Vice President suggested a number of things. He suggested that we aid distressed areas. The administration has vetoed that bill passed by the Congress twice. He suggested we pass an aid to education bill. The administration and the Republican majority in the Congress has opposed any realistic aid to education. And the Vice President cast a deciding vote against federal aid for teacher salaries in the Senate, which prevented that being added. This administration and this country last year had the lowest rate of economic growth, which means jobs, of any major industrialized society in the world in 1959. And when we have to find 25,000 new jobs a week for the next 10 years, we're going to have to grow more. Governor Rockefeller says 5%. Democratic platform and others say 5%. Many say 4.5%. The last 8 years, the average growth has been about 2.5%. That's why we don't have full employment today.
Mr. McGee has the next question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, a moment ago you mentioned tax loopholes. Now, your running mate, Senator Lyndon Johnson, is from Texas, an oil-producing state and one that many political leaders feel is in doubt in this election year. And reports from there say that oil men in Texas are seeking assurance from Senator Johnson that the oil depletion allowance will not be cut. The Democratic platform pledges to plug loopholes in the tax laws and refers to inequitable depletion allowance as being conspicuous loopholes. My question is, do you consider the 27.5% depletion allowance inequitable, and would you ask that it be cut?
Mr. McGee, there are about 104 commodities that have some kind of depletion allowance, different kind of minerals, including oil. I believe all of those should be gone over in detail to make sure that no one is getting a tax break, to make sure that no one is getting away from paying the taxes he ought to pay. That includes oil, it includes all kinds of minerals, it includes everything within the range of taxation. We want to be sure it's fair and equitable. It includes oil abroad. Perhaps that oil abroad should be treated differently than the oil here at home. Now, the oil industry recently has had hard times, particularly some of the smaller producers. They're moving about 8 or 9 days in Texas. But I can assure you that if I'm elected president, the whole spectrum of taxes will be gone through carefully, and if there's any inequities in oil or any other commodity, then I would vote to close that loophole. I have voted in the past to reduce the depletion allowance for the largest producers, for those from $5 million down, to maintain it at 27.5%. I believe we should study this and other allowances, tax expense, dividend expenses, and all the rest, and make a determination of how we can stimulate growth, how we can provide the revenues needed to move our country forward.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Kennedy's position and mine are completely different on this. I favor the present depletion allowance. I favor it not because I want to make a lot of oil men rich, but because I want to make America rich. Why do we have a depletion allowance? Because this is the stimulation, the incentive for companies to go out and explore for oil, to develop it. If we didn't have a depletion allowance of certainly, I believe, the present amount, we would have our oil exploration cut substantially in this country. Now, as far as my position then is concerned, it is exactly opposite to the senators, and it's because of my belief that if America is going to have the growth that he talks about and that I talk about and that we want, the thing to do is not to discourage individual enterprise, not to discourage people to go out and discover more oil and minerals, but to encourage them. And so he would be doing exactly the wrong thing. One other thing. He suggests that there are a number of other items in this whole depletion field that could be taken into account. He also said a moment ago that we would get more money to finance his programs by revising the tax laws, including depletion. I should point out that as far as depletion allowances are concerned, the oil depletion allowance is one that provides 80% of all of those involved in depletion. So you're not going to get much from revenue insofar as depletion allowances are concerned unless you move in the area that he indicated. But I oppose it. I oppose it for the reasons that I mentioned. I oppose it because I want us to have more oil exploration and not less.
Gentlemen, if I may remind you, time is growing short, so please keep your questions and answers as brief as possible, consistent with clarity. Mr. Von Frem for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, in the past 3 years, there has been an exodus of more than $4 billion of gold from the United States, apparently for two reasons. Because exports have slumped and haven't covered imports, and because of increased American investments abroad. If you were president, how would you go about stopping this departure of gold from our shores? Well, Mr. Von Frem, the first thing we have to do is to continue to keep confidence abroad in the American dollar. That means that we must continue to have a balanced budget here at home in every possible circumstance that we can. Because the moment that we have loss of confidence in our own fiscal policies at home, it results in gold flowing out. Secondly, we have to increase our exports as compared with our imports. And here we have a very strong program going forward in the Department of Commerce. This one must be stepped up. Beyond that, as far as the gold supply is concerned, and as far as the movement of gold is concerned, we have to bear in mind that we must get more help from our allies abroad in this great venture in which all free men are involved of winning the battle for freedom. Now, America has been carrying a tremendous load in this respect. I think we have been right in carrying it. I have favored our programs abroad for economic assistance and for military assistance. But now we find that the countries of Europe, for example, that we have aided, and Japan that we've aided in the Far East, these countries, some are former enemies, some are friends, have now recovered completely. They have got to bear a greater share of this load of economic assistance abroad. That's why I am advocating and will develop during the course of the next administration, if of course I get the opportunity, a program in which we enlist more aid from these other countries on a concerted basis in the programs of economic development for Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The United States cannot continue to carry the major share of this burden by itself. We can carry a big share of it, but we've got to have more help from our friends abroad, and these three factors, I think, will be very helpful in reversing the gold flow which you spoke about.
Senator Kennedy.
Just to correct the record, Mr. Nixon said on depletion that his record was the opposite of mine. What I said was that this matter should be thoroughly gone into to make sure that there aren't loopholes. His record is the opposite of that. That means that he doesn't want to go into it. Now, on the question of the gold, the difficulty, of course, is that we do have heavy obligations abroad, that we've therefore had to maintain not only a favorable balance of trade, but also send a good deal of our dollars overseas to pay our troops, maintain our bases, and sustain other economies. In other words, if we're going to continue to maintain our position in the 60s, we have to maintain a sound monetary and fiscal policy. We have to have control over inflation. And we also have to have a favorable balance of trade. We have to be able to compete in the world market. We have to be able to sell abroad more than we consume from abroad if we're going to be able to meet our obligations. In addition, many of the countries around the world still keep restrictions against our goods, going all the way back to the days when there was a dollar shortage. Now there isn't a dollar shortage, and yet many of these countries continue to move against our goods. I believe that we must be able to compete in the market, steel and in all the basic commodities abroad. We must be able to compete against them because we always did because of our technological lead. We have to be sure to maintain that. We have to persuade these other countries not to restrict our goods in coming in, not to act as if there was a dollar gap. And third, we have to persuade them to assume some of the responsibilities that up till now we've maintained to assist underdeveloped countries in Africa, Latin America, and Asia make an economic breakthrough on their own.
Mr. Drummond's question now for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, a question on American prestige. In light of the fact that the Soviet ambassador was recently expelled from the Congo and that Mr. Khrushchev has this week canceled his trip to Cuba for fear of stirring resentment throughout all Latin America, I would like to ask you to spell out somewhat more fully how you think we should measure American prestige to determine whether it is rising or whether it is falling.
Well, I think there are many tests, Mr. Drummond, of prestige. And the significance of prestige, really, is because we're so identified with the cause of freedom. Therefore, if we're on the mount, if we're rising, if our influence is spreading, if our prestige is spreading, then those who stand now on the razor edge of decision between us or between the communist system, wondering whether they should use the system of freedom to develop their countries or the system of communism, they'll be persuaded to follow our example. There have been several indications that our prestige is not as high as it once was. Mr. George Allen, the head of our information service, said that a result of our being second in space in the Sputnik in 1957, and I quote him, I believe, I paraphrase him accurately, he said that many of these countries equate space developments with scientific productivity and scientific advancement. And therefore, he said, many of these countries now feel that the Soviet Union, which was once so backward, is now on a par with the United States. Secondly, the economic growth of the Soviet Union is greater than ours. Mr. Dulles has suggested it's from 2 to 3 times as great as ours. This has a great effect on the underdeveloped world, which faces problems of low income and high population density and inadequate resources. 3, a Gallup poll taken in February asked people in 10 countries which country they thought would be first in 1970, both scientifically and militarily. And a majority in every country except Greece felt that it would be the Soviet Union by 1970. 4, in the votes at the UN, particularly the vote dealing with Red China last Saturday, we received the support on the position that we had taken of only 2 African countries. One, Liberia, which has been tied to us for more than a century, and the other, Union of South Africa, which is not a popular country in Africa. Every other African country either abstained or voted against us. More countries voted against us in Asia on this issue than voted with us. On the neutralist resolution, which we were so much opposed to, the same thing happened. The candidate who was a candidate for the president of Brazil took a trip to Cuba to call on Mr. Castro during the election in order to get the benefit of the Castro supporters within Brazil. There are many indications. Guinea and Ghana, 2 independent countries within the last 3 years. Guinea in 57, Ghana within the last 18 months, both now are supporting the Soviet foreign policy at the UN. Mr. Herter said so himself. Laos is moving in that direction. So I would say our prestige is not so high. No longer do we give the image of being on the rise. No longer do we give an image of vitality.
Mr. Vice President.
I would say, first of all, that Senator Kennedy's statement that he just made is not going to help our Gallup polls abroad. It isn't going to help our prestige either. Let's look at the other side of the coin. Let's look at the vote in the Congo. The vote was 70-0 against the Soviet Union. Let's look at the situation with regard to economic growth as it really is. We find that the Soviet Union is a very primitive economy. Its growth rate is not what counts. It's whether it is catching up with us, and it is not catching up with us. We're well ahead, and we can stay ahead, provided we have confidence in America and don't run her down in order to build her up. We could look also at other items which Senator Kennedy has named, but I will only conclude by saying this. In this whole matter of prestige, in the final analysis, it's whether you stand for what's right. And getting back to this matter that we discussed at the outset, the matter of Quemoy and Matsu, I can think of nothing that will be a greater blow to the prestige of the United States among the free nations in Asia than for us to take Senator Kennedy's advice that will go against what a majority of the members of the Senate, both Democrat and Republican, said in 1955, and to say in advance, we will surrender an area to the communists. In other words, if the United States is going to maintain its strength and its prestige, we must not only be strong militarily and economically, we must be firm diplomatically. Certainly, we have been speaking, I know, of whether we should have retreat or defeat. Let's remember that the way to win is not to retreat and not to surrender.
Thank you, gentlemen. As we mentioned at the opening of this program, the candidates agreed that the clock alone would determine who had the last word. The two candidates wish to thank the networks for the opportunity to appear for this discussion. I would repeat the ground rules likewise agreed upon by representatives of the two candidates and the radio and television networks. The entire hour was devoted to answering questions from the reporters. Each candidate was questioned in turn, and each had the opportunity to comment on the answer of his opponent. The reporters were free to ask any question on any subject. Neither candidate was given any advance information on any question that would be asked. Those were the conditions agreed upon for this third meeting of the candidates tonight. Now, I might add that also agreed upon was the fact that when the hour got down to the last few minutes, if there was not sufficient time left for another question and suitable time for answer and comment, the questioning would end at that point. That is the situation at this moment. And after reviewing the rules for this evening, I might use the remaining few moments of the hour to tell you something about the other arrangements for this debate with the participants a continent apart. I would emphasize first that each candidate was in a studio alone except for 3 photographers and 3 reporters of the press and the television technicians. Those studios identical in every detail of lighting, background, physical equipment, even to the paint used in decorating. We newsmen in a third studio have also experienced a somewhat similar isolation. Now, I would remind you the 4th in the series of these historic joint appearances scheduled for Friday, October 21st. At that time, the candidates will again share the same platform to discuss foreign policy. This is Bill Shadell. Good night.
I'm Quincy Howe of ABC News saying good evening from New York, where the two major candidates for President of the United States are about to engage in their 4th radio-television discussion of the present campaign. Tonight, these men will confine that discussion to foreign policy. Good evening, Vice President Nixon.
Good evening, Mr. Howe.
And good evening, Senator Kennedy.
Good evening, Mr. Howe.
Now let me read the rules and conditions under which the candidates themselves have agreed to proceed. As they did in their first meeting, both men will make opening statements of about 8 minutes each and closing statements of equal time, running 3 to 5 minutes each. During the half hour between the opening and closing statements, the candidates will answer and comment upon questions from a panel of 4 correspondents chosen by the nationwide networks that carry the program. Each candidate will be questioned in turn with opportunity for comment by the other. Each answer will be limited to 2 1/2 minutes, each comment to 1 1/2 minutes. The correspondents are free to ask any questions they choose in the field of foreign affairs. Neither candidate knows what questions will be asked. Time alone will determine the final question. Reversing the order in their first meeting, Senator Kennedy will make the second opening statement and the first closing statement. For the first opening statement, here is Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Howe, Senator Kennedy, my fellow Americans. Since this campaign began, I have had a very rare privilege. I have traveled to 48 of the 50 states. And in my travels, I have learned what the people of the United States are thinking about. There is one issue that stands out above all the rest, one in which every American is concerned, regardless of what group he may be a member and regardless of where he may live. And that issue, very simply stated, is this: how can we keep the peace, keep it without surrender? How can we extend freedom, extend it without war? Now, in determining how we deal with this issue, we must find the answer to a very important but simple question. Who threatens the peace? Who threatens freedom in the world? There's only one threat to peace and one threat to freedom, that is presented by the international communist movement. And therefore, if we are to have peace, if we are to keep our own freedom and extend it to others without war, we must know how to deal with the communists and their leaders. I know Mr. Khrushchev. I also have had the opportunity of knowing and meeting other communist leaders in the world. I believe there are certain principles we must find in dealing with him and his colleagues. Principles, if followed, that will keep the peace and that also can extend freedom. First, we have to learn from the past, because we cannot afford to make the mistakes of the past. In the 7 years before this administration came into power in Washington, we found that 600 million people went behind the Iron Curtain. And at the end of that 7 years, we were engaged in a war in Korea, which cost over 30,000 American lives. In the past 7 years, in President Eisenhower's administration, this situation has been reversed. We ended the Korean War. By strong, firm leadership, we have kept out of other wars, and we have avoided surrender of principle or territory at the conference table. Now, why were we successful as our predecessors were not successful? I think there are several reasons. In the first place, they made a fatal error in misjudging the communists, in trying to apply to them the same rules of conduct that you would apply to the leaders of the free world. One of the major errors they made was the one that led to the Korean War. In ruling out the defense of Korea, they invited aggression in that area. They thought they were going to have peace. It brought war. We learned from their mistakes. And so in our 7 years, we find that we have been firm in our diplomacy. We have never made concessions without getting concessions in return. We have always been willing to go the extra mile to negotiate for disarmament or in any other area. But we have never been willing to do anything that, in effect, surrendered freedom any place in the world. That is why President Eisenhower was correct in not apologizing or expressing regrets to Mr. Khrushchev at the Paris conference, as Senator Kennedy suggested he could have done. That is why President Eisenhower was also correct in his policy in the Formosa Straits, where he declined and refused to follow the recommendations which Senator Kennedy voted for in 1955, again made in 1959, again repeated in his debates that you have heard, recommendations with regard to, again, slicing off a piece of free territory and abandoning it, if in effect, to the communists. Why did the president feel this was wrong, and why was the president right and his critics wrong? Because, again, this showed a lack of understanding of dictators, a lack of understanding particularly of communists, because every time you make such a concession, it does not lead to peace. It only encourages them to blackmail you. It encourages them to begin a war. And so I say that the record shows that we know how to keep the peace, to keep it without surrender. Let us move now to the future. It is not enough to stand on this record, because we are dealing with the most ruthless, fanatical leaders that the world has ever seen. That is why I say that in this period of the 60s, America must move forward in every area. First of all, although we are today, as Senator Kennedy has admitted, the strongest nation in the world militarily, we must increase our strength. Increase it so that we will always have enough strength that regardless of what our potential opponents have, if they should launch a surprise attack, we will be able to destroy their war-making capability. They must know, in other words, that it is national suicide if they begin anything. We need this kind of strength because we're the guardians of the peace. In addition to military strength, we need to see that the economy of this country continues to grow. It has grown in the past 7 years. It can and will grow even more in the next 4. And the reason that it must grow even more is because we have things to do at home, and also because we are in a race for survival, a race in which it isn't enough to be ahead. It isn't enough simply to be complacent. We have to move ahead in order to stay ahead. And that is why in this field, I have made recommendations which I am confident will move the American economy ahead, move it firmly and soundly so that there will never be a time when the Soviet Union will be able to challenge our superiority in this field. And so we need military strength, we need economic strength, we also need the right diplomatic policies. What are they? Again, we turn to the past. Firmness, but no belligerence. And by no belligerence, I mean that we do not answer insult by insult. When you are proud and confident of your strength, you do not get down to the level of Mr. Khrushchev and his colleagues. And that example that President Eisenhower has set, we will continue to follow. But all this by itself is not enough. It is not enough for us simply to be the strongest nation militarily, the strongest economically, and also to have firm diplomacy. We must have a great goal, and that is not just to keep freedom for ourselves, but to extend it to all the world. To extend it to all the world because that is America's destiny. To extend it to all the world because the communist aim is not to hold their own, but to extend communism. And you cannot fight a victory for communism or a strategy of victory for communism with a strategy simply of holding the line. And so I say that we believe that our policies of military strength, of economic strength, of diplomatic firmness, first will keep the peace and keep it without surrender. We also believe that in the great field of ideals, that we can lead America to the victory for freedom, victory in the newly developing countries, victory also in the captive countries, provided we have faith in ourselves and faith in our principles.
Now the opening statement of Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Howe, Mr. Vice President. First, let me again try to correct the record on the matter of Quemoy and Matsu. I voted for the Formosa Resolution in 1955. I have sustained it since then. I have said that I agree with the administration policy. Mr. Nixon earlier indicated that he would defend Quemoy and Matsu, even if the attack on these islands 2 miles off the coast of China were not part of a general attack on Formosa and the Pescadores. I indicated that I would defend those islands if the attack were directed against Pescadores and Formosa, which is part of the Eisenhower policy. I've supported that policy. In the last week, as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I reread the testimony of General Twining, representing the administration in 1959, and the Assistant Secretary of State before the Foreign Relations Committee in 1958, and I have accurately described the administration policy, and I support it wholeheartedly. So that really isn't an issue in this campaign. It isn't an issue with Mr. Nixon, who now says that he also supports the Eisenhower policy. Nor is the question that all Americans want peace and security an issue in this campaign. The question is, are we moving in the direction of peace and security? Is our relative strength growing? Is, as Mr. Nixon says, our prestige at an all-time high, as he said a week ago, and that of the communists at an all-time low? I don't believe it is. I don't believe that our relative strength is increasing. And I say that not as the Democratic standard bearer, but as a citizen of the United States who is concerned about the United States. I look at Cuba, 90 miles off the coast of the United States. In 1957, I was in Havana. I talked to the American ambassador there. He said that he was the second most powerful man in Cuba. And yet, even though Ambassador Smith and Ambassador Gardner, both Republican ambassadors, both warned of Castro, the Marxist influences around Castro, the communist influences around Castro, both of them have testified in the last 6 weeks that in spite of their warnings to the American government, nothing was done. Our security depends upon Latin America. Can any American looking at the situation in Latin America feel contented with what's happening today? When a candidate for the presidency of Brazil feels it necessary to call not on Washington during the campaign, but on Castro in Havana in order to pick up the support of the Castro supporters in Brazil. At the American conference, Inter-American conference this summer, when we wanted them to join together in the denunciation of Castro and the Cuban communists, we couldn't even get the Inter-American group to join together in denouncing
Castro. It was rather a vague statement that they finally made. Do you know today that the Russians broadcast 10 times as many programs in Spanish to Latin America as we do? Do you know we don't have a single program sponsored by our government to Cuba to tell them our story, to tell them that we are their friends, that we want them to be free again? Africa is now the emerging area of the world. It contains 25% of all the members of the General Assembly. We didn't even have a Bureau of African Affairs until 1957. In the Africa south of the Sahara, which is the major new section, we have less students from all of Africa in that area studying under government auspices today than from the country of Thailand. If there's one thing Africa needs, it's technical assistance. And yet last year we gave them less than 5% of all the technical assistance funds that we distributed around the world. We relied in the Middle East on the Baghdad Pact. And yet when the Iraqi government was changed, the Baghdad Pact broke down. We relied on the Eisenhower Doctrine for the Middle East, which passed the Senate. There isn't one country in the Middle East that now endorses the Eisenhower Doctrine. We look to Asia because the struggle is in the underdeveloped world. Which system, communism or freedom, will triumph in the next 5 or 10 years? That's what should concern us. Not the history of 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, but are we doing enough in these areas? What are freedom's chances in those areas? By 1965 or 1970, will there be other Cubas in Latin America? Will Guinea and Ghana, which have now voted with the communists frequently as newly independent countries of Africa, will there be others? Will the Congo go communist? Will other countries? Are we doing enough in that area? And what about Asia? Is India going to win the economic struggle, or is China going to win it? Who will dominate Asia in the next 5 or 10 years? Communism, the Chinese, or will freedom? The question which we have to decide as Americans, are we doing enough today? Is our strength and prestige rising? Do people want to be identified with us? Do they want to follow the United States leadership? I don't think they do enough, and that's what concerns me. In Africa, these countries that have newly joined the United Nations, on the question of admission of Red China, only 2 countries in all of Africa voted with us, Liberia and the Union of South Africa. The rest either abstained or voted against us. More countries in Asia voted against us on that question than voted with us. I believe that this struggle is going to go on, and it may well be decided in the next decade. I have seen Cuba go to the communists. I have seen communist influence and Castro influence rise in Latin America. I have seen us ignore Africa. There are 6 countries in Africa that are members of the United Nations. There isn't a single American diplomatic representative in any of those 6. When Guinea became independent, the Soviet ambassador showed up that very day. We didn't recognize them for 2 months. The American ambassador didn't show up for nearly 8 months. I believe that the world is changing fast, and I don't think this administration has shown the foresight, has shown the knowledge, has been identified with a great fight which these people are waging to be free, to get a better standard of living, to live better. The average income in some of those countries is $25 a year. The communists say, come with us. Look what we've done. And we've been, on the whole, uninterested. I think we're going to have to do better. Mr. Nixon talks about our being the strongest country in the world. I think we are today, but we were far stronger relative to the communists 5 years ago. And what is of great concern is that the balance of power is in danger of moving with them. They made a breakthrough in missiles. And by 1961, 2, and 3, they will be outnumbering us in missiles. I'm not as confident as he is that we will be the strongest military power by 1963. He talks about economic growth as a great indicator for freedom. I agree with it. What we do in this country, the kind of society that we build, that will tell whether freedom will be sustained around the world. And yet in the last 9 months of this year, we've had a drop in our economic growth rather than a gain. We've had the lowest rate of increase of economic growth in the last 9 months of any major industrialized society in the world. I look up and see the Soviet flag on the moon. The fact is that the State Department polls on our prestige and influence around the world have shown such a sharp drop that up till now the State Department has been unwilling to release them. And yet they were polled by the USIA. The point of all this is a struggle in which we're engaged. We want peace. We want freedom. We want security. We want to be stronger. We want freedom to gain. But I don't believe in these changing and revolutionary times, this administration has known that the world is changing, has identified itself with that change. I think the communists have been moving with vigor. Laos, Africa, Cuba, all around the world, they're on the move. I think we have to revitalize our society. I think we have to demonstrate to the people of the world that we're determined in this free country of ours to be first, not first if, not first but, not first when, but first. And when we are strong and when we are first, then freedom gains, then the prospects for peace increase, then the prospects for our security gain.
That completes the opening statements. Now the candidates will answer and comment upon questions put by these four correspondents: Frank Singheiser of Mutual News, John Edwards of ABC News, Walter Cronkite of CBS News, John Chancellor of NBC News. Frank Singheiser has the first question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, I'd like to pin down the difference between the way you would handle Castro's regime and prevent the establishment of communist governments in the Western Hemisphere and the way that Senator Kennedy would proceed. Vice President Nixon, in what important respects do you feel there are differences between you? And why do you believe your policy is better for the peace and security of the United States in the Western Hemisphere?
Our policies are very different. What this means. We have 5 treaties with Latin America, including the one setting up the Organization of American States in Bogota in 1948, in which we've agreed not to intervene in the internal affairs of any other American country. And this is the major recommendation that he's made. Now, what can we do? Well, we can do what we did with Guatemala. There was a communist dictator that we inherited from the previous administration. We quarantined Mr. Arbenz. The result was that the Guatemalan people themselves eventually rose up and they threw him out. We are quarantining Mr. Castro today. We are quarantining him diplomatically by bringing back our ambassador, economically by cutting off trade, and Senator Kennedy's suggestion that the trade that we cut off is not significant is just 100% wrong. We are cutting off the significant items that the Cuban regime needs in order to survive. By cutting off trade, by cutting off our diplomatic relations as we have, we will quarantine this regime so that the people of Cuba themselves will take care of Mr. Castro. But for us to do what Senator Kennedy has suggested would bring results which I know he would not want, and certainly which the American people would not want.
Mr. Nixon shows himself misinformed. He surely must be aware that most of the equipment and arms and resources for Castro came from the United States, flowed out of Florida and other parts of the United States to Castro in the mountains. There isn't any doubt about that, number one. Number two, I believe that if any economic sanctions against Latin America are going to be successful, they have to be multilateral. They have to include the other countries of Latin America. The very minute effect of the action which has been taken this week on Cuba's economy, I believe Castro can replace those markets very easily through Latin America, through Europe, and through Eastern Europe. If the United States had stronger prestige and influence in Latin America, it could persuade, as Franklin Roosevelt did in 1940, the countries of Latin America to join in an economic quarantine of Castro. That's the only way you can bring real economic pressure on the Castro regime, and also the countries of Western Europe, Canada, Japan, and the others. Number three, Castro is only the beginning of our difficulty throughout Latin America. The big struggle will be to prevent the influence of Castro spreading to other countries, Mexico, Panama, Brazil. Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia. We're going to have to try to provide closer ties, to associate ourselves with the great desire of these people for a better life if we're going to prevent Castro's influence from spreading throughout all of Latin America. His influence is strong enough today to prevent us from getting the other countries of Latin America to join with us in economic quarantine. His influence is growing, mostly because this administration has ignored Latin America. You yourself said, Mr. Vice President, a month ago, that if we had provided the kind of economic aid 5 years ago that we are now providing, we might never have had Castro. Why didn't we?
John Edwards has his first question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, one test of a new president's leadership will be the caliber of his appointments. It's a matter of interest here and overseas as to who will be the new Secretary of State. Now, under our rules, I must ask this question of you, but I would hope that the Vice President also would answer it. Will you give us the names of 3 or 4 Americans, each of whom, if appointed, would serve with distinction, in your judgment, as Secretary of State?
Mr. Edwards, I don't think it's a wise idea for presidential candidates to appoint the members of his cabinet prospectively or to suggest 4 people, indicate that one of them surely will be appointed. This is a decision that the President of the United States must make. The last candidate who indicated that he who his cabinet was going to be was Mr. Dewey in 1948. This is a race between the Vice President and myself for the presidency of the United States. There are a good many able men who could be Secretary of State. I have made no judgment about who should be the Secretary of State. I think that judgment could be made after election if I'm successful. The people have to make a choice between Mr. Nixon and myself, between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, between our approach to the problems which now disturb us as a nation and disturb us as a world power. The President bears the constitutional responsibility, not the Secretary of State, for the conduct of foreign affairs. Some presidents have been strong in foreign policy. Others have relied heavily on the Secretary of State. I have been a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I run for the presidency with full knowledge that his great responsibility, really, given to them by the Constitution and by the force of events, is in the field of foreign affairs. I'm asking the people's support as president. We will select the best men we can get, but I have not made a judgment and I have not narrowed down a list of 3 or 4 people among whom would be the candidate.
Mr. Vice President, do you have a comment?
Mr. Edwards, as you probably know, I have consistently answered all questions with regard to who will be in the next cabinet by saying that that is the responsibility of the next president, and it would be inappropriate to make any decisions on that or to announce any prior to the time that I had the right to do so. So that was my answer to this question. If you don't mind, I'd like to use the balance of the time to respond to one of the comments that Senator Kennedy made on the previous question. He was talking about the Castro regime and what we had been doing in Latin America. I would like to point out that when we look at our programs in Latin America, we find that we have appropriated 5 times as much for Latin America as was appropriated by the previous administration. We find that we have $2 billion more for the Export-Import Bank. We have a new bank for Latin America alone of $1 billion. We have the new program, which was submitted at the Bogota conference, this new program that President Eisenhower submitted, approved by the last Congress, for $500 million. We have moved in Latin America very effectively, and I'd also like to point this out. Senator Kennedy complains very appropriately about our inadequate radio broadcast for Latin America. Let me point out again that his Congress, the Democratic Congress, has cut $80 million off of the Voice of America appropriations. Now, he has to get a better job out of his Congress if he's going to get us the money that we need to conduct the foreign affairs of this country in Latin America or anyplace else.
Walter Cronkite, you have your first question for Vice President Nixon.
Thank you, Quincy. Mr. Vice President, Senator Fulbright, and now tonight Senator Kennedy, maintain that the administration is suppressing a report by the United States Information Agency that shows a decline in United States prestige overseas. Are you aware of such a report? And if you are aware of the existence of such a report, should not that report, because of the great importance this issue has been given in this campaign, be released to the public?
Mr. Cronkite, I naturally am aware of it because I, of course, pay attention to everything Senator Kennedy says, as well as Senator Fulbright. Now, in this connection, I want to point out that the facts simply aren't as stated. First of all, the report to which Senator Kennedy refers is one that was made many, many months ago and related particularly to the period immediately after Sputnik. Second, as far as this report is concerned, I would have no objection to having it made public. Third, I would say this with regard to this report, with regard to Gallup polls, prestige abroad, and everything else that we've been hearing about. What about American prestige abroad? America's prestige abroad will be just as high as the spokesmen for America allow it to be. Now, when we have a presidential candidate, for example, Senator Kennedy, stating over and over again that the United States is second in space, and the fact of the matter is that the space score today is 28-8. We've had 28 successful shots, they've had 8. When he states that we're second in education, and I have seen Soviet education, and I've seen ours, and we're not, that we're second in science, because they may be ahead in one area or another, when overall we're way ahead of the Soviet Union and all other countries in science. When he says, as he did in January of this year, that we have the worst slums, that we have the most crowded schools, when he says that 17 million people go to bed hungry every night, when he makes statements like this, what does this do to American prestige? Well, it can only have the effect, certainly, of reducing it. Let me make one thing clear. Senator Kennedy has a responsibility to criticize those things that are wrong, but he has also a responsibility to be right in his criticism. Every one of these items that I've mentioned, he's been wrong, dead wrong. And for that reason, he has contributed to any lack of prestige. Finally, let me say this. As far as prestige is concerned, the first place it would show up would be in the United Nations. Now, Senator Kennedy has referred to the vote on communist China. Let's look at the vote on Hungary. There we got more votes for condemning Hungary and looking into that situation than we got the last year. Let's look at the reaction to Khrushchev and Eisenhower at the last UN session. Did Khrushchev gain because he took his shoe off and pounded the table and shouted and insulted? Not at all. The president gained, America gained, by continuing the dignity, the decency that has characterized us, and it's that that keeps the prestige of America up, not running down America the way Senator Kennedy's been running her down.
Comment, Senator Kennedy?
I really don't need Mr. Nixon to tell me about what my responsibilities are as a citizen. I've served this country for 14 years in the Congress and before that in the service. I have just as high a devotion, just as high an opinion. What I downgrade, Mr. Nixon, is the leadership the country's getting, not the country. Now, I didn't make most of the statements that you said I made. I believe the Soviet Union is first in outer space. We may have made more shots, but the size of their rocket thrust and all the rest. You yourself said to Khrushchev, you may be ahead of us in rocket thrust, but we're ahead of you in color television, in your famous discussion in the kitchen. I think that color television is not as important as rocket thrust. Secondly, I didn't say we had the worst slums in the world. I said we had too many slums, and that they are bad, and we ought to do something about them. And we ought to support housing legislation, which this administration has opposed. I didn't say we had the worst education in the world. What I said was that 10 years ago, we were producing twice as many scientists and engineers as the Soviet Union, and today they're producing twice as many as we are, and that this affects our security around the world. And fourth, I believe that the polls and other studies and votes in the United Nations and anyone reading the paper and any citizen of the United States must come to the conclusion that the United States no longer carries the same image of a vital society on the move with its brightest days ahead as it carried a decade or 2 decades ago. Part of that is because we've stood still here at home, because we haven't met our problems in the United States, because we haven't had a moving economy. Part of that, as the Gallup poll showed, is because the Soviet Union made a breakthrough in outer space. Mr. George Allen, head of your information service, has said that that made the people of the world begin to wonder whether we were first in science. We're first in other areas of science, but in space, which is the new science, we're not first.
John Chancellor, your first question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, another question in connection with our relations with the Russians. There have been stories from Washington, from the Atomic Energy Commission, hinting that the Russians may have resumed the testing of nuclear devices. Now, if this is true, should the United States resume nuclear testing? And if the Russians do not start testing, can you foresee any circumstances in 1961 in which the United States might resume its own series of tests?
Yes, I think the next president of the United States should make one last effort to secure an agreement on the cessation of tests, number one. I think we should go back to Geneva, who's ever elected president, Mr. Nixon or myself, and try once again. If we fail then, if we're unable to come to an agreement, and I hope we can come to an agreement, because it does not merely involve now the United States, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union as atomic powers. Because of new breakthroughs in atomic energy technology, there's some indications that by the time the next president's term of office has come to an end, there may be 10, 15, or 20 countries
with an atomic capacity. Perhaps that many testing bombs, with all the effect that it could have on the atmosphere, and with all the chances that more and more countries will have an atomic capacity, with more and more chance of war. So one more effort should be made. I don't think that even if that effort fails, that it will be necessary to carry on tests in the atmosphere which pollute the atmosphere. They can be carried out underground, they can be carried on in outer space. But I believe the effort should be made once more by who's ever elected President of the United States. If we fail, it's been a great, serious failure for everyone, for the human race. I hope we can succeed. But then if we fail, responsibility will be clearly on the Russians, and then we'll have to meet our responsibilities to the security of the United States. And there may have to be testing underground. I think the Atomic Energy Committee is prepared for it. There may be testing in outer space. I hope it will not be necessary for any power to resume testing in the atmosphere. It's possible to detect those kind of tests, kind of tests which you can't detect are underground or perhaps in outer space. So that I'm hopeful we can try once more. If we fail, then we must meet our responsibilities to ourselves. But I'm most concerned about the whole problem of the spread of atomic weapons. China may have it by 1963. Egypt. War has been the constant companion of mankind. So to have these weapons disseminated around the world, I believe means that we're going to move through a period of hazard in the next few years. We ought to make one last effort.
Any comment, Mr. Vice President?
Yes, I would say, first of all, that we must have in mind the fact that we have been negotiating to get tests inspected and to get an agreement for many, many months. As a matter of fact, there's been a moratorium on testing as a result of the fact that we have been negotiating. I've reached the conclusion that the Soviet Union is actually filibustering. I've reached the conclusion, too, based on the reports that have been made, that they may be cheating. I don't think we can wait until the next president is inaugurated and then selects a new team, and then all the months of negotiating that will take place before we reach a decision. I think that immediately after this election, we should set a timetable, the next president, working with the President Eisenhower, a timetable to break the Soviet filibuster. There should be no tests in the atmosphere. That rules out any fallout. But as far as underground tests are concerned, and particularly underground tests for developing peaceful uses of atomic energy, we should not allow this Soviet filibuster to continue. I think it's time for them to fish or cut bait. I think that the next president, immediately after his election, should sit down with the president, work out a timetable, and get a decision on this before January of next year.
Our second round of questions begins with one from Mr. Edwards for the Vice President.
Mr. Nixon, carrying forward this business about a timetable, as you know, the pressures are increasing for a summit conference. Now, both you and Senator Kennedy have said that there are certain conditions which must be met before you would meet with Khrushchev. Will you be more specific about these conditions?
Well, the conditions I laid out in one of our previous television debates, and it's rather difficult to be much more specific than that. First of all, we have to have adequate preparation for a summit conference. This means at the Secretary of State level and at the ambassadorial level. By adequate preparation, I mean that at that level, we must prepare an agenda agreed upon with the approval of the heads of state involved. Now, this agenda should delineate those issues on which there is a possibility of some agreement or negotiation. I don't believe we should go to a summit conference unless we have such an agenda, unless we have some reasonable assurance from Mr. Khrushchev that he intends seriously to negotiate on those points. Now, this may seem like a rigid, inflexible position, but let's look at the other side of the coin. If we build up the hopes of the world by having a summit conference that is not adequately prepared, and then if Mr. Khrushchev finds some excuse for breaking it up, as he did this one, because he isn't going to get his way, we set back the cause of peace. We do not help it. We can, in other words, negotiate many of these items of difference between us without going to the summit. I think we have to make a greater effort than we have been making at the Secretary of State level, at the ambassadorial level, to work out the differences that we have. And so, as far as a summit conference is concerned, it should only be entered in upon, it should only be agreed upon, if the negotiations have reached the point that we have some reasonable assurance that something is going to come out of it other than some phony spirit
a spirit of Geneva or Camp David or whatever it is. When I say phony spirit, I mean phony not because the spirit is not good on our side, but because the Soviet Union simply doesn't intend to carry out what they say. Now, these are the conditions that I can lay out. I could not be more precise than that, because until we see what Mr. Khrushchev does and what he says, we cannot indicate what our plans will be.
Any comments, Senator Kennedy?
Well, I think the President of the United States last winter indicated that before he'd go to the summit in May, certainly he did last fall, he indicated that there should be some agenda, that there should be some prior agreement. He hoped that there would be an agreement in part in disarmament. He also expressed the hope that there should be some understanding of the general situation in Berlin. The Soviet Union refused to agree to that, and we went to the summit, and it was disastrous. I believe we should not go to the summit until there is some reason to believe that a meeting of minds can be obtained on either Berlin, outer space, or general disarmament, including nuclear testing. In addition, I believe the next president in January and February should go to work in building the strength of the United States. The Soviet Union does understand strength. We armed a parley, Winston Churchill said 10 years ago. If we are strong, particularly as we face a crisis over Berlin, which we may in the spring or in the winter, it's important that we maintain our determination here, that we indicate that we're building our strength, that we are determined to protect our position, that we're determined to protect our commitments. And then I believe we should indicate our desire to live at peace with the world. But until we're strong here, until we're moving here, I believe a summit could not be successful. I hope that before we do meet, there will be preliminary agreements on those 4 questions, or at least 2 of them, or even 1 of them, which would warrant such a meeting. I think if we had stuck by that position last winter, we would have been in a better position in May.
We have time for only 1 or 2 more questions before the closing statements. Now, Walter Cronkite's question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, the charge has been made frequently that the United States for many years has been on the defensive around the world, that our policy has been one of reaction to the Soviet Union rather than positive action on our own. What areas do you see where the United States might take the offensive in a challenge to communism over the next 4 to 8 years?
One of the areas, and of course the most vulnerable area, is I have felt has been Eastern Europe. I've been critical of the administration's failure to suggest policies which would make it possible for us to establish, for example, closer relations with Poland, particularly after the 55-56 period and the Hungarian Revolution. We indicated at that time that we were not going to intervene militarily. But there was a period there when Poland demonstrated a national independence, and even the Polish government moved some distance away from the Soviet Union. I suggested that we amend our legislation so that we could enjoy closer economic ties. We received the support first of the administration and then not. We were defeated by 1 vote in the Senate. We passed the bill in the Senate this year, but it didn't pass the House. I would say Eastern Europe is the area of vulnerability of the Soviet Union. Secondly, the relations between Russia and China. They are now engaged in a debate over whether war is the means of communizing the world, or whether they should use subversion and infiltration, economic struggles, and all the rest. No one can say what that course of action will be, but I think the next president of the United States should watch it carefully. If those 2 powers should split, it could have great effects throughout the entire world. Thirdly, I believe that India represents a great area for affirmative action by the free world. India started from about the same place that China did. Chinese communists have been moving ahead the last 10 years. India, under a free society, has been making some progress. But if India does not succeed with her 450 million people, if she can't make freedom work, then people around the world are going to determine, particularly in the underdeveloped world, that the only way that they can develop their resources is through the communist system. Fourth, let me say that in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Eastern Europe, the great force on our side is the desire of people to be free. This has expressed itself in the revolts in Eastern Europe. It's expressed itself in the desire of the people of Africa to be independent of Western Europe. They want to be free. And my judgment is that they don't want to give their freedom up to become communists. They want to stay free, independent perhaps of us, but certainly independent of the communists. And I believe if we identify ourselves with that force, if we identify ourselves with it as Lincoln, as Wilson did, as Franklin Roosevelt did, if we become known as the friend of freedom, sustaining freedom, helping these people in the fight against poverty and ignorance and disease, helping them build their lives, I believe in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, eventually in the Eastern Europe and the Middle East, certainly in Western Europe, we can strengthen freedom. We can make it move.
we can put the communists on the defensive.
Your comment, Mr. Vice President?
First, with regard to Poland, when I talked to Mr. Gomulka, the present leader of Poland, for 6 hours in Warsaw last year, I learned something about their problems, and particularly his. Right under the Soviet gun, with Soviet troops there, he is in a very difficult position in taking anything independent, a position which would be independent of the Soviet Union. And yet, let's just see what we've done for Poland. $500 million worth of aid has gone to Poland, primarily economic, primarily to go to the people of Poland. This should continue, and it can be stepped up to give them hope and to keep alive the hope for freedom that I can testify they have so deeply within them. In addition, we can have more exchange with Poland or with any other of the Iron Curtain countries which show some desire to take a different path than the path that has been taken by the ones that are complete satellites of the Soviet Union. Now, as far as the balance of the world is concerned, I, of course, don't have as much time as Senator Kennedy had. I would just like to add with one point. If we are going to have the initiative in the world, we must remember that the people of Africa and Asia and Latin America don't want to be pawns simply in a struggle between two great powers, the Soviet Union and the United States. We have to let them know that we want to help them, not because we're simply trying to save our own skins, not because we're simply trying to fight communism, but because we care for them, because we stand for freedom, because if there were no communism in the world, we would still fight poverty and misery and disease and tyranny. If we can get that across to the people of these countries in this decade of the 60s, the struggle for freedom will be won.
John Chancellor's question for Vice President Nixon.
Sir, I'd like to ask you another question about Quemoy and Matsu. Both you and Senator Kennedy say you agree with the president on this subject and with our treaty obligations. But the subject remains in the campaign as an issue. Now, sir, is this because each of you feels obliged to respond to the other when he talks about Quemoy and Matsu? And if that's true, do you think an end should be called to this discussion, or will it stay with us as a campaign issue?
I would say that the issue will stay with us as a campaign issue just as long as Senator Kennedy persists in what I think is a fundamental error. He says he supports the president's position. He says that he voted for the resolution. Well, just let me point this out. He voted for the resolution in 1955, which gave the president the power to use the forces of the United States to defend Formosa and the offshore islands. But he also voted then for an amendment, which was lost, fortunately, an amendment which would have drawn a line and left out those islands and denied the right to the president to defend those islands if he thought that it was an attack on Formosa. He repeated that error in 1959 in a speech that he made. He repeated it again in a television debate that we had. Now, my point is this. Senator Kennedy has got to be consistent here. Either he's for the president and he's against the position that those who oppose the president in 55 and 59, and the senator's position itself stated the other day in our debate, either he is for the president and against that position, or we simply have a disagreement here that must continue to be debated. Now, if the senator in his answer to this question will say, I now will depart or retract my previous views. I think I was wrong in 1955. I think I was wrong in 1959. And I think I was wrong in our television debate to say that we should draw a line leaving out Quemoy and Matsu. Draw a line, in effect, abandoning these islands to the communists. Then this will be right out of the campaign because there will be no issue between us. I support the president's position. I have always opposed drawing a line. I have opposed drawing a line because I know that the moment you draw a line, that is an encouragement for the communists to attack, to step up their blackmail and to force you into the war that none of us want. And so I would hope that Senator Kennedy in his answer today would clear it up. It isn't enough for him to say, I support the president's position, that I voted for the resolution. Of course he voted for the resolution. It was virtually unanimous. But the point is, what about his error in voting for the amendment, which was not adopted, and then persisting in it in 59, persisting in it into the debate? It's very simple for him to clear it up. He can say now that he no longer believes that a line should be drawn, leaving these islands out of the perimeter of defense. If he says that, this issue will not be discussed in the campaign.
Senator Kennedy, your comment?
Well, Mr. Nixon, to go back to 1955, The resolution commits the president in the United States, which I supported, to defend Formosa, the Pescadores, and if it was his military judgment, these islands. Then the president sent a mission composed of Admiral Radford and Mr. Robertson to persuade Chiang Kai-shek in the spring of '55 to withdraw from the two islands because they were exposed. The president was unsuccessful. Chiang Kai-shek would not withdraw. I referred to the fact that in 1958, as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I'm very familiar with the position that the United States took in negotiating with the Chinese communists on these two islands. General Twining in January '59 described the position of the United States. The position of the United States has been that this buildup, in the words of the president, has been foolish. Mr. Herter has said these islands are indefensible. Chiang Kai-shek will not withdraw. Because he will not withdraw, because he's committed to these islands, because we've been unable to persuade him to withdraw, we are in a very difficult position. And therefore, the president's judgment has been that we should defend the islands if, in his military judgment and the judgment of the commander in the field, the attack on these islands should be part of an overall attack on Formosa. I support that in view of the difficulties we've had with the islands, in view of the difficulties and disputes we've had with Chiang Kai-shek. That's the only position we can take. That's not the position you took, however. The first position you took when this matter first came up was that we should draw the line and commit ourselves as a matter of principle to defend these islands, not as part of the defense of Formosa and the Pescadores. You showed no recognition of the administration program to try to persuade Chiang Kai-shek for the last 5 years to withdraw from the island. And I challenge you tonight to deny that the administration has sent at least several missions to persuade Chiang Kai-shek to withdraw from these islands. And that is the testimony of General Twining and the Assistant Secretary of State in '58.
Under the agreed rules, gentlemen, we've exhausted the time for questions. Each candidate will now have 4 minutes and 30 seconds for his closing statement. Senator Kennedy will make the first closing statement.
I said that I've served this country for 14 years. I served it in the war. I'm devoted to it. If I lose this election, I will continue in the Senate to try to build a stronger country. But I run because I believe this year the United States has a great opportunity to make a move forward, to make a determination here at home and around the world that it's going to reestablish itself as a vigorous society. My judgment is that the Republican Party has stood still here in the United States, and it's also stood still around the world. We're using about 50% of our steel capacity today. We had a recession in '58. We had a recession in '54. We're not moving ahead in education the way we should. We didn't make a judgment in '57 and '56 and '55 and '54 that outer space would be important. If we stand still here, if we appoint people to ambassadorships and positions in Washington who have a status quo outlook, who don't recognize that this is a revolutionary time, then the United States does not maintain its influence. And if we fail, the cause of freedom fails. I believe it incumbent upon the next president of the United States to get this country moving again, to get our economy moving ahead, to set before the American people its goals, its unfinished business, and then throughout the world, appoint the best people we can get, ambassadors who can speak the language, not merely people who made a political contribution, but who can speak the language, bring students here, let them see what kind of a country we have. Mr. Nixon said that we should not regard them as pawns in the Cold War. We should identify ourselves with them. If that were true, why didn't we identify ourselves with the people of Africa? Why didn't we bring students over here? Why did we suddenly offer Congo 300 students last June when they had the tremendous revolt? That was more than we had offered to all of Africa the year before from the federal government. I believe that this party, Republican Party, has stood still really for 25 years, its leadership has. It opposed all of the programs of President Roosevelt and others for minimum wage and for housing and economic growth and development of our natural resources, the Tennessee Valley and all the rest. And I believe that if we can get a party which believes in movement, which believes in going ahead, then we can reestablish our position in the world. Strong defense, strong in economic growth, justice for our people, guarantee of constitutional rights so that people will believe that we practice what we preach, and then around the world, particularly to try to reestablish the atmosphere which existed in Latin America at the time of Franklin Roosevelt. He was a good neighbor in Latin America because he was a good neighbor in the United States, because they saw us as a society that was compassionate, that cared about people, that was moving this country ahead. I believe it my responsibility as the leader of the Democratic Party in 1960 to try to warn the American people that in this crucial time, we can no longer afford to stand still. We can no longer afford to be second best. I want people all over the world to look to the United States again, to feel that we're on the move, to feel that our high noon is in the future. I want Mr. Khrushchev to know that a new generation of Americans
who fought in Europe and Italy and the Pacific for freedom in World War II have now taken over in the United States, and that they're going to put this country back to work again. I don't believe that there's anything this country cannot do. I don't believe there's any burden or any responsibility that any American would not assume to protect his country, protect our security, to advance the cause of freedom. And I believe it incumbent upon us now to do that. Franklin Roosevelt said in 1936 that that generation of Americans had a rendezvous with destiny. I believe in 1960 and 61 and 2 and 3, we have a rendezvous with destiny. And I believe it incumbent upon us to be the defenders of the United States and the defenders of freedom. And to do that, we must give this country leadership, and we must get America moving again.
Now, Vice President Nixon, your closing statement.
Senator Kennedy has said tonight again what he has said several times in the course of these debates and in the campaign, that America is standing still. America is not standing still. It has not been standing still. And let's set the record straight right now by looking at the record, as Al Smith used to say. He talks about housing. We built more houses in the last 7 years than in any administration, and 30% more than in the previous administration. We talk about schools. 3 times as many classrooms built in the past administration in Eisenhower than under the Truman administration. Let's talk about civil rights. More progress in the past 8 years than in the whole 80 years before. He talks about the progress in the field of slum clearance and the like. We find 4 times as many projects undertaken and completed in this administration and in the previous one. Anybody that says America has been standing still for the last 7.5 years hasn't been traveling in America. He's been in some other country. Let's get that straight right away. Now, the second point we have to understand is this, however. America has not been standing still, but America cannot stand pat. We can't stand pat for the reason that we're in a race, as I've indicated. We can't stand pat because it is essential with the conflict that we have around the world that we not just hold our own, that we not keep just freedom for ourselves. It is essential that we extend freedom, extend it to all the world. And this means more than what we've been doing. It means keeping America even stronger militarily than she is. It means seeing that our economy moves forward even faster than it has. It means making more progress in civil rights than we have, so that we can be a splendid example for all the world to see of democracy in action at its best. Now, looking at the other parts of the world, South America, talking about our record and the previous one, we had a good neighbor policy, yes. It sounded fine. But let's look at it. There were 11 dictators when we came into power in 1953 in Latin America. There are only 3 left. Let's look at Africa. 20 new countries in Africa during the course of this administration. Not one of them selected a communist government. All of them voted for freedom, a free type of government. Does this show that communism has the bigger pull or freedom has the bigger pull? Am I trying to indicate that we have no problems in Africa or Latin America or Asia? Of course not. What I am trying to indicate is that the tide of history is on our side and that we can keep it on our side because we're on the right side. We're on the side of freedom. We're on the side of justice against the forces of slavery, against the forces of injustice. But we aren't going to move America forward, and we aren't going to be able to lead the world to win this struggle for freedom if we have a permanent inferiority complex about American achievements. Because we are first in the world in space, as I've indicated. We are first in science, we are first in education, and we're going to move even further ahead with the kind of leadership that we can provide in these years ahead. One other point I would make, what can you do? Senator Kennedy and I are candidates for the presidency of the United States. And in the years to come, it will be written that one or the other of us was elected and that he was or was not a great president. What will determine whether Senator Kennedy or I, if I am elected, was a great president? It will not be our ambition that will determine it, because greatness is not something that is written on a campaign poster. It will be determined to the extent that we represent the deepest ideals, the highest feelings and faith of the American people. In other words, the next president, as he leads America in the free world, can be only as great as the American people are great. And so I say in conclusion, Keep America's faith strong. See that the young people of America particularly have faith in the ideals of freedom and faith in God, which distinguishes us from the atheistic materialists who oppose us.
Thank you, gentlemen. Both candidates have asked me to express their thanks to the networks for this opportunity to appear on this discussion. May I repeat that all those concerned in tonight's discussion have, sometimes reluctantly, followed the rules and conditions read at the outset and agreed to in advance by the candidates and the networks. The opening statements ran 8 minutes each. The closing statements ran 4 minutes, 30 seconds. The order of speaking was reversed from their first joint appearance when they followed the same procedure. A panel of newsmen questioned each candidate alternately. Each had 2.5 minutes to reply. The other had 1.5 minutes to comment. But the first discussion dealt only with domestic policy. This one dealt only with foreign policy. One last word. As members of a new political generation, Vice President Nixon and Senator Kennedy have used new means of communication to pioneer a new type of political debate. The character and courage with which these two men have spoken sets a high standard for generations to come. Surely they have set a new precedent. Perhaps they have established a new tradition. This is Quincy Howe. Good night from New York.
Everything you think you know about the relationship between the Soviets and the Nazis before, during, and after World War II is incorrect. Many people know about the Non-Aggression Pact signed between these two nations, known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and many more do not. Many know of the brief period of supposed neutrality which existed between these two nations, from the late 30s to the early 40s, while others downplay this as the Soviet Union merely buying time before it could attack the Nazis when they weren't looking. But what are the facts behind this intriguing era, and just how deep does the rabbit hole go? Before we discuss at any length the relationship between the Soviet state and the Third Reich, we have to lay down precedent. Precedent which is to be found in the arm of Stalinism in Germany. The Communist Party of Germany, or the KPD for short, which was dominated by the influence of Stalinism through individuals such as Ernst Thälmann, who led the party. Before being banned in 1933, the Stalinist KPD had tried its very best to befriend the Nazis in every way that they could. The anti-Social Democratic Party referendum in Prussia was backed by not only Hitler's Nazis, but by the KPD, which publicly announced on July 22nd of 1931 that it would join the Nazi-initiated plebiscite in order to overthrow the SPD government. On November 1st of 1931, the KPD newspaper Rote Fahne published an open letter to the, quote, fellow workers of the Nazi Party and its stormtroopers, declaring the Nazis to be honest fighters against the hunger system. But this collaboration wasn't new, which one ought to find extremely surprising, at least at first. The fact was that not just in 1930, 1931, and 1932, but going way back into 1924, the KPD of Germany voted on the same side as the Nazi Party in the Reichstag 7 times out of 10. The KPD, the NVP, and the Nazi Party ended up aligning the most frequently out of all of the parties in the Reichstag, followed by the close alignment of the Social Democrats and Catholic Ascension Party, which themselves tended to vote together as a bloc. There were more votes shared between the Nazi Party and the KPD than between any combination of the other parties within the German government at any point since 1924. Throughout the entire period of 1924 to 1932, between the 197 votes taken by the government, in 145 of those votes, the KPD aligned themselves with the Nazi Party. KPD leaflets took up statements such as "down with the Jewish Republic" to appease Nazi voters as well. Pravda, the official newspaper of Soviet Russia, having heard of the new events, expressed that the rise of the Nazis could only mean that new millions have awakened from their political winter sleep. Early in the 1930s, the quasi-Nazistic strategy of the KPD had its greatest outward expression in the creation of the communist-aligned Scheringerstaffel in Linden, Germany. This unit was headed by Richard Scheringer, a German lieutenant formerly belonging to the National Socialist Party. In March of 1931, after leaving prison, Scheringer was again in the news, as he had been before, for his move from the National Socialist Party to the Communist Party. The Scheringerstaffel unit went so far as to wear SA uniforms, which were then adorned with symbols of the Soviet Union as part of Richard Scheringer's attempt to bring National Socialists into the Communist Party. The KPD would use his example to encourage other members of the National Socialists to join the Communists. What is being shown in front of you on screen now is an image of a KPD militia known as the Rote Front in Dresden in February of 1933. One can only guess where the communists gained the inspiration for such a march from. The KPD strategy would become known as the Scheringer Kurs strategy, mixing Marxist and Nazistic elements to appeal to the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Rudolf Diels, the first head of the Gestapo, pointed out that in Berlin, 70% of the new recruits to the Nazis' militant SA since January of 1933 had been former militants of the Communist Party of Germany. One of the most interesting facts provided by Diels was that entire KPD Rote Front units had been moved into the Nazis' SA. Albert Gruszinski, social democrat and head of the Berlin police between 1930 and 1932, pointed out that around a third of the members of the SA in Berlin were ex-communists as early as 1932. Hans Bernd Gisevius, an undercover member of the opposition to the Nazi regime and part of the secret police, noted that at least one-third of SA members in 1933 were former Communist Party members. These SA members were known as Nazi Rindersteak, or beefsteak, in reference to them being brown shirts on the outside and red Marxists on the inside. The SA themselves calculated that 50% of their members had come from the ranks of the communists, and reports from both the Gestapo and KPD intelligence confirmed a considerable presence of former communists within the SA. For example, in the Altona district of Hamburg, between 30 and 50 of the SA's 50 members had been communists before, including the right hand of the leader of Altona SS unit. A KPD propaganda piece meant to attract Nazi sympathy can be seen here, and an image of two National Socialist and KPD members on strike together should be seen here. This photo was taken from the 1932 Berlin transport strike, where both the Communist RGO and National Socialist Factory Cell organization worked together with KPD and Nazi street fighters, blocking depots, fighting the police, and sabotaging BVG service, sometimes together. Despite being nominally against the Nazis, leader of the KPD, Ernst Thälmann, himself believed that the Nazis should be allowed to rise to power first to make a communist revolution in Germany more politically expedient. Importantly, Joseph Stalin, when Hitler finally did rise to power, did absolutely nothing to oppose the rise of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, despite the large presence of the KPD, which took directive directly from him. Stalin lost his ideological grip over the nation entirely as the KPD was quickly banned by the Reich government in 1933. So much for internationalism. Let's fast forward about 6 years to Berlin on April 17th of 1939, after the Treaty of Rapallo, where the Russian ambassador reported to the State Secretary of the Third Reich, "There exists, for Russia, no real curbs." First made sure that he was German, and then said to him, "We will remain friends with you, in any event." One could brush these off as simple diplomatic words of appeasement if it weren't for quite literally everything else Stalin and his administration did to maintain their relationship with the Reich, such as declaring that waging war for a destruction of Hitlerism was in fact a criminal act. Soviet diplomat V.M. Molotov on October 31st of 1939 stated, "One may accept or reject the ideology of Hitlerism, as well as any other ideological system. That's a matter of political views. But everybody should understand that an ideology can be destroyed by force, that it cannot be eliminated by war. It's therefore not only senseless, but criminal to wage such a war as a war for the destruction of Hitlerism, camouflaged as a fight for democracy." If all of this weren't enough, in a twisted turn of events, the Soviets would give Germany 43,054 Polish prisoners, or 33% of all of the Poles who had ever been captured by the Soviet military up until that point in the war. Many of these Poles would find their ways into Nazi concentration camps where they would perish. In 1940, a trade agreement was organized between Nazi Germany and the USSR, which benefited the Reich's economy immensely, as the rubber and zinc which the Reich obtained from Russia was as important to them as Russia's timber was important to the Brits. Joseph Stalin stated, almost hilariously to Karl von Ritter, "If we, Russia and Germany, go on collaborating like this for another 4 or 5 years, Russia will be able to produce enough raw materials to supply 2 Germanys." On the other hand, Pravda drained Germany, while only 150 million Reichsmarks in German goods returned. He adds that this transfer was at the expense of the Russians' own consumption. The Soviets were eating into their own stocks to meet German needs. Overall, deliveries included hundreds of thousands of tons of grain, oil, cotton, metals, timber, etc. In the first year of the 1940 pact alone, Moscow committed about 650 million Reichsmarks worth of exports to Germany. Though less public, some collaboration on military intelligence and training occurred. German and Soviet military attachés exchanged assessments, while earlier in the 1930s, the USSR had secretly hosted German tank and air training. After 1939, Stalin reportedly invited Wehrmacht generals to brief Red Army officers. Most interestingly, Stalin's own military staff included a number of German advisors in 1940 to 1941, and Red Army officers collected German manuals. At a minimum, the two regimes, at least to our knowledge, coordinated on radio intercepts of Poland and France. The Soviet Union released an entire book entitled Falsifiers of History, in which it falsified history and attempted to debunk the obvious relations which it held with the Nazi government between 1939 and 1941. Within the prologue, the government admits that it resisted the publication of German documents which exposed the Reich's ties to the USSR under the impression that public knowledge of the coalition would make the general public more anti-communist. Falsifiers of History spends the entirety of its first chapter complaining about how the Allied powers were hesitant to resist Hitler and how Western private businesses worked with the Reich in a sad attempt to excuse the Soviet Union's own alliance with the Nazis after the war had already started. The Soviet Union then claims that it alone was doing everything in order to block the fascist aggressor's way, a flagrant lie as Russia broke away from the Allies and joined the Axis powers to pursue war conditions which benefited it more. The Soviet diplomat Viktor Israelian commented, "History's falsifiers certainly did nothing to disprove the existence of Soviet-German cooperation in the first years of World War II, a cooperation that to a certain degree assisted Hitler's plan." In 1939, Stalin personally began to oversee the purge of leading Jewish Soviet officials, including two prominent Jewish commissars, party leader Artemia Ryutin and the foreign commissioner Maxim Litvinov. Yiddish cultural institutions were already being curtailed by 1939, and by 1940-41, only a few Yiddish newspapers and theaters remained, and any hint of Jewish self-organization was suppressed. In the 1940 elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR from Western Ukraine, White Russia, and Poland, not a single Jew was elected to the Supreme Soviet despite its 750 seats available, old Nazi prisons and concentration camps. Between May of 1945 and January 6th of 1950, 10 principal camps held upwards of 157,000 detainees under direct control of the NKVD and later the MVD. These were death camps of malnutrition, disease, and utter isolation. Under NKVD Order Number 00315, April 18th of 1945, Soviet authorities were to round up anybody deemed a hostile element. Some former Nazis, some suspected werewolf youths, while others were social democrats, landowners resisting the theft of their property by the Soviet Empire, journalists, or simply anybody suspected of anti-Soviet activity. No evidence was required because arrests were purely administrative, without any judicial oversight required. Detainees were classed either as interned with no trial, or, in a minority of cases, sentenced by a Soviet military tribunal whose trial took about 15 to 20 minutes on average. From the moment they arrived, prisoners were wrenched from the world with no mail or visitors allowed. Tuberculosis, dysentery, typhus, and dystrophy ran rampant. Although they received standard rations compared to the rest of the Soviet-occupied zones, they had no black markets, so inmates starved. Unlike Nazi camps, there was no forced labor, but that only compounded the stagnation and physical decline. By late 1946, camp populations peaked at over 80,000 men, women, and even children, as many as 10,000 youth under 18. Half of these youth never returned. In the first half of 1947 alone, 31,404 individuals had died, 60,774 remained alive but debilitated, 43% were suffering from serious illnesses such as dystrophy, tuberculosis, or open wounds. Officially, 43,035 people died. Only 45,261 were ever freed. The remainder were deported to the Gulag or reclassified as prisoners of war, or alternatively handed over to East German authorities. 756 were executed outright. Few dared to speak. In 1946, Eugen Koga noted in Der SS Stat that the NKVD camps had become a mirror image of Nazi brutality, stating, "Anyone suspected of being a state enemy, agent of a foreign power, class enemy, or kulak was seized. The only difference was that they were not gassed, but starvation, disease, and isolation did their work." Others, like Franz Neumann, observed on an SPD platform in 1948, "The camps are the same, but in 1948, the hammer and the sickle have replaced the swastika." After the war, Ernest, a Jewish publishing house, was shut down by the state. Ennenkite, the only Yiddish daily paper, was suspended as well. Not one Yiddish newspaper or publishing house existed anywhere in Russia by mid-1949, and critics who held Jewish ancestry, such as Johann Altman, a theater critic, were targeted in Stalin's anti-cosmopolitan campaign. Johann Altman was denounced as a double dealer, a man with the dark soul of a traitor, a servant of the imperialist West, a diversionist in art. Of the 50 or so intellectuals attacked by the USSR between mid-February and April of 1949 under the anti-cosmopolitan campaign, 49 of them were Jewish. Pravda, referring to cosmopolitans on January 28, their posts, the chief editor of the Volkstime, a Jew, supposedly committed suicide, while the chief editor of Abend, a Jew as well, was arrested and deported. The National Democratic Party of East Germany, NDPD for short, would be founded in 1948 by the former SS officer Wilhelm Adam. It would attain 35 seats in the East German legislature in 1950, becoming the fifth most powerful party in East Germany out of 12 total parties in the legislature. Stalin had suggested that the Nazi paper newspaper known as the People's Observer be revived as an official newspaper of the National Democratic Party of East Germany to appeal to former Nazis, a proposal which was in the end rejected, of course. Starting in 1951, Stalin's security organs had alleged that a cabal of prominent Jewish doctors was planning to poison top Soviet leaders, inspired, of course, by the medieval blood libel that Jews secretly poisoned Christian Wells during the Black Death. 6 of the 9 accused physicians were Jewish, portrayed by Pravda as inhuman beasts, exploiting their medical roles to commit assassinations. Official dispatches warned of, and I quote, an international Jewish bourgeoisie nationalist organization recruiting saboteur doctors on behalf of U.S. and British intelligence. Arrested doctors were to be beaten relentlessly. At their core, German National Socialism and Stalinist communism were nothing less than ideological siblings. Beneath the aesthetic of power was an admiration of organized terror against society for the sake of exalting some pure segment of the nation, be it race or class, agreeing that this end, however brutal, justified the purge of their own people to reshape civilization in their own distorted image. Consider the steps taken by these ideologues to appease each other in practice. These weren't choices made for mere political convenience. When Stalin's purges against the Jews began to echo Hitler's blood libel rhetoric, and when East Germany's National Democratic Party began to recycle old SS officers, the mask finally slipped and revealed that at the end of the day, the communist system trafficked in the same currency of fear, exclusion, and control. History's lesson is unfortunate. Communism and Nazism, though dressed in different colors, marched to the same drumbeat, wielding their ideologies not as outreached hands, but as hammers against the aspirations of their own people. Syria is in grave danger. Since the fall of the dictator Bashar al-Assad, a new government has taken power and been hailed by the international liberal order as ushering in a golden age of freedom in the country. However, this praise is misguided, to say the least. The new leader of Syria, Ahmed al-Sharaa, known also by his alias al-Julani, is not who he claims to be. Prior to founding his own militant organization in 2013, Ahmed was a significant member of al-Qaeda and was also one of the founding figures of the Islamic State. The purported liberalization of his ruling HTS has been nothing more than a calculated deception which was intended to earn international legitimacy, a legitimacy that the HTS's members have since forsaken. The reality is that Sharaa was effectively a member of ISIS from his earliest militant days until 2013. As many know, Sharaa was a veteran of al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, and their insurgency against American forces in 2003. AQI was the continuation of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's JTJ, also known as Jama'at, a group in which al-Sharaa had been an important member. Originally established in 1999 and later merging voluntarily into al-Qaeda, JTJ was where al-Sharaa became a close friend and confidant of al-Zarqawi. In 2003, during the Iraq War, Ahmed al-Sharaa was captured by American forces and detained at Camp Bucca, where he developed a personal relationship with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, his cellmate, and the man who would later declare himself as caliph in 2014. After al-Zarqawi's death in 2006, AQI was rebranded as the Islamic State in Iraq under al-Baghdadi's leadership, though it continued to be known as AQI until its expansion into Syria. The Islamic State in Iraq, or ISI, then established the al-Nusra Front as its Syrian branch under al-Julani's command, initially giving him control over about 50 fighters. Al-Nusra then quickly evolves into a broader coalition which acts as a high command for a handful of Islamic militant organizations in the region, including the Islamic State-aligned Caucasus Emirate. In essence, Ahmed al-Sharaa answered directly to Baghdadi. To put everything I've just said simply, al-Julani's original al-Nusra was conceived as a project solely intended to extend the Islamic State's influence into Syria, a designation that was confirmed by the United States government in 2012, with al-Baghdadi entrusting him with command over ISI, or Islamic State Iraq assets in Syria, such as the Caucasus Emirate. In fact, Western intelligence initially referred to al-Nusra as Islamic State Syria, or ISS for short. Al-Julani's decision to break away from the Islamic State only came from his desire to avoid long-term subordination to al-Baghdadi and to establish an independent organization. The Syrian Salvation Government, which preceded al-Sharaa's eventual control over the entirety of Syria, adopted the Syrian independence flag emblazoned with the Islamic Shahada as its national emblem. In the earliest days of the Syrian transitional government, following Assad's overthrow last year, the Tawhid flag, the symbol of Islamic theocratic statehood, was used alongside the Syrian independence flag. Although I'd be surprised if people are still unaware of this fact by now, but upon overthrowing Assad, al-Sharaa, acting as the de facto leader, unilaterally declared himself as president of Syria, has dismissed parliament indefinitely and abolished the constitution, announcing that it will take up to 3 years to draft a new constitution and 4 years to hold new elections. Those were his initial announcements, though the suspension of elections has since been extended to more than 5 years. On December 8th, the day of Assad's overthrow, one of Shira's first acts was to deliver a speech at the Great Mosque of Damascus proclaiming a new chapter in Syrian history. Beginning in Idlib and now spreading to other major cities, the ruling HTS has imposed severe restrictions on women's dress code, mobility, and public participation. Women are required to be accompanied by a male guardian in public, and violations of these rules can result in fines or detention. In an interview with Lebanon's Al Jadid TV, the chief of political affairs of Syria, Obaida Arnaout, announced that women will henceforth be excluded from certain aspects of public life due to their biological, psychological, and mental characteristics. Especially alarming is the appointment of Syria's new chief of women's affairs. Al-Debs, who heads this department, has publicly praised Hamas, mourned the death of its leaders, described the revolution against Assad as inherently jihadist, has rejected the notion of gender equality, arguing that secularism has harmed women, and stated that feminism will no longer be tolerated in a post-Assad Syria. Meanwhile, HTS member Shadi al-Waisi, formerly a judge for al-Nusra, and recorded on video ordering the execution of Syrian women for violating Islamic law, has been promoted as the Minister of Justice under al-Shara. Additionally, Abdulaziz Dawood Kudberdi, commander of the Turkestan Islamic Party, has been appointed as a brigadier general, as have many other Islamist militants from Jordan, Turkey, Xinjiang, Egypt, and Albania. Over the course of this very weekend, the Druze people have begun to face notably increasing aggression from the Syrian government. Israeli authorities, who grant special protection to the Druze, have demanded the defense of Druze settlements near Damascus, including in areas such as Jarmana, where violent incidents, which have been instigated by the Syrian security forces, have already been resulting in casualties. Gunmen from nearby suburbs have been harassing local Druze defenders, while in Swaida, the Druze have been resisting handing over their weapons in defiance against the new Islamic regime. Many are happy to see the overthrow of Assad. However, the fact is that without decisive intervention, Syria is on the track to suffer a fate similar to that of Iran and Afghanistan, where long-standing social freedoms were entirely eradicated following the rise of jihadist regimes, which have, in the region, consistently been far worse than their preceding secular regimes across the board. Unless international intervention occurs, or a miraculous victory by remaining Ba'athist insurgents is achieved, one can only hope that such international pressure might at least temper the actions of this emerging jihadist dictatorship for the sake of the Syrian people. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon may be rightfully credited as the single greatest thinker to emerge from 19th century France. Having first influenced a young Karl Marx, having founded the political term anarchism itself, and having later inspired Russian, Italian, and French socialist and syndicalist thinkers, Proudhon in his era represented the most practical current of left-wing political thought. But what did he believe? To answer this question, I will be making an attempt to analyze the ideology of the father of anarchism in more depth than any other channel ever has in a single video. To even begin to answer the question of what Proudhon believed and what his theories entailed, we need to first define what anarchism meant to Proudhon. In his first major works from 1840 to 1846, Proudhon ruthlessly critiqued government as a corrupt instrument of privilege. He refused to identify as a monarchist, a democrat, or an aristocrat, claiming only the identity of anarchist. At that time, Proudhon saw all governments, monarchies, republics, or dictatorships, as enemies of liberty. In his book System of Economic Contradictions, written in 1846, Proudhon argued that the state necessarily reproduces social inequalities. Thus, in 1840 to 1846, Proudhon's platform was radical anti-statism. The state needed to wither away, and society instead should have, in his view, organized bottom-up through free federations and mutual aid, not through any fixed political authority. Following the fall of Louis Philippe in 1848, which Proudhon welcomed, Proudhon quickly grew pessimistic about the viability of a proletarian revolution. Without the strong institutional checks which Proudhon believed were ensured by federalism and local liberties, France would merely trade one master, Louis Philippe, for another. Proudhon thus continued to exalt federalism and municipal autonomy during 1848 to 1852, criticizing any centralized bourgeoisie republic. Meanwhile, he now anticipated a republic formed by a network of communes and associations. He championed on the idea of bottom-up federalism, believing that sovereignty should reside in free municipal as well as industry-based bodies. His federalist stance was theoretically consistent with his early anarchism, as he was still advocating for a balance of free associated citizens organized by profession and locality. The true embodiment of Republican government under Proudhon's conception must include a multitude of properties. First and foremost, a definition of economic rights to secure freedoms for all participants in economic life. Secondarily, the balance of economic forces, including the hierarchical formation of agricultural and industrial organizations, alongside the socially oriented organization of public services for the well-being of the general public. The aforementioned agricultural and industrial organizations were very important to Proudhon's theory. The Republic's legislative body must, in Proudhon's Republic, correlate to the relationship of industrial groupings within society. The only way universal suffrage could mean anything positive in a moral or democratic sense to Proudhon was for the citizenry to vote on the basis of economic category and function. Proudhon's later works on justice in the Revolution and in the Church, written in 1858, elaborated his aforementioned Republican vision. Both legislative and executive power would fuse in representatives chosen by industrial, corporative, and communal groupings. Proudhon explicitly rejected the dual chamber system, instead proposing one legislative body alongside an office of jurisprudence to advise it. Strangely, Proudhon insisted that legislative or executive power would not be separate. In his own words, the legislative power is not distinct from the executive power. He explains that the representatives of the nation, being the delegated heads of the various public services, industrial groups, corporations, and territorial districts, are all, in fact, true ministers. In other words, deputies would be chosen by industry groups and local communes, making them simultaneously legislators and administrators. By having all representatives drawn from economic and territorial categories and subject to recall at any time, they form together the nation's convention, ministry, council of state, and legislature all at once. This arrangement was a reflection of Proudhon's doctrine that power should mirror the society's economic structure. He even argued that to make universal suffrage intelligent, it is necessary to have citizens vote by categories of functions, in accordance with the principle of collective force which forms the basis of society and the state. In plain terms, he believed universal suffrage should not be a mass anonymous vote, but rather an election organized by categories of function such as job, guild, or region. In other words, instead of one person, one vote, one territory, votes would flow through functional federations to balance competing interests such as workers and capitalists by tying deputies to their group's economic rules, thus ensuring interdependence. The third point, which was important to Proudhon's idealized republic, was the assurance of political guarantees designed to protect individual freedoms, such as freedom of speech and press, legislative initiative, freedom of assembly and association, the inviolability of the individual, the home, and private writings, etc. Fourth, administrative decentralization accompanied by a revival of localized city life. Fifth, and finally included the abolition of standing armies, as Proudhon expected, perhaps naively, that within socialized society, the spirit of struggle would transfer from the battlefield to the workplace, imbued into the production processes within the economy, thus ending wars between states. Proudhon believed this form of genuine republican government to be an abolition of the state, as to Proudhon the state was definitionally nothing other than a repressive centralization of authority over the masses which it falsely proclaimed to represent. Within this understanding, through the new form of republican governance, the state is absorbed into society, swallowed by it in the totality of the social being, putting an end to taxation, simplifying the bloated bodies of bureaucratic administration, and centralizing each economic class of function separately, thereby organizing universal suffrage in a proper manner. One could very much argue that Proudhon doesn't, in fact, abolish the nation-state in his theory, and in connection with Pierre Leroux, Proudhon admits that from a certain standpoint this can be viewed as true. Within Proudhon's system, mutual credit societies would emerge in every town, allowing workers and farmers to borrow without usury. Above them, a central bank of the people would exist for public interest, run by delegates from all industries. This People's Bank would discount producers' bills and circulate its notes at par. Each subscriber is obliged to accept in all payments the paper of the Bank of Exchange. The effect would be interest-free credit. Since the bank's notes are backed by goods themselves, not gold, the members need only reimburse in kind, abolishing usury and freeing trade from gold's royalty over society. All associations, economic and political, were to be voluntary contracts. A truly democratic pact must be, to Proudhon, commutative. Each party gives as much as it gains and retains its sovereignty over all else. In his book, The Federative Principle, published in 1863, he writes, for example, that when citizens enter any association, the citizen must receive as much from the state as he sacrifices to it. Thus regulated and understood, the political contract is what Proudhon calls the federation. Federation is, of course, to Proudhon, a pact among free communes or groups, each keeping more rights than it gives up. The federal authority only handles specific common functions, with its delegates strictly agents of the member groups. A true confederation isn't precisely a state, it's a league of autonomous entities, and the so-called federal authority isn't a government, but an agency created by the states to perform common services. Factories, farms, and workshops would form local co-ops that link by contract into larger regional and national federations. This network would replace the capitalist market and the unitary state. Taken in its entirety, Proudhon's mutualism means liberty in exchange, free contract, free competition among producers, and credit provided by the people themselves. To Proudhon, the social revolution would come not by seizing state power, but by association under the golden rule: do not do to others what you would not want done to you, do the good you would wish to receive. Previously mentioned in passing very briefly, and central to Proudhon's ideological framework, was the concept of struggle. Proudhon espouses struggle and conflict and the tension which emerges from this conflict as the manner in which society progresses. Struggle determines by the trial of strength through various methods, including battles of arms, which of two or more contending powers engaging in conflict are superior. The struggle between Hercules and Eurystheus, between authority and liberty, between revolution and tradition, these represent the constant pulls around which society is constantly moving and organizing itself. Because of this doctrine of Proudhon's philosophy, the world is always in a permanent state of change and revolution, regardless of whether or not we would like it to be. Proudhon, in his book Peace and War, states, "War, a still more false philanthropy, showed us nothing but a frightful scourge, the explosion of our innate wickedness and the manifestation of heavenly wrath. War is the most incorruptible expression of our conscience, the act which, in the final analysis, and in spite of the impure influence that is mixed with it, honors us most before creation and before the eternal." To Proudhon, even battle was a beautiful ideal to uphold. Not only this, but it laid down the framework for the very basis of civilization itself, in his view, as only through struggle and its resolutions would the human race ever continue to evolve. On the other hand, the pacification of society into a state of consumerist and inactive stupor would mark its deterioration and eventual collapse, as without conflict, no resolution, and therefore no advancement could ever occur. Proudhon begins his book War and Peace by asserting that war, like religion and justice, is an intrinsic moral phenomenon, not a merely external physical conflict. He writes that war, like religion and justice, is in humanity a phenomenon more internal than external, a fact of moral life. In his view, war is rooted in the depths of human conscience and encompasses in its idea the universality of human relations. By this, he means that war gives rise to and reveals almost every human institution: religion, law, art, economics, politics, even classes such as nobility and bourgeoisie. Proudhon declares that through war, nations are regenerated, states find balance, progress continues, justice establishes its rule, and liberty finds its guarantees. To remove the idea of war, Proudhon argues, is to extinguish all meaning in human history and civilization. Proudhon thus elevates war as a fundamental form of our reason, a law of our soul, and a condition of our existence akin to time, space, beauty, or justice. It is almost a metaphysical given to Proudhon, a divine law of society. War's inevitability is portrayed by Proudhon in cosmic terms. He states, "I'm not afraid to say it. War is eternal. Hail to war. It is through it that man, scarcely risen from the mud, asserts himself in his majesty and his bravery." When he calls hail to war, Proudhon isn't celebrating wanton violence. It's the heroic struggle that for him brings mankind out of brutishness and towards nobility. Philosophically, then, war is for Proudhon a divine and primordial reality. He declares war is divine, that is to say primordial, essential to life. It has its source in the depths of consciousness. Contrary to the common view of war as immoral murder, Proudhon argues that true war is morally justified. He rejects the notion that a warrior is either a hero or a brigand depending on the justness of his cause. Instead, Proudhon argues that true war is no more unjust on one side than the other. It is on both sides, and necessarily just, virtuous, moral, and sacred. In other words, genuine warfare as a juridical act embodies justice on both sides and even attains a sacred character. By this very paradoxical criterion, war elevates rights instead of abolishes them. When two armies fight honorably and the honorability of the combatants and the presumption of right are equal, each side may claim the moral high ground. Death on the battlefield is, in Proudhon's framing, the crowning of life, a noble end for a free, intelligent human being. Proudhon observes that unlike animals that fight merely as instinct, human war is infused with conscience and justice. Wolves and lions make war only on other species, but they don't wage war amongst themselves, while among humans, war alone has produced civilization, freedom, and progress. Proudhon argues that without pride in heroism, the pride and spirit of valor in conflict, humanity would have sunk to the level of purely industrious, peaceful animals. And so, for Proudhon, war brings out humanity's chivalry and our capacity for justice and heroism. This conviction leads Proudhon to embrace war with almost a theological commitment. He anticipates the pacifist objection that war is murder. He calls this an abominable sophism to equate honorable war with mere homicide. In Proudhon's account, it is not war that falsifies conscience, but the pacifists who disregard the human conscience, which they do not understand. The fact that states are founded on bloody conquest is a puzzle that Proudhon throws back at the critic. For him, the moral order itself has emerged from war. Sociologically, Proudhon saw war as a fundamental institution of human society. It was more than an occasional outbreak of violence. It was to him a principle, an institution, a belief, a doctrine that permeates civilizations. One could find the true foundations of society to Proudhon by chronicling the development of both law and war alongside each other throughout history. In fact, he argues the common view that war is arbitrary conflict is completely incorrect. The law of nations, in his view, is essentially the outcome of martial struggle, the first expression of rights being determined by which side's force or right prevails. The jurists who deny any right of war misunderstand that war itself creates new rights by establishing victors and vanquished. Regardless, Proudhon is also attentive to how society resists war's brutality. Every social group instinctively seeks to avoid deadly slaughter, even as it depends on conflict for meaning. Proudhon frames this as the fundamental contradiction of society. Our very progress depends on struggle, but we flee its excesses. He writes that without war, civilization falls into the void, and the very idea of human progress becomes meaningless. But since people flee war and tend towards peace, there is an enduring problem to solve. Beyond literal war, Proudhon famously claimed that society is based on persistent contradictions or antagonisms at every level. Any attempt to eliminate conflict is for him akin to destroying humanity entirely. His concept of federalism is in part an attempt to channel antagonisms without eradicating them, and so war in Proudhon's vision has its analog in the peaceful but inexorable clashes of interests within society. He says there is struggle or lutte before any stable resolution. Before a new social order, there is necessarily a fight. Even institutions like religion and justice arise from conflict. In Proudhon's De la Justice, for example, he portrays the Church Militant as an inherently warlike organization, conquering souls and opposing false ideas as though on a battlefield. Moreover, Proudhon argues that war, or latent war, is what ultimately disciplines society. In Justice in the Revolution, he warns that a society lacking faith turns into a deadly struggle where the law of the strongest is replaced by the law of the most cunning, ending inevitably in servitude to tyranny. In this view, the absence of any moral sanction renders all relations warlike, and the end of conflict would paradoxically be servitude and tyranny itself. So all in all, social life thrives on struggle. Out of warlike antagonism emerges any balance of power or justice we achieve. A conflict that simply destroys both sides isn't a war, but a subversion, an anomaly in the social order. The healthy war, by contrast, preserves a dynamic equilibrium. Proudhon's positive stance on war is created by his dialectical view of history. It was his belief that humanity is perfectible, born capable of progress, but that progress requires perpetual effort and conflict. War is one mode of this struggle. In War and Peace, Proudhon argued that if war truly ceased everywhere, civilization would become inert. This is something that's already been covered, but it needs emphasis. Ending antagonism means ending the world to Proudhon. Regardless, Proudhon doesn't glorify pointless massacre. He makes a distinction between war as massacre and war as production of peace. In his sociology of war, the just war is one carried out under equal rules and rights. If antagonism is the social law, as he believes it is, it needs to be checked by justice. Proudhon scorns the jurists who say there is no law of war. He argued that war itself has its own positive law, consecrated by victory, which imposes itself on the vanquished as surely as a court's judgment does. Proudhon's dialectical approach means that each struggle brings synthesis. After war, a new balance is struck and society is renewed or regenerated. Antagonism is itself creative. The end goal of humanity is progress, which only through continual confrontation of opposites proceeds. Any attempt to impose a static peace would reverse said progress. Hence, he provocatively claims that peace without war lacks substance. Yet, the tension between war and peace, the will to reconcile conflict, is itself what pushes civilization forward. Starting in 1848, disappointed by the revolutionary incapacity of the working class on its own accord, Proudhon believed that the middle class, the property-owning class, and the workers ought to merge their interests together, as it has been said, into a singular force for the progressive movement of the revolution against the government. It was the revolution of 1848 that first drew Proudhon into politics and led him to seek a compromise with the middle classes. In 1849, it was clear that a balance, a class entente, so to speak, between the middle class and the working class could not yet be achieved quite at that point, yet Proudhon had strongly stated that the proletariat and the middle class, divided right now by the selfishness of their respective tendencies, are in essence of one mind on principles as well as on aims and on means. In the general idea of the revolution, written in 1851, he addressed the bourgeoisie as the elder sons of the revolution, praising them for advancing liberty and urging them to side with the people. As he states, "Save the people, save yourselves, as did your fathers through the revolution." Many academics posit that by 1865, Proudhon had lost his faith in the class alliance and had begun to advocate for a solely proletarian revolution. This, however, is false, as in his 1865 book, The Political Capacity of the Working Class, he counseled workers not to abolish all bourgeoisie rights. He wrote that workers should not destroy the middle classes, but win the same liberty of action that the bourgeoisie enjoy. He urged the industrialists and liberal politicians to defend societal progress, warning workers against smashing the middle class. and instead instructing workers to treat the latter as, quote, our elder brother in emancipation. On top of this, Proudhon points out that liberalism, an ideology of the middle class, has ever since its founding resisted the authority of the government in favor of individual freedoms, and argued that liberal philosophy and non-Marxian socialism complement each other as two halves of one singular whole against oppressive government. This class entente envisioned by Proudhon shows itself to have been a necessity, as all successful revolutions have required the coordination of not only the working class but the business-owning class to succeed as well, whether that be under Lenin's new economic policy, Mao Zedong's new democracy, or any of the other popular revolutions against the systems of old times. In line with this all-inclusive view of the base of society, Proudhon believed that representative political institutions within a nation must be founded upon the inclusion of every social and political element, which can express itself freely and obtain justice, achieving its own influence and sovereignty. This healthy, pluralistic ideal of representation would later be emulated in the goals of the syndicalists of France, who would emerge only a few decades after Proudhon's death in 1865. To Proudhon, to live properly meant to abandon the excess of pleasure and to pursue frugal, modest living. In his own words, poverty is not ease. It is not good for man to live in ease. It is clear that it would be misplaced to dream of escaping from the inevitable poverty that is the law of our nature and of society. Poverty is good, and we must regard it as the principle of our joy. Reason commands us to align our lives with it through frugality of manners, moderation in pleasures, diligence at work, and the absolute subordination of our appetites to justice. This existence recalls the archetypal modest hero of ancient Western literature, or the idealized brave warrior class of Plato's Republic. As Plato stated, but when the cobbler or any other man whom nature designed to be a traitor, having his heart lifted up by wealth or strength or the number of his followers or any like advantage, attempts to force his way into the class of warriors for which he is unfitted, and either to take the implements or the duties of the other, then I think you will agree with me in saying that this interchange and this meddling of one with another is the ruin of the state. Another ancient Western thinker, which this ideal of modesty recalls, is the Spartan lawgiver Lycurgus, who called for all men to stand in solidarity with one another in complete poverty. To Lycurgus, by continuing poor and not coveting each man to be greater than his fellows, one best defends their society against those attempting to destroy it. Proudhon was a radical opponent of hyper-intellectualism during his life. He once stated, the idea, with its categories, is born from action and must return to action, otherwise the agent decays. To Proudhon, all meaningful knowledge emerges from the necessities of actual life and labor, not due to spontaneous divine revelations, as posited by religion. Therefore, the thought of the Platonists, where the highest life was spent pondering the abstract forms, was in fact nothing short of a farce, a lie. To live purely in abstraction and in the realm of intellect bore little fruit to the only life which genuinely matters, the only life you know for a fact you are going to live. The form of thought which is genuinely meaningful is only that which can be practically applied, directly or otherwise indirectly, to the production processes which help all of humankind. Proudhon, with all of his brilliant ideas, made countless blunders, among them his summarization of the various phases of capitalism. Proudhon, as he expressed in his book, The Stock Exchange Speculator's Manual, believed that capitalism would have various phases which have now been proven to be at least partially outdated. First and foremost was industrial anarchy, whereby an era of the free market and competition was established, an era of capitalism idolized by conservative liberal thinkers today. What emerged from industrial anarchy was industrial feudalism, which oversaw the establishment of trusts and cartels. Industrial empire, a period which lasted until the 1960s and 1970s, would be classified by the centralization of private enterprise under authoritarian leadership on a mass scale, embodied in Proudhon's era under the leadership of Napoleon III, where the head of the state was nothing other than the head of large corporations. Proudhon believed that after the rise of industrial empire, industrial democracy would occur, the last stage he bothered to predict, as participation of the masses within the government and the self-management of the workers would be curated. This, however, is a proven falsehood. Industrial democracy did not succeed the rise of industrial empire, as the empire has been stripped of its industry under an era of neoliberalism, making the very category of industrial empire completely outdated. On the other hand, the classification of the development of capitalism by Proudhon up until that point does still stand as true. Another error of Proudhon was his belief that once free mutual credit banks and federations were established, as he says, the revolution externally will consist in preaching by example, with no need for conquest or armies. This, however, has proven to be not the case, even or especially within fully realized socialist revolutions. Within Economic Contradictions, we encounter another error of Proudhon, where he states that the role of the woman is the responsibility for the management of the household, for everything related to consumption and saving inferior to that of the man, whose proper function is the command of the workshop, that is, the government of production and exchange. Here is perhaps Proudhon's worst mistake. Although he touts the concept of universal suffrage, when personally inquired about his opinion on women, not only in his book Economic Contradictions, but also in his more insufferable work, The Pornocracy of Women, Proudhon expresses his absolute hatred towards them. While Proudhon's racism is another horribly thrown problem, it's never anywhere near as prominent within any of his works as his, albeit still infrequently referenced, misogyny is. Upon further consideration, in fact, it actually has to be said that his prejudice towards women was not, in fact, his most egregious stance. Proudhon was among the foremost rabid anti-Semitic theoreticians of political thought in Europe during the 19th century, stating in his private journal, in a text known as On the Jews, written in 1847, that the Jew is the enemy of humankind. They must be sent back to Asia or be exterminated. Although this was one of Proudhon's earlier works, and this extreme level of anti-Semitism never finds its way into any of his later works, it does leave a dull mark on his legacy, which he could never make up for in any of his grand reasonings or his brilliant economic treatises. The truth is that Proudhon's hatred of capitalism was, according to him, one-to-one with his hatred of the Jew, while at the same time his commitment to libertarian social order never did extend to gender or racial equality. Historical context can, in part, explain why he thought such things, but it doesn't entirely excuse them. But unlike many other reactionaries in history, Proudhon knew his views to be backwards and stupid. As he stated, "I dream of a republic where I would be guillotined as a reactionary." As Proudhon acknowledged, his cultural positions influenced by his background within a reactionary family were not and could never be progressive, hoping others would never pursue the adoption of them. In Proudhon, we find a man who acknowledges that his ideals are those of an antiquated past long forgotten, and yet also lacks the will to break free of them, a slave to his own sentiments. What was the relationship between Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and Karl Marx? In 1842, Karl Marx publicly praised Proudhon's work, What is Property?, first published 2 years prior. He declared that Proudhon had produced a penetrating work that required prolonged and profound studies to critique. In his book, The Holy Family, published 3 years later, in 1845, Marx hailed Proudhon as the embodiment of proletarian thought, comparing him to Sieyès in the French Revolution. However, by 1846, Proudhon and Marx began to split over their views on the urgency of revolution. Prior to their split, the overlap between the two had already been astounding. In Proudhon's System of Economic Contradictions, written in 1846, he engaged in a dialectical analysis of capitalism influenced by Hegelianism. Though Marx later mocked Proudhon's Hegelianism in his 1847 hit piece, The Poverty of Philosophy, he had, oddly enough, in fact, encouraged Proudhon's approach when they were allies in 1844. Marx attacks Proudhon's dialectics as idealist, though, as Georges Gurevich notes, Marx's attack on Proudhon was in part a proxy for Marx's break with Hegel himself. Proudhon marked up his own personal copy of Marx's 1847 Poverty of Philosophy, a book dedicated to defaming Proudhon. After Marx's scathing Poverty of Philosophy, Proudhon called it a tissue of crudities, slanders, and falsifications. Within his markups, Proudhon accused Marx of inversion of his own previous ideas, charging Marx with simply inverting Proudhon's federalism into dictatorship, one aristocratic sovereignty for another. Despite this, Marx later acknowledged What is Property as epoch-making, in his own words, in his 1865 letter to Scheiwitzer. Marx indeed borrowed the conceptual framework of class struggle and value from Proudhon's writings, as well as from the economists which Proudhon knew, while discarding of Proudhon's liberal mutualism for state socialism. Proudhon's famous phrase that property is theft found its mirror in Marx's view that private property in the means of production underpinned class oppression. Both men used dialectical reasoning about historical progress, and it is pretty undeniable that Proudhon's notion of history as a series of revolutions finds its echoes in Marx's materialism. Proudhon can first and foremost be thanked for introducing the concept of surplus labor value utilized by Marx in Das Kapital, originally conceived of within Proudhon's first book, What is Property? In Proudhon's What is Property, Proudhon already argues that capitalists exploit workers by appropriating the collective force, as he calls it, generated by labor collaboration, which remains unpaid. Marx expands upon this concept in Capital, but he never still acknowledges Proudhon's influence, likely due to the rift between the two socialist thinkers, which started in 1846. Not only this, but the distinction of utopian and scientific socialism, emphasized and expanded upon within the theories of Engels and Marx, was only first envisioned within Proudhon's writings, with scientific socialism being mentioned within What is Property years before its first usage by any communist theoretician. Marx himself acknowledges in Capital, written 1867, that he derived the labor value approach, what he later calls surplus value, from the classical economists, including Adam Smith and Ricardo, and even from Sismondi, though he never names Proudhon. The truth is that quite a few ideas of Proudhon's, other than this, were taken by Karl Marx, who then bastardized said concepts in the name of establishing his own theory of communism. For Karl Marx, when communism was to be finally actualized, man and society would be fully reconciled, ending conflict and beginning an era of all working towards the good of mankind. Proudhon is right and in line with a genuine scientific tradition when he upholds the fact that there is no society in which all problems are solved. In no revolution has less contradiction emerged within society, for the fact that society is constantly in a state of becoming, always transient and changing. Proudhon's theory of mutualism, an extremely faulty theory though it may be, was never intended to be the final stage of society. For Proudhon, there is no end to history. There is no final solution. There are only new questions, new problems, new struggles, and this is a great thing. Within Proudhonian thought, struggle keeps the world turning. It creates progress and makes men active. Jean Lacroix is correct when stating that while Marx represents an authoritarianism whereby mankind must overcome all contradictions and suppress all opposition, by its own nature opposing everything which does not adhere to its pedantic dogmatism, Proudhon's philosophy represents a humanist ideology which recognizes that all oppositions will never be overcome and that humanity is in a perpetual state of tension, and the only way society can achieve genuine peace is through the balance of competing interests. Therein lies the fundamental break, which shows the superiority of Proudhon over Karl Marx. Proudhonian philosophy allowed diversity and a genuine liberalism, whereas Marxism, in its drive to overcome contradiction, must, by definition, result in the homogenization of society and cannot allow variety. But wasn't it Marxism which first actualized socialist political thought on a large scale? In part, yes, but the Marxists wouldn't have had as much success without Proudhon's legacy. As pointed out by George Zgorovich, who was an organizer of the Russian Soviets of 1917, in his article Proudhon and Marx, the first Soviets within Russia were organized by Proudhonians who emerged from the Socialist Revolutionary Party. It was not merely Marx, but the heavy influence of Proudhon who inspired the revolution in Russia, which at least temporarily overcame Tsardom. Marx, although praising Proudhon in his youth, later came to loathe him, attempting to write him off as simply another theorist from the petite bourgeoisie. Only Proudhon was not merely a member of the petite bourgeoisie, he had been a member of the peasantry of France. Marx's hatred of Proudhon led him to take up a radical anti-communist stance, demonstrated in the following excerpts. In his book Economic Contradictions, Proudhon stated, "Far from me, communists, your presence is a stench to me." And in his book On the Political Capacity of the Working Class, he states, "Thus the communists followed suit. They reduce everything to the sovereignty of the people, to the right of the collectivity. Their notion of power or the state is absolutely the same as that of their former masters." Regardless of Marx's hatred of Proudhon, the fact is that there would be no Marxism without Proudhon. Karl Marx's work was saturated by Proudhon's ideas, even as Marx turned against him. The frequency of the very terms fetishism and contradiction appear in both authors' vocabularies an astounding number of times. As the anthropologist Warlam Cherkasov noted in 1900, many of the ideas that Marx had claimed as original, such as his labor theory of value, class conflict, etc., had already been developed by Proudhon and others far earlier. Proudhon was, in many ways, a mediator of socialist ideas, channeling the thought of Saint Simonianism as well as Ricardian thought. Marx simply tapped into that reservoir. Proudhon's critique of interest-bearing credit and his advocacy of mutual banks was a prefiguration of Marx's critique of the financial forms of capital, for example, and Proudhon's call for workers' associations and cooperatives was simply a prototype of Marx's vision of communistic organization. Even Marx himself once admitted his critique of political economy owed much to Proudhon's analysis, and so Marx absorbed terms and analyses from Proudhon before turning to attack him to assert his own originality. Proudhon lamented Marx's blatant plagiarizing of his own contributions. In personal notes and later writings, Proudhon would criticize Marx and Engels for repackaging what had originally been mutualist and Ricardian concepts as novel ideas. Proudhon's carnets contain side-by-side comparisons of passages from his own works and Marx's so that the readers may observe the overlap. For example, Proudhon's model of wages set at subsistence, or the law of the 3-franc wage, is simply stolen by Marx's law of values. Marx even ripped off Proudhon's phrase, contradictions of political economy. There's no doubt that Marx's lexicon of exploitation, value, alienation, class, and of course revolution is completely stolen from the socialists such as Proudhon, who came far before him. Regardless of Proudhon's vitriolic social takes and his confused theory of morality, in his philosophy of man and his theory of governance and economics, we find the most well-developed and practical alternative to communism and commercial capitalism out of any theorist who lived and wrote during the entirety of the 1800s. Frequently buried behind the scathing words of Karl Marx, Proudhon has never been given the credit he is due, as not only a brilliant political theorist, but an inspiration to hundreds of thousands of forward-thinking individuals, providing the ideological backdrop to dozens of revolutions around the globe. In the year 1914, decades after his death in 1865, the socialist theorist Georges Sorel would comment on Proudhon's legacy personally, stating, "Extreme left-wing journalists discussed him without respect, as if he were an old comrade who had gone astray, while academics saw him as a paradoxical writer, victim of all of the impulses of his polemical talent. Even today, his memory remains so full of the errors, illusions, and sweet dreams of his early comrades that few people allow themselves to see in him what he truly was, namely, the greatest French philosopher of the 19th century. What is freedom? Is freedom just an individual whim, or is it something much more akin to a living force? For the German philosopher George William Friedrich Hegel, the latter is correct. For Hegel, true freedom and ethical life come to fruition only through the unfolding of the shared consciousness and shared practices of society. In this video, I'll dive through Hegel's political philosophy, his analysis of everything from individual will to universal community, from abstract rights to the concrete state, and from private intention to world historical development. Hegel's political philosophy is inseparable from his metaphysical system, known as absolute idealism. This philosophy posits that reality is not a static thing, but a dynamic process of spirit actualizing itself through contradictions and, in turn, their resolutions. According to this view, thought and world are not separate. The culture of a people, or the spirit, or Geist, as Hegel calls it in German, unfolds within consciousness and in external institutions, each feeding into the other. Politics, then, is not an external regulation which is imposed by self-interested persons, but rather the very place where freedom meets self-awareness. Within absolute idealism, Hegel makes a distinction between three interrelated forms or moments of spirit, each denoting a stage in the realization of freedom. The first is subjective spirit, where freedom first emerges as personal will and self-awareness. At this stage, the individual asserts desires and intentions in relative isolation. The next is objective spirit, where spirit manifests in social institutions, such as laws or customs, economic life, political bodies. Through these, individual wills are mediated and reconciled into a shared will. Only here does freedom transcend subjectivity. Finally, there is absolute spirit, where spirit attains full self-awareness in art or religion and philosophy by reflecting on its own development. Political life is illuminated by and contributes to these higher cultural forms. Understanding these forms clarifies why Hegel situates politics within objective spirit. It is in institutions that individual freedom becomes visible and shared, which paves the way for a deeper self-understanding in the absolute spirit. Freedom for Hegel is not mere absence of constraint or arbitrary choice. It's the unfolding and overcoming of earlier limitations. He identifies three key stages in the development of freedom. 1, abstract right. 2, morality. And 3, ethical life. Abstract right marks the initial formal recognition of individual freedom via property and contract. Individuals appear as free subjects, and property serves as the externalization of will. To be free, one must give oneself reality through things. Contractual relations express mutual recognition as two parties freely acknowledge each other as rights holders. However, this stage remains abstract because it recognizes legal equality without addressing deeper moral intentions or any social context. So it sets the groundwork for freedom, but it also sets its limits. Morality turns inward, focusing on conscience and intention, the individual seeking to universalize personal ends by acting from rational principles. But morality in isolation is still abstract because good intentions, when not anchored to communal norms, don't really mean anything because they fail to secure social freedom. Personal deliberation needs embedding in institutions that give it objective force. This prepares the ground for ethical life. Ethical life is the concrete realization of freedom where individual and universal wills unite in living institutions. It unfolds through three interconnected spheres: family, civil society, and the state. The family is the first ethical route where individuals transcend isolation through natural bonds of love and care. Here, norms are internalized emotionally, but the family's unity is very limited because children grow up, they mature, and they leave the home, entering the differentiated world of civil society. Civil society is the sphere of economic activity and particular interests. Individuals pursue personal ends, but they continue to depend on one another in a web of mutual interest. This creates a system of complete interdependence While the private aims of individuals often support communal welfare, civil society also fosters fragmentation, competition, and alienation. Institutions such as law, welfare mechanisms, and corporations regulate civil society, thereby channeling private interests toward the public good. The state, then, is the culmination of ethical life. It reconciles individual freedom with the universal will. In the state, legal equality, rational institutions, and active citizenship transform freedom into a concrete ethical reality. So laws aren't just mere commands, they are an expression of collective reason. Citizens engage in constitutional bodies reflecting the general will, such as the executive branch, legislative, judiciary, etc. Only within this organic whole do individuals gain genuine individuality and ethical identity. Hegel calls the state the actuality of the ethical idea, and the kingdom of actualized freedom. In the state, freedom becomes concrete. It's no longer an external good. It's an expression of the individual's own rational nature as part of the universal ethical order. This political framework rests upon the concept of the objective spirit, which for Hegel denotes the realm of institutions like law, economy, and political bodies, through which personal wills become a shared ethical will. These institutions, which are part of the objective spirit, mirror our freedom back to us, and by participating in them, individuals discover their identity as rational beings within a universal structure. A foundational insight in Hegel's social thought is the master-slave dialectic, which goes something like this. Two self-conscious beings struggle for recognition. One becomes master, the other slave. The master receives recognition without reciprocating, resulting in hollow freedom. The slave, though subjugated, gains self-consciousness through labor, which shapes the world. Politically, this means true freedom arises only through reciprocal recognition, each individual both giving and in turn receiving acknowledgement as rational. Ethical life resolves this dialectic. All are to be recognized. As citizens, this closes the gap between particular and universal wills. Civil associations, such as guilds, professional societies, and welfare organizations, play a very important role, perhaps the central role, in mediating between the family and state for Hegel. They provide individuals with honor, social standing, and a shared identity, all while anchoring them in ethical life. These intermediate institutions limit destructive competition, which is possible within civil society, and on top of that, foster social solidarity. Without these civil associations which bring people together, Hegel feared that society risked devolving into atomism. Education is also very important to Hegel's political vision. Education forms ethical character not just by transmitting knowledge, but also by shaping habits. Ethical norms have to become second nature. In Hegel's philosophy of right, he writes, "Pedagogy is the art of making men ethical. Civil society itself is educational. Individuals gain practical experience of interdependence and learn how private aims relate to more universal ends. But habit on its own isn't enough. Conscious reflection is needed to ensure that ethical life remains dynamic and not static." Hegel's view on natural law is very nuanced. On the one hand, he recognizes a standard of justice that transcends any specific statute, but he also insists that moral progress comes from within the legal order. Laws must be reformed not by appealing to abstract ideals, but by discovering latent rationality within the law itself. This leads to Hegel's critique of contractualism. He rejects the notion that the state originates from a voluntary pact among isolated individuals. To Hegel, the state arises from intersubjective life. It's not a contract, it's a living totality. Consciousness itself depends on relations with others, so the state is not a means to protect private interests, it is the realization of ethical freedom. No authority can stand above it. Internationally, no global sovereign exists. Between states, recognition is preserved through diplomacy, and conflict emerges when these recognitions fail. Hegel's international theory sees each state as an embodiment of national spirit. Though each state holds absolute power domestically, in foreign affairs they have to respect one another's sovereignty. War arises when mutual recognition breaks down. Even then, war has ethical significance because it expresses the vitality of spirit or culture and may, through conflict, propel the development of freedom. Beneath Hegel's political thought is his philosophy of history. World spirit actualizes freedom through successive historical epochs. Certain nations become world historical by advancing universal principles. History unfolds dialectically and often violently, but it's all with a direction. Modern constitutional states embody the highest stages of rational freedom yet attained, though history continues onwards. Individuals and communities participate meaningfully in this unfolding narrative and in turn contribute to the spirit's realization. Revisiting the master-slave dialectic, we see its broader implications here. Communities that deny recognition through exclusion or oppression foster resistance and instability. Ethical life then offers a remedy, which is equal citizenship. Hegel's political philosophy indeed anticipated the modern struggle for rights and equality through its insistence that genuine community needs mutual recognition and not domination. Hegel draws his inspiration from classical models of civic virtue, such as the Greek polis. In the Greek polis, free citizens engaged in public life and shaped laws while participating in common affairs. While we can acknowledge the exclusionary nature of such societies, Hegel's aim was to sublate their virtues into a modern state that fosters public engagement while at the same time ensuring universal dignity. Civic participation, which is informed by education and embedded in institutions, then becomes the modern expression of classical virtue. Habit and custom are important to Hegel. Institutions shape behavior by cultivating habits which are aligned with ethical norms. But habit can't become just unthinking routine. To ensure this, institutions need to encourage reflection so that norms remain alive and guided by reason. Hegel attacks liberalism when it remains at the level of abstract right, isolated moral autonomy, or contractual self-interests. He acknowledges the importance of rights within liberalism, but his emphasis is that freedom isn't achieved in isolation, because genuine liberty arises from participation in institutions that embody communal norms. Hegel's political vision goes beyond just seeing individualism and collectivism as binary polar opposites, because to his philosophy, one, individualism, is precisely freed by being integrated into a rational ethical whole, which is the collective. Hegel's political philosophy argues that freedom isn't an abstract possession of individuals. Freedom is dynamic. It's a collective achievement of society. Dry abstractions are placed within a much more important context of ethical life within this philosophy. Hegel offers his readers a vision in which freedom is only real when shared within a community. Institutions matter, recognition matters, and history matters. According to this worldview, you are not just an observer, but a participant in the development of reality, simultaneously being shaped by and shaping the unfolding of freedom itself. Maximilien de Robespierre was born into a modest family in 1758, Arras, France. Baptized the very day he was born, he was the eldest of 5 children, his father being an advocate on the Superior Council of Artois, and his mother the daughter of a local brewer. His parents' marriage mere months before his birth meant that his very conception was illegitimate in 18th century France. At the age of 6, Robespierre lost his mother, and shortly thereafter his father abandoned his family entirely. Custody over his 2 younger sisters was entrusted to his paternal aunts, while he and his brother were raised by their maternal grandmother. Despite all of these early hardships, in 1765 Robespierre entered the College of Arras, and by 1769 he won a 450 livres scholarship from the Abbey of Saint Vaast to attend the prestigious College of Louis the Great in Paris. There, Robespierre swiftly established a reputation for intellectual rigor, securing numerous prizes in Latin and Greek between 1771 and 1776. His prefect, Abbé Poyat, would later recall the young Robespierre as studious, solitary, and thoughtful, qualities which would later earn him the enduring moniker, the Incorruptible. After completing his secondary education, Robespierre enrolled in the University of Paris, obtaining his Bachelor of Law on July 31st, 1780, and his Licentiate on May 15th, 1781. He promptly registered at the Paris Bar, while his Louis the Great College scholarship passed to his brother, Augustine. Some unverified accounts suggest that Robespierre had brief encounters with the arch-liberal Jean-Jacques Rousseau, though these recollections remain highly speculative and are likely just chronological embellishments. Robespierre was, nonetheless, an ardent disciple of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He famously carried Rousseau's Social Contract as his guiding text, which was placed by his bedside as he slept. He referred to Rousseau as divine, praising how he taught Robespierre to, quote, know myself. Rousseau's doctrine that legitimate law expresses the collective will of the people was entirely taken on by Robespierre. He declared that the will of the representatives must be regarded and respected as the will of the nation, and that it carried sacred authority superior to any private will, else the nation would lose its sovereignty. Rousseau also inspired Robespierre in the importance of public virtue as the foundation of a free republic, as they both held that only a virtuous citizenry could maintain liberty. The most direct link between these two fascinating men was the concept of a civil religion, a Rousseauian idea. In The Social Contract, Rousseau argued that any stable state must have some form of public faith to bind citizens together. They must have belief in an all-powerful, just God who rewards virtue and punishes vice, and the sanctity of the social contract itself. Rousseau himself mused that if God didn't exist, he would have to be invented, a proclamation which Robespierre would take quite seriously in the time to come. Returning to Arras in late 1781, Robespierre established his legal practice alongside his sister Charlotte on Rue Samon, quickly distinguishing himself in the courtroom. In January 1782, he began pleading cases at the Council of Artois, and by March had been appointed judge at the Episcopal Court. By February 1786, he was unanimously elected as director of the Academy of Belles-Lettres. There he championed social reform far ahead of his time, such as the legitimation and pensioning of illegitimate children, proposing public incentives to adoption, and pressuring for female membership, which he succeeded in, as he admitted literates such as Marie Le Masson de Gorff and Louis de Carlou in 1787. While his private life is somewhat enigmatic, Robespierre never married. Instead, his devotion to public service, as well as the ideals of the Enlightenment, occupied his every waking hour. Robespierre's experiences of personal loss in his early childhood and his early immersion in classical learning, his legal practice in Arras, all of this reinforced his belief that law and morality has to serve the common good. By early 1789, France was on the brink of collapse. Debt-ridden and hungry, the kingdom convened the Estates Generales at Versailles in May, summoning deputies from the three estates of clergy, nobility, and commoners. Robespierre, newly elected by the Third Estate of Artois, arrived in Paris as a relatively obscure provincial lawyer, yet armed with his own personal clear vision, a vision that any true reform had to begin with legal equality and popular sovereignty of the masses. His first speech, delivered on June 4th, 1789, denounced the proposed double vote system that would have granted the privileged orders of France disproportionate influence over the masses. He invoked the separation of powers as well as Rousseau's concept of the general will in his argument that the sovereignty of the people cannot tolerate any division of its own right. His stance quickly drew notice among France's own radical deputies and salon circles. As the king resisted, the deputies of the Third Estate reconstituted themselves as the National Assembly on June 17th, and Robespierre threw himself into drafting the tennis court oath a day later. He served on the committees which would shape the August decrees, abolishing feudal privileges, declaring equality before the law, and introducing male universal suffrage, a proposal that, though rejected then, would later reappear in his constitutional projects. With the revolutionary attitude of France rising, Robespierre joined the newly formed Jacobin Club in July 1789, aligning with other reformers, though Robespierre was very distinct from these other revolutionaries in his defense of virtue over expedience. When the Paris mob, for example, stormed the Bastille on July 14th, Robespierre warned against the unbridled violence which occurred, insisting that any populist action has to be guided by the rule of law. The pivotal moment of the revolution came when, in June of 1791, King Louis attempted to escape Paris, fleeing to Varennes. Robespierre seized on the betrayal of the king to argue that a constitutional monarchy was at that point impossible to uphold within France. In his oration to the National Assembly, he declared that the sovereign can no longer reside in one who betrays him, pressing now for the total abolition of France's monarchy and the immediate establishment of a republic. His exact proposals, though impactful in cementing Robespierre's position within the French Revolution, were only adopted way later on in September of 1792. He published several pamphlets on press, freedom, universal education, and the total abolition of capital punishment. All of these texts absolutely emphatic that liberty, absent of virtue within the people, would only descend into anarchy. Robespierre advocated for universal primary education under strict state oversight to ensure uniform quality of education and to inculcate patriotism, and reason from childhood. By the close of 1791, Robespierre wasn't just some anonymous provincial citizen anymore. He was one of the revolution's most principled voices. Fast forward to the beginning of 1793 as the revolution enters its most radical phase. Robespierre, having secured election to the French National Convention, now confronted the gravest questions of Republican legitimacy. Should the dethroned former King Louis be tried for treason, and how should France defend itself against the internal insurrections and foreign coalitions? After about a week of protracted debate during the king's trial in late November to December of 1792, Robespierre rose November 30th, insisting that there was no trial to be had, for the people had judged King Louis by his flight and counter-revolutionary intrigues. When procedural delays were threatening the acquittal of the king, Robespierre returned on December 3rd to declare flatly, "Louis must die so that the fatherland may live." Although this motion did not carry the day, it did galvanize the Mountain faction and rendered any hope of reprieve as absolutely impossible. On January 21st, 1793, the convention voted 366 to 355 for the death sentence for the king, a margin transformed into 361 to 360 after a secondary ballot. On March 25th, 1793, the National Convention transformed its existing war council into a committee of public safety, which was initially composed of 25 members, among them Robespierre, whose reputation for being incorruptible made his inclusion within the committee absolutely necessary. Within weeks, the committee assumed near omnipotent authority, raising armies, directing provisioning, and organizing the Revolutionary Tribunal. Yet even still, Robespierre was very uneasy about utilizing violence to pursue his ends. He pressured for a precise definition of what it meant to be counter-revolutionary, to protect loyal patriots from overzealous persecution, which was a measure, in fact, watered down by Maximin Isnard. On April 24th, 1793, Robespierre presented a draft declaration that split hairs with the Girondin version. Robespierre invoked the obligation to respect the rights of others, to prevent property from undermining the safety, liberty, life, or property of our fellow citizens, and proposed progressive taxation and curbs on speculative landholding to enshrine universal fraternity and citizenship. His accompanying property speech argued that while he loved property, it must serve social utility. As he stated, "I will first propose to you a few necessary articles to limit property. I will be devoted to them, but as for mud, you who value only gold, I do not wish to touch your lands nor your houses." By mid-1793, two antagonistic currents confronted Robespierre. First, the indulgence led by Danton and Desmoulins, who decried the terror as unnecessary and destructive, and the Herbertists, radical de-Christianizers who were proponents of a limitless severity, who demanded even wider purges than were even happening in France at the time. Robespierre, however, wanted a middle path, which was defined by rigorous but at the same time principled and disciplined repression wielded only against genuine traitors to the French Revolution. In December, he proposed a committee of justice to free unjustly imprisoned patriots, a proposal which earned heavy opposition from the Committee of General Security, which ultimately saw his proposal rejected. On September 17th, 1793, the convention enacted the Law of Suspects, which expanded criteria for arrest to include enemies of freedom, anyone failing to display the requisites of patriotism, or those who merely spoke or wrote against the revolution. Though Robespierre had argued for very precise definitions to protect innocent patriots from persecution, the final document was very broad sweeping, enabling local revolutionary committees to jail neighbors or family members and political adversaries on mere accusation. This law was a turning point. Virtue, once Robespierre's safeguard, was weaponized now into a license for denunciation. Robespierre observed in private correspondence that some committees abused suspect registers to settle personal vendettas, but his appeal for moderation was falling on deaf ears as regional representatives demanded even harsher measures. The Revolutionary Tribunal, created in March 1793 to try counter-revolutionaries more quickly, had become a machine of summary justice with baseless accusations replacing authentic evidence, overseen by juries too fearful to acquit suspects. Robespierre, who had sought to restrict its jurisdiction to genuine traitors alone, was finding his efforts undermined by public panic and a mass clamor for blood. In an address on November 7th, 1793, Robespierre lamented that the tribunal must be an avenger, not an executioner, but within weeks, the number of executions was surging past 1,000 per month, something that horrified moderate deputies while boosting the morale of the extremists. At the same time as these political purges, economic legislation was strangling France's economy. The law of the maximum fixed prices on grain, bread, and essential goods under penalty of severe punishment. Robespierre had fought for price controls in the past for starving citizens because he believed that property should serve the common good, though the practical implementation of this law fell to militant enforcers who were stealing goods and imprisoning merchants regardless of intent. In one instance, a baker was executed before his own oven, accused of hoarding flour. Robespierre's later writings would decry these excesses, as in his own words, the true enemy of the poor is not the honest merchant, but the speculator who starves the nation. Maximilien Robespierre instituted a new religion in France known as the Cult of the Supreme Being in spring 1794, a deistic civil religion meant to replace atheist radicalism with a state-sanctioned faith in virtue. In his May 7th speech of 1794 to the National Convention, Robespierre denounced both the fanatical atheism of some factions as well as Roman Catholicism, proclaiming instead that to recall men to the pure cult of the Supreme Being is to strike a death blow at fanaticism. He promised that without compulsion, without persecution, all sects must mingle spontaneously in the universal religion of nature. He attacked the clergy as charlatans whose god of the priests was not the god of nature, arguing instead that the real priest of the Supreme Being is nature, his temple, the universe, his worship, virtue. In Robespierre's view, belief in a provident deity and a moral order was indispensable for the new French Republic. The sole foundation and essence of civil society was to be morality and virtue. Thus, the cult's theology was explicitly moral and civic as well. God existed and the soul was immortal, but worship took the form of ethical action, not blind ritual. The convention formally adopted Robespierre's proposals in the decree of May 18th. Article 1 declared, "The French people recognize the existence of the Supreme Being and the immortality of the soul." Article 2 defined the true worship of God as to do one's duties as a man. Article 3 listed those duties: to detest bad faith and despotism, to punish tyrants and traitors, to assist the unfortunate, to respect the weak, to defend the oppressed, to do unto others all the good one can, behaving justly toward all. In short, the Republican virtues, justice, solidarity, opposition to tyranny, were the cult's liturgy. Articles 4 to 5 instituted public festivals to remind men of the deity and of the dignity of their state, to be named after revolutionary events, and exalted virtues such as truth, justice, modesty, etc. Robespierre cast the cult as a deistic natural religion. Like Rousseau's social contract on civil religion, it affirmed simple dogmas: belief in God, immortality, reward and punishment, and the importance of civic duty. Robespierre summed up this faith. Quote, "God created men to help each other, to love each other mutually, and to attain happiness by the way of virtue." And he warned that the author of nature has bound all mortals by a boundless chain of love and happiness. He insisted there would be no Christ, no Muhammad in these festivals, and no historical creed was permitted to override the Republic. In his address to the convention, he stressed that the recognition of a supreme being and moral law were constant reminders of justice, essential to the social order. Robespierre explicitly targeted the Catholic hierarchy, accusing priests of inventing a capricious God. He thundered that priests had created God in their own image. They have made him jealous, capricious, greedy. They treated him as their tool to rule, as the kings of Clovis did. In this rhetoric, the cult repurposed sacrificial language. Priests were known as charlatans. Nature was the true temple, and virtue the only true worship. No liturgy or sacraments survived. Instead, merely devotion was meant as the purest form of active worship. In 1793, radical Jacobins had closed churches, seized church property, required priests to swear loyalty oaths, and even proclaimed an atheist cult of reason which was detested by Robespierre, and by 1794 he moved to cut it down. For the public, the cult was novel. Some devout still clung to their faith in private, while most joined the civic events out of patriotism. Overall, the cult was a confirmation of the Republic's rejection of Catholic authority and replaced divine mysteries with patriotic ritual. Christianity as a public force all but vanished, seemingly overnight. By Robespierre's fall, worship was only practiced as a private matter. Robespierre's famous address of February 5th, 1794, enshrined his vision that a republican government is founded on virtue, a despotic government on terror. He framed the revolution's terror not as an end in itself, but as the despotism of liberty, a temporary necessity to shield the revolution from its own enemies, not just to subjugate the people. But when the revolution's factions accused Robespierre of masterminding the indiscriminate bloodshed of the French Revolution, he became a lightning rod for collective resentment very quickly. Robespierre allied with Saint-Just and Couthon to eliminate the Herbertists, accusing Jacques Herbert and his followers of atheism and fomenting insurrection against the revolution, resulting in their execution on March 24th of 1794. Weeks later, Danton and the Indulgents fell under suspicion of leniency. Robespierre's vote sealed their fate on April 5th, a decision he later defended as a necessity to preserve the revolution against corruption. These purges were aimed at radical excess and counter-revolutionary conspiracies, though they revealed the paradox of Robespierre's own position. The very instrument he intended as a temporary bulwark against tyranny became the engine of wholesale repression. His insistence that the terror without virtue would be destructive, but virtue without terror is powerless, now rang absolutely hollow to many of France's deputies who saw only Robespierre's seeming triumphalism, censuring first the right, then the left, until nobody was immune to his authority. As spring turned to summer, 1794, Parisian streets brimmed with dread. Even the Incorruptible's closest confidants trembled at the thought of appearing insufficiently zealous for the revolution. Robespierre himself, in private musings, acknowledged that the revolution was approaching a precipice. Quote, "Our enemies multiply among those we have spared. Suspicion, like a poison, spreads within our own ranks." But when Robespierre proposed the Saint-Just Amendment, a law to outlaw factions within France's National Convention, it was perceived as a direct threat to the deputies' safety, turning Robespierre's own allies into determined opponents. Thus, by mid-1794, the terror born out of necessity and moral fervor had now spiraled into an unstoppable force. Robespierre's ideal of a virtuous republic, founded upon education, moral cultivation, and constitutional checks, had now been overwhelmed by the machinery of denunciation, summary justice, and economic coercion. In seeking to save his revolution from its enemies, Robespierre had in effect become complicit in its most terrible excesses. By July 27, 1794, the convention was a cauldron of fear and intrigue. At the same time, Robespierre had spent the preceding days rallying support in clandestine meetings, convinced that there was a plot to overthrow him afoot. Yet when Robespierre rose to speak that morning, intending to expose traitors within the convention, his own friends had already been neutralized. Saint-Just's proposal to outlaw factions had been withdrawn, and many deputies, among them Tallien, Fréron, and Fauci, had resolved to strike first. By the summer of 1794, the convention's deputies, many complicit in the terror, but now eager to shift the blame, painted Robespierre as the architect of a tyrannical cult. His own committee colleagues, fearing his moral rectitude would soon turn on them, moved against him. On 9 Thermidor, or July 17, 1794, a coalition of former allies denounced Robespierre and his very closest supporters, stripping all of them of immunity and sentencing them to immediate execution. At the moment of Robespierre's speech, Tallien leapt to his feet, stating, "Citizens, the tyrant speaks. Arrest him." Chaos ensued. Attempts to read Robespierre's imminent address were drowned by shouts of "À la guillotine." Both he and his closest allies, Saint-Just, Couthon, Lebas, were declared outlaws, their immunity immediately revoked. Robespierre attempted to flee to the Hôtel des Villes, but upon discovering it guarded, surrendered himself alongside his faithful companion, David. That evening, under heavy guard, the prisoners were conveyed to the municipal prison of the Abbaye. The following morning, on July 28, 1794, or 10 Thermidor, the Revolutionary Tribunal, now under control of the Thermidorians, held a very swift trial, and Robespierre's final words went unheard under the din of hurried proceedings. Within hours, he and 21 of his supporters were sentenced to death without the possibility of appeal. Late that afternoon, Robespierre mounted the scaffold on the Place de la Révolution. An eyewitness recorded his final composure. In the sight of the guillotine's shadow, his eyes remained clear, his voice unshaken. He saluted the fraternal guard as a fellow patriot, then bowed his head to fate. Thus ended the life of the revolution's most fervent idealist, executed by the very machinery he had helped to construct. The terror perpetrated in his own name was eclipsed by the Thermidorian reaction, which unleashed another wave of violence against the Jacobins. Thus, the revolution devoured its most virtuous champion. Robespierre fell not in spite of his integrity, but because his uncompromising virtues had made him many enemies, among them those who feared his own return to moderation. In the days that followed, a fierce purge of the Jacobin Club swept France. Statues of Marat were toppled, the revolutionary calendar was abandoned, and the law of suspects was repealed. Many former committee members fled or were themselves guillotined by the Thermidorians, who branded them new tyrants. But paradoxically, the Thermidorian reaction also restored many of the moderate reforms Robespierre had championed, such as amnesty for political prisoners or freedom of the press, local self-government, albeit stripped of their moral education programs and the vision of an ethically disciplined citizenry. The revolution had consumed its best advocate of virtue, only to preserve fragments of his legacy without its animating purpose. In the immediate aftermath of Thermidor, Robespierre's reputation suffered a torrent of denunciation across France. Les Montieurs and the Paris Journal, under Thermidorian influence, published scathing caricatures depicting him as some sort of bloodthirsty tyrant. But in Jacobin circles, where underground newsletters and meetings preserved his authentic memory, Robespierre was mourned as a martyr of virtue, who had been betrayed by cowardly opportunists who feared his moral rigor even more than they feared royalist counter-revolutions. In the end, the revolution he had loved betrayed him as surely as it consumed thousands of others. Deputies who once hailed his integrity turned on him overnight, and his final hours, spent in defiant silence before the guillotine, acted as a confirmation of his conviction that a republic without virtue cannot endure, and that virtue, when wielded as an instrument of cultural and political power, becomes indistinguishable from tyranny. In the narrative war that has surrounded Russia's invasion of Ukraine, one of the most persistent myths propagated by Moscow and its allies, perhaps even the most persistent, has been that Ukraine is beset by a severe Nazi problem, requiring a solution dubbed denazification, which, according to Russia, has merited a total invasion. Yet the fact is that Ukraine has no disproportionate neo-Nazi presence. In fact, its challenges with far-right extremism are considerably less severe than many of its own European neighbors. Meanwhile, Russia itself has harbored an expansive and ever-growing network of neo-Nazi organizations, consistently tolerating their activities and even giving them the green light, incorporating them into the Kremlin's own military and political strategy. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, Russian propagandists have referred to the far-right's presence in Ukraine as exceptional and in need of military intervention, although the aim of defeating Nazism would be a valiant one. Ukraine does not truly suffer from an unusually high proportion of neo-Nazi voters or militants. The militant organization most commonly pointed to as a neo-Nazi enclave in Ukraine is the infamous Azov Brigade, formerly known as the Azov Battalion, often portrayed alongside symbolism of the Black Sun. But is this perception a reality? No. Let this fact be known in a variety of ways. First and foremost, Azov staunchly rejects the principles of xenophobia, racism, anti-Semitism, and sexism. Ethnic Georgians such as Bakfa Chigobava and Georgi Kubarishvili are two prominent examples of foreigners who have fought for Ukraine as members of Azov. Another prime example of diversity within Azov can be found in the combat medic Asan Isanachiev, a Muslim and Crimean Tatar who fights within the organization to this day. For a supposed anti-Semitic military group, Azov seems to have a strange number of Jewish leaders, such as former Chief Sergeant Daniil Rybalchenko or present Chief Sergeant Oleg Krysenko. Azov has countless Jewish members, such as Ruslan Serbov or Vladimir Zvinyatski, renowned for the defense of their homeland. Vyacheslav Likachev, a Ukrainian political scientist of Jewish origin, has pointed out, to quote, "It must be clearly understood there is no kind of neo-Nazi Ukrainian militia now. Azov is a regular military unit, subordinate to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is not an irregular division, neither a political group. Its commanders and fighters might have personal political views as individuals, but as an armed police unit, Azov is a part of the system of the Ukrainian Defense Forces." The chief rabbi of Ukraine, Moshe Reuven Osman, gave support to Azov during the Russian incursion upon the Azovstal plant. Jewish philanthropist Leonid Nevzlin granted his public support to Azov, and the head of the United Jewish Community of Ukraine has himself stated that he does not believe that any neo-Nazi elements exist within the Azov organization. French Jewish philosopher Bernard Henry Levi has granted his support to Azov, and after having filmed 2 documentaries on Ukraine himself. What of the patch seen on screen? Is this not a clear copy of the Nazi wolf's angel, you might ask? Far from it. The symbol of Azov stands for nothing other than national idea, with the N and the I taken from the ancient traditional Ukrainian script, crossing in the form of the symbol which Azov wears. Regardless, Azov doesn't generally use this image contemporarily. Rather, Azov, specifically the 3rd Assault Brigade under the command of Beletsky, which is a continuation of the old Azov, now utilizes this symbol. But hasn't Azov had overtly Nazi members? Yes, this is true, but as Vyacheslav Likachev, who has been already previously quoted, notes, there were some individuals with neo-Nazi background and far-right views among the people who founded the Azov Battalion in the very beginning in 2014, though even not all of the founders had such a background. For example, among the first members of Azov, there were activists from the Automaidan volunteer groups and many Jews, including at least one Israeli citizen. Most of the soldiers with far-right background left the regiment by the end of 2014. The rest of the far-right radicals who clearly articulated their views were discharged in 2017 by the order from the new commanders of the regiment. As of today, there are absolutely no grounds for accusations that neo-Nazis serve in the Azov regiment. Andrei Beletsky, previously mentioned as now commanding the 3rd Assault Brigade, is a former neo-Nazi who was influential in the formation of Azov in 2014, but even he has since, for the better part of the last decade or more, radically shifted his political worldview and has officially denounced Nazism and racial prejudice altogether on multiple occasions, as Cambridge noted in its 2022 paper Between Frontline and Parliament. Over the last years, Beletsky has repeatedly denied making, before 2014, racist statements ascribed to him, and even claimed that if somebody had called me white leader face to face, that person would have been beaten. Beletsky still publicly opposes multiculturalism, but he admits that to be a Ukrainian nationalist today is to believe in values, not racial prejudice, and announced that his new party does not use an ethnic criterion to define who can and cannot be part of the Ukrainian nation. To those who complain of torch marches in Ukraine, one has to ask in return, what of them? Should we next believe that the Red Cross Society's torch marches in Italy are signs of neo-Nazism? This would also be just stupid and ridiculous to believe. If none of this is enough, you can rest assured that the Azov Regiment themselves have already denounced neo-Nazism officially years ago on their own telegram when they stated in unmistakable words, "We despise Nazism and Stalinism." But what of the infamous black sun symbol which Azov has used? As of 2015, only a year after Azov was founded, and note, Azov is over 10 years old now, the usage of this symbol was completely discontinued. Regardless, due to the prominence of sun wheel imagery within Ukrainian history, this symbol is generally not associated with Nazi ideology whatsoever within Ukraine's popular consciousness. A prime example of the usage of the sun symbol within Ukraine's culture with no connection to Nazism whatsoever may be found within the book Black Sun by Vasil Shaklir, a book about the war against Russian expansionism. Even though the book's content never relates to Nazism at any point in time, it might seem strange to Westerners from the outside, but within the context of Ukrainian culture, this is simply the norm. Regardless, Nazis which were involved within the organization by 2017 and hadn't filtered out of Azov on their own were expelled by force, as noted by the deputy commander of Azov, Sviatoslav Palomar, in May of 2023. Right Sector, a militant organization at the forefront of Ukraine's defense, both during the Euromaidan protests and presently in the war against Russian imperialism, has no connection whatsoever to Nazism. Despite ludicrous correlations made by Russian state TV between Right Sector and the Nazis, Right Sector, in fact, adheres to the principles of revolutionary nationalism based upon the ideals of Stefan Bandera. In its own words, it states, "Our attitude towards Russians, as well as towards other representatives of national minorities, fits well into the methodology proposed by Stefan Bandera, fraternal towards those who fight with us for the statehood of the Ukrainian nation, tolerant to those who recognize our right to be masters of our own destiny on our own land, hostile to those who deny this right. We believe that the de-Russification of Ukraine is a completely fair and necessary phenomenon. The concept of de-Russification means that ethnic Ukrainians will return to their own speech, history, and identity. Together, we defend the right of all national minorities, including Russians, to educate their own identity and culture. We do not confuse this right with the activities of foreign, chauvinistic, imperial centers, whose activities must be terminated." The founder of the organization, Dmitry Yarash, has denounced allegations of Russophobia within the Right Sector, as well, stating, "I am from Dnipro-Zhirynsk and 40% of our members speak Russian." Regarding Russian propagandizing, which postulates the existence of anti-Semitism within the organization, Right Sector has had many Jewish leaders, including Borislav Veriza, who headed Right Sector's information department for multiple months in 2014, a direct descendant of Jews who were victims of the Holocaust. In a very important and noteworthy instance, Right Sector has provided Jews with protection in Odessa and met with the chief rabbi of Odessa to stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian Jewish community. The truth is that Nazism and anti-Semitism have often in the distant past been popular within Ukraine. Ukraine's own Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists was indeed correct when it stated that in 1941 the Ukrainian people could often be very anti-Semitic, and this was indeed a popular attitude. But the Ukraine of the past, the Ukraine of 1941, isn't the same as the Ukraine of today. Times change, peoples change. Even the Ukraine of 2014 is already so distinct and different from what Ukraine is today that it is an impossible, serious case to make that Nazism is at all popular within modern Ukraine. While Ukraine's far-right elements have been largely contained and far removed from a genuine Nazi problem, Russia has, on the other hand, for decades fostered an entire ecosystem of neo-Nazism. Unknown to much of the international community, particularly here in America, Russia is hiding its own trail of Nazism, a sordid secret occasionally ignored by Russia's authorities, sometimes encouraged and, in the most damning cases, actively facilitated. What is the history of Russia's relationship with Nazism, and why is it important? I covered the relationship between the Third Reich and the Soviet Union in a separate video, so there's no need to discuss that here. Here, I will keep the conversation limited to history relevant to today's Russia. In 1980, the National Patriotic Front, known as Memory, was founded in the Soviet Union. At its peak, it boasted 3,000 members, a relatively small organization, yet Memory became the most important and overtly anti-Semitic organization in late Soviet Russia, aligning itself with neo-Nazism, Tsarism, Orthodox fundamentalism, anti-Zionism, and anti-Semitism. Memory preached the existence of a global Judeo-Masonic conspiracy aimed at destroying the Aryan race, which for some reason it considered the Russians a part of. Anyway, despite its limited membership, Memory was loved across Russian society. Russia's own cultural sectors openly embraced it, with bands and musicians such as Andrei Makarevich, Civil Defense, DDT, and others paying homage. Even the CSKA football club fanbase incorporated Memory's symbolism into their own designs. The prominent political theorist Alexander Dugin would attempt to join Memory in 1988, only to be kicked out due to his connections with the occult, having previously been involved in Russia's Black Order of the SS since 1980. The leader of the band, Civil Defense, previously mentioned as a sympathizer to Memory, would be influential later on in the formation of Dugin's own National Bolshevik Party of Russia in 1993. Today, Alexander Dugin is one of the most famous contemporary political theorists around the world, and an especially heavy influence within the government of Vladimir Putin. Alexander Dugin, in his publication Jews and Russia, stated, "Squeezed between the partly justified anti-Semitism of Russian patriots and the Western rationalistic, market-oriented, subversive, and anti-state orientation of the bulk of today's Russian liberal Jews, Jewish Orientalism is going through hard times." Emerging in 1990 from Memory's legacy, Russian national unity was born, adopting a red swastika interwoven with the red star of Bethlehem as its logo. During the 1993 constitutional crisis, the RNU, alongside the National Bolshevik Party, sided with the Supreme Soviet in confrontation with President Yeltsin opposing his market reforms. They provided both logistical and military support to Parliament, participating in barricades around the White House, fortifying the building, and fighting in the streets against Yeltsin's forces. By the mid-1990s, the RNU, Russian National Unity, had between 15,000 and 25,000 members, according to different sources. Despite being banned in certain regions, it operates still today unofficially, with likely ties to law enforcement and local officials. RNU violently targeted Russian liberals, left-wingers, Protestants, Catholics, Jews, and ethnic minorities, particularly in the Caucasus. Leaders of the RNU, including Alexander Barkashov and their subordinate members, have now played an important role in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as the government has masked its genocide with anti-Nazi rhetoric while employing Nazi proxies to further the goals of the state. Other neo-Nazi organizations which emerged around this time included the National Revolutionary Action Front, which, founded near the anniversary of Hitler's Beer Hall Putsch as a self-expressed monarcho-fascist organization, lasted from 1993 to 1999, during which time it incited ethnic hatred and would lay the framework for the foundation of Russia's National Bolshevik Front. The Russian National Union, founded in 1993, encouraged racism and anti-Semitism in Russia, and while it faded by 1999, it was succeeded by the Russian National Socialist Party. The National Popular Party, founded in 1994, advocated for one blood, one state, forming alliances with Russia's National Bolshevik Party, Russian Goal, and National Republican Party. Its leader, Ivan Shugarevsky, was held for only 1 year in custody for inciting ethnic hatred before being released by the state. The Slavic Union, founded in 1999, and although suffering an official ban from the state, rebranded itself to Slavic Power and then had no practical enforcement placed upon it by the state in regards to the previous ban. In 2012, Slavic Power, also known as the Slavic Union, was officially recognized by the World Union of National Socialists. Founded in 2002, the Russian Imperial Movement has become one of the most notorious terror organizations, if not the sole primary most notorious terror org, to operate out of modern Russia, being condemned by the US, Canada, and even the European Union. It provides training to neo-Nazis from Germany, Poland, Finland, Sweden, and various Atomwaffen members, and has been involved in far-right conferences and alliances with various global neo-Nazi organizations, enabling attacks on infrastructure, transportation, and even civilians. Also founded in 2002, the Nazi DPNI, or Movement Against Illegal Immigration, masquerades as an anti-immigration group, while its most important purpose has been the organization of the neo-Nazi Russian marches. These marches, which began in 2005 until their end in 2021, featured various chants such as "Down with the Jewish Yoke," "Stop Feeding the Caucasus," as well as "Kill the Koch, Save Russia," and banners that featured the Nazi Kolvarat symbol, as well as slogans such as "Down with the Judeo-Masons" or "Russia without a leader is what Jews are without a Talmud." By 2013, 40% of Russia definitively supported these marches, with many more Russians being completely indifferent, while only 26% of the population opposed to them at all. The BTO, or Combat Terrorist Organization, active between 2003 and 2006, while small, carried out a campaign of terror that included arson, armed robberies, and attacks on minorities. The 2003 murder of Kim Hyun-ik, the 2004 stabbing of a 7-year-old Khurshida Sultanova, and the 2006 murder of Lampsar Samba. Despite these atrocities, the Russian government never intervened. Only when journalists began exposing the BTO did authorities finally act. Simultaneously, politicians like Senator Nikolai Kondratenko resorted to overt anti-Semitism in their speeches, blaming Jews for Russia's problems and invoking Judeo-Masonry over 60 times in one instance, as Nikolai himself would recall regarding the Russian elections, quote, "I called for a riot at the the time, and the Russian people didn't listen, didn't support. As a result, it was not the red Zyuganov who was elected president, but Yeltsin's Putin. Newspapers do not write what the government wants, and no one cares. They went to the polls. 37% of voters voted for the communists, 60% for the Jews. Founded in 2004, the Russian NSO, or National Socialist Society, committed over 27 murders while allying with other neo-Nazi organizations. Despite its explicit extremism, it continued to operate for years, even after official bans. Similar was the White Power Crew, active until 2021, which carried out racially motivated murders, arson, and infrastructure attacks with little to no government interference either. In 2007, the Battle Organization of Russian Nationalists and the Great Russia Party were founded, with Great Russia amassing over 58,000 members. It formed alliances with DPNI and other extremist groups, and openly decried Jews as a corrupting presence in Russia. Today, it's led by Andrei Savelyev, a former member of the State Duma. On their official website, Great Russia has stated, "In the Christian era, not only Christians of all confessions, but also Mohammedans formed a disgusting opinion of the Jews. The history of all countries eloquently tells what supported such an opinion. It was supported and is now maintained by daily observation of the very method of Jewish life for 30 centuries." No discussion is complete without mentioning Russia's Wagner paramilitary company, founded by the neo-Nazi Dmitry Yudkin in 2014. Yudkin, famous for signing correspondences in lightning bolts and greeting subordinates with Heil, named the group after Hitler's favorite composer, Richard Wagner. By 2023, Wagner boasted 85,000 members, including a Rusich detachment that openly uses Nazi symbolism and played a very important role in the invasion of Ukraine under its then-leader Prigozhin. Founded in 2020, AWD Rusland, or Atomwaffen Division Russia, collaborates with the Russian Imperial Movement and the terrorist group O9A, engaging in terrorism and ritual killings. Although occasional raids occur by the government, the Russian state shows no real intent to stop these groups, preferring to maintain its ties and further its other strategic aims instead of outright ban these organizations definitively. Briefly mentioned beforehand, the Russian branch of the neo-Nazi organization O9A, or Order of Nine Angels, has been involved in a number of satanic ritual killings, a history which was cemented in the murders of O9A member Nikolai Ogolobiak, who was involved in the brutal killing of 4 young teenage girls in 2008. Ogolobiak would be pardoned for his heinous and unforgivable crimes in 2023 as a reward for fighting for Russia's Storm Z unit of convicts in its invasion of Ukraine, showing just how far the state is willing to go to gain the support of these extremists. Ogolobiak and his associates in the O9A during their 2008 killings, after murdering 4 children, had cut off the heads of their corpses, ate their tongues and hearts out, and proceeded to have sex with their dead bodies. Remember, only to be pardoned by Putin himself after 13 years for supporting the Russian state's imperial conquest. Even within the last couple years, Vladimir Putin has turned to anti-Semitism as well, stating in one interview, "These people that are attacking the church, they are not atheists. They're absolutely faithless people, godless people. Well, ethnically, many of them are Jews. These are people without kin or memory, with no roots. They don't cherish what we cherish." In September of 2023, he first said, "The Western masters put a person at the head of modern Ukraine, an ethnic Jew with Jewish roots, with Jewish origins, to cover up the anti-human essence that is the foundation of the modern Ukrainian state." What's the takeaway from all of this? It's simple. Ukraine's Nazi problem is a fiction conveniently deployed to justify Russian aggression. Russia's own entanglement with neo-Nazism, meanwhile, is very real, deep, and ongoing. Russia is the nation that has fostered a whole biome of extremist violence, tolerated it in public life, and leveraged it for its own political and military ends. The economy of the People's Socialist Republic of Albania, modeled completely on the basis of Stalin's economic policies in Soviet Russia, resulted in nothing but complete and utter failure in almost every single regard. Throughout its long existence, the Communist Republic relied entirely and exclusively on foreign aid, and when it didn't, things turned south. Following the liberation of Albania in late 1944, Enver Hoxha, the first secretary of the Communist Party, would take power as prime minister. The People's Republic of Albania would then be declared in 1946. Between 1945 and 46, the UN Relief and Rehabilitation Administration donated 26,300,000 USD to the country, supplying enough grain to feed 33% of the population. Until 1948, Albania relied on Tito's Yugoslavia, but in September of that year, it took a sharp turn and became completely reliant on Soviet technology imports. Even UN Relief itself warned that its massive grain shipments were never intended as a permanent crutch for Albania, but as a short-term emergency measure. But by early 1946, Albania was still importing over 80% of its grain needs. Foreign Service reports cautioned that UN relief grants should be restricted mainly to essentials and not used to substitute for domestic output, a warning Albania again ignored. The very foundation of Albania's economy began as Soviet Russia's had, with rapid collectivization and industrial transformation intended to mirror the USSR's first five-year plan. Unfortunately, Albania lacked even the minimal infrastructure or technical expertise necessary to implement the plan, due to the country being an extremely underdeveloped one at the time that communism rose to power. Enver Hoxha's administration forced collectivization in the countryside, but with little regard for regional variations or climate conditions, which led to repeated failures in harvests. The first five-year plan of Albania, from 1951 to 55, had high hopes for increasing industrial production within the country. However, an inefficient agricultural sector facing much of the same problems Russia had during its collectivization period ultimately killed the project's viability, as a lag in agriculture heavily weighed down on industrial development, as the two sectors are of course interdependent. On top of this, industrial productivity fell behind the nation's needs because the peasantry wasn't trained sufficiently in factory equipment operations. National production was extremely unsatisfactory, and by 1953, 70% of Albanians still worked in field labor. By 1960, private smallholdings still produced nearly 90% of Albania's agricultural output. State and collective farms, despite having mechanization and central services, underperformed by 20 to 30% per hectare compared to smallholders, and chronic local food shortages persisted well beyond the early years of collectivization. Albania's state planning apparatus consistently failed to meet its own targets. According to internal Albanian records from the mid-1950s, more than 40% of planned industrial projects were either unfinished or entirely stalled due to delays in receiving Soviet machinery or technical blueprints. In the agricultural sector, peasants were pushed into state enterprises under coercive pressure, and by 1954, nearly 80% of those enterprises were reporting losses rather than net productivity gains. Internal planning documents reveal that by mid-1955, over 40% of industrial enterprises were behind schedule or halted outright due to delayed equipment and poor site selection. A 1956 admission conceded that, quote, only half of the five-year targets were achievable with existing resources. In 1959, China and the USSR, competing for influence within the country, gave Albania 13,800,000 USD and 83,800,000 USD in aid, respectively, as other Eastern Bloc nations also collectively assorted 35 million USD to aid Albania in that year of 1959 alone. Between 1955 to 1960, foreign assistance augmented Albania's budget by 223%. This international scramble to gain power over Albania's economy translated into a temporary boom in externally financed projects. Soviet-led urbanization campaigns attempted to build industrial complexes in cities like Elbasan and Fier, yet these same constructions were plagued by low-quality workmanship and very poor planning. Chinese engineers introduced factories that mimicked those in Maoist China, but were snagged in their use of outdated technologies. Many factories never even reached full capacity. But the apparent industrial achievements in which Albania did succeed masked nothing but inefficiency behind the scenes. The Elbasan steel combine, for example, operational by 1966, ran at only 60% of its nameplate capacity through the early 1970s, and later inherited pollution liabilities so severe that its successor plant faced shutdowns. By 1960, the proportion of output from farms, despite the immense aid poured into the country the previous year, hadn't changed at all since 1951, and foreign assistance was still augmenting Albania's budget by 130%. Worker productivity and motivation, as in the USSR under Stalin, was extremely low. 48% of Albanian needs in wheat were met through Soviet aid imports during this period. When Soviet aid to Albania ceased, all major construction projects were delayed, and the country witnessed a sharp decline in international trade. Labor productivity declined 12.5% between 1960 to 1963 due to a spare parts shortage. To make up for the end of Soviet aid in the country, China came to the rescue, supplying Albania with 90% food and spare mechanical parts necessary for production. Albania's dependency on external actors became so extreme that over 60% of its heavy machinery in 1963 came from Chinese exports. The result was a fragile industrial base that was entirely incapable of sustaining itself. Albania lacked trained engineers and had no means of producing complex parts locally, as countless industries fell into the same old cycles of breakdown and inactivity. Agricultural output grew only 22% over the entirety of 1961 to 1965, as opposed to what was planned in the third five-year plan, which was intended to be a growth of around 72% during that period. 4 to 5% annual growth in agriculture might sound respectable in absolute terms, as this was above the world average, but for an agrarian country with a soaring population, meager mechanization, and government plans targeting rapid development, this growth did absolutely nothing to alleviate chronic food shortages or meet the regime's own goals that it set for itself. Overall, industrial production failed to improve over the course of the 15 years between 1950 and 1965. To add on to this gloomy prospect, the government regularly falsified statistics to exaggerate its achievements. Reports from the Albanian Workers' Party in 1966 claimed a 45% rise in industrial productivity since 1961, but internal audits revealed net increases of less than 10%. The concealment of these inefficiencies discouraged any reforms which could have been made during that period. Enver Hoxha's obsessive construction of over 750,000 concrete bunkers, which lasted from 1967 until his death, consumed 2% of Albania's net material product annually at its peak, diverting critical steel, cement, and labor from housing, roads, and factories. Each bunker cost roughly the equivalent of a two-room apartment to construct. Although finally the fourth five-year plan would yield some economic improvements due to a long overdue series of reforms that prioritized decentralization, deregulation, and finance reform, in 1978 the People's Republic of China would finally withdraw its aid from Albania. In 1979, following the Sino-Albanian split, Enver Hoxha would publish a book berating a now-deceased Mao Zedong. After the split, consumer goods production failed to meet standards for quality, and production did not meet the expectations of the most recent five-year plan. Perhaps we can give Albania the benefit of the doubt and admit that since China withdrew aid during this period, that the nation shouldn't be blamed for its failure this time. However, that is precisely the problem with Albania's economy during the communist period. It couldn't survive on its own with the model it was implementing. By 1978, nearly all high-capacity power generation infrastructure in Albania was operating with spare parts imported from either China or the USSR, many of which were no longer manufactured. Frequent blackouts now occurred, and metallurgy collapsed alongside other sectors. Albanian factories increasingly relied on salvaged or improvised components to remain operational. Albania immediately pursued a policy of superficial autarky, or national self-reliance, while beginning trade relations with the West after it had stopped receiving aid from both China and the USSR. And with that being said, labor productivity declined 1.7% on average between 1980 and 1988, as the economy was failing to create new jobs. Cultivatable land declined 20% as the population boomed. On the topic of so-called autarky, Albania wasn't in fact self-reliant, as it imported in a single year alone in 1982 74 million USD worth of goods from Yugoslavia, 42 million USD worth of goods from Italy, 23 million worth of goods from Bulgaria, 19 million from Romania, 17 million from West Germany, 16 million from France, 15 million from Poland, 13 million from Greece, 12 million from Hungary, 4 million from China, and 3 million USD worth of goods from the United States. By the mid-1980s, its Western trade alone reached some 200 million USD annually, draining Albania's central bank reserves so severely that by 1990, GDP per capita stagnated at roughly $450. To be clear, that would be poorer than Lesotho in southern Africa. Albania's self-reliance had no substance other than its ideological posturing. The trade imbalance, which had resulted from this period, was severe and harsh. Imports far outpaced exports, particularly in the domain of capital goods, medical supplies, and food staples. So much for self-reliance. As a result, food rationing became increasingly severe throughout the 1980s, with reports of urban centers receiving less than 1,500 calories per person per day in state provisions, meaning that the Albanian population was overall definitively food-deprived and undernourished. Enver Hoxha, inspired by Joseph Stalin and still the leader of the Albanian Communist Party 40 years down the road, perpetually invoked a state of emergency by fabricating conspiracies and purges that reached their peak between late 1981 to 1983. Thousands of officials and their families were arrested without formal charges or due process. Arrest decrees were issued unilaterally, bypassing all checks and balances, while trials were transformed into public spectacles of denunciation where Hoxha himself would mock purged politicians in person. Governance had dissolved into his own personal court. Today's executioner could be on the chopping block tomorrow. Mehmet Shehu, the 23rd Prime Minister of Albania, supposedly killed himself following his purge from the government. The Shehu family was placed under house arrest, only allowed to attend Shehu's funeral, but even his wife and brothers, however, were too afraid to attend. Kadri Hasbiu, the Minister of Internal Affairs, was also arrested and executed. In his final days, Enver Hoxha was confined to a wheelchair as he suffered from diabetes and cerebral ischemia. On April 11th of 1985, he would thankfully pass away at the age of 76. Over the entire course of Albania's existence, its ability to improve its economy was completely dependent on its ability to receive foreign aid. It was always a brutal failure, and the way it would finally end proved this fact. In the summer of 1991, the year before communism in Albania finally collapsed, Albania's exports were half of what they were the previous year. Industrial and farm output was failing to increase as well. Matter of fact, it wasn't increasing at all. The GDP per person had dropped to the levels of underdeveloped Southeast Asian economies such as Indonesia or Sri Lanka. The budget deficit was 20% of the country's GDP, and unemployment was at about 35%. The economic freefall in the early 1990s finally showed the world the hollow foundations of Albania's centrally planned economy. Factories that had once employed thousands of workers shut down in succession due to lack of raw materials and buyers. Agricultural cooperatives dissolved, leaving many peasants without access to land or equipment. The resulting chaos saw the rise of black markets and mass emigration. Net material product growth did not exceed 1% annually and grew 0% between 1985 to 1990. Agriculture and other industries failed as consumer goods entered a mass shortage. During this period, average monthly wages in Albania lost 65% of their purchasing power due to inflation. Essential commodities like soap, flour, and medicine virtually disappeared from store shelves. The black market economy thrived, controlled by a growing class of intermediaries and opportunists, many of whom were tied to remnants of the state security apparatus. Albania's ambitious experiment in Stalinist replication was doomed from the start. From the earliest days of post-war reconstruction through the successive five-year plans, every sector remained chronically underperforming, propped up only by ever larger infusions of foreign aid. When Soviet and then Chinese assistance finally did dry up, the facade of progress collapsed overnight, revealing Albania as a nation lacking both the technical capacity and the managerial expertise to function independently. Meanwhile, relentlessly stubborn government policy discouraged skilled labor and redirected precious resources into grandiose and unproductive endeavors like bunker building. By the time communism unraveled in the early 90s, Albania stood as yet another example of a failed, centrally planned economy, divorced from local conditions and dependent on external patronage, with its population impoverished, its industries shuttered, and its promise of socialist self-reliance entirely discredited.
Schools without running any risk whatever of the federal government telling our teachers what to teach.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Warren. Mr. Vice President, you mentioned schools. It was just yesterday, I think you asked for a crash program to raise education standards. And this evening you talked about advances in education. Mr. Vice President, you said it was back in 1957 that salaries paid to school teachers were nothing short of a national disgrace. Higher salaries for teachers, you added, were important, and if the situation wasn't corrected, it would lead to a national disaster. Yet you refused to vote in the Senate in order to break a tie vote when that single vote, if it had been yes, would have granted salary increases to teachers. I wonder if you could explain that, sir.
Awfully glad you got that question because, as you know, I got into it at the last, and my other question wasn't able to complete the argument. I think that the reason that I voted against having the federal government pay teacher salaries was probably the very reason that concerned Senator Kennedy when in January of this year, in his kickoff press conference, he said that he favored aid for school construction, but at that time did not feel that there should be aid for teacher salaries. At least that's the way I read his remarks. Now, why should there be any question about the federal government aiding teacher salaries? Why did Senator Kennedy take that position then? Why do I take it now? We both took it then, and I take it now for this reason. We want higher teacher salaries. We need higher teacher salaries. But we also want our education to be free of federal control. When the federal government gets the power to pay teachers, inevitably, in my opinion, it will acquire the power to set standards and to tell the teachers what to teach. I think this would be bad for the country. I think it would be bad for the teaching profession. There is another point that should be made. I favor higher salaries for teachers. But as Senator Kennedy said in January of this year in the same press conference, the way that you get higher salaries for teachers is to support school construction, which means that all the local school districts in the various states then have money which is freed to raise the standards for teacher salaries. I should also point out this. Once you put the responsibility on the federal government for paying a portion of teacher salaries, your local communities and your states are not going to meet the responsibility as much as they should. I believe, in other words, that we have seen the local communities in the state assuming more of that responsibility. Teacher salaries, very fortunately, have gone up 50% in the last 8 years, as against only a 34% rise for other salaries. This is not enough. It should be more. But I do not believe that the way to get more salaries for teachers is to have the federal government get in with a massive program. My objection here is not the cost in dollars. My objection here is the potential cost in controls and eventual freedom for the American people by giving the federal government power over education. And that is the greatest power a government can have.
Senator Kennedy's comment? When the Vice President quotes me in January 60, I do not believe the federal government should pay directly teacher salaries, but that was not the issue before the Senate in February. The issue before the Senate was that the money would be given to the state. The state then could determine whether the money would be spent for school construction or teacher salaries. On that question, the Vice President and I disagreed. I voted in favor of that proposal and supported it strongly because I think that that provided assistance to our teachers for their salaries without any chance of federal control. And it is on that vote that Mr. Nixon and I disagreed, and his tie vote defeated. His breaking the tie defeated the proposal. I don't want the federal government paying teachers' salaries directly, but if the money will go to the states, and the states can then determine whether it shall go for school construction or for teachers' salaries, in my opinion, you protect the local authority over the school board and the school committee. And therefore, I think that was a sound proposal, and that is why I supported it, and I regret that it did not pass. Secondly, there have been statements made that the Democratic platform would cost a good deal of money and that I'm in favor of unbalancing the budget. That is wholly wrong, wholly in error, and it is a fact that in the last 8 years, the Democratic Congress has reduced the request for the appropriation by over $10 billion. That is not my view, and I think it ought to be stated very clearly on the record. My view is that you can do these programs, and they should be carefully drawn within a balanced budget if our economy is moving ahead.
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Van Oker.
Senator, you've been promising the voters that if you are elected president, you'll try and push through Congress bills on medical aid to the aged, a comprehensive minimum hourly wage bill, federal aid to education. Now, in the August post-convention session of the Congress, when you at least held up the possibility you could one day be president, and when you had overwhelming majorities, especially in the Senate, you could not get action on these bills. Now, how do you feel that you'll be able to get them in January if you weren't able to get them in August?
If I may take the bills, we did pass in the Senate a bill to provide a $1.25 minimum wage. It failed because the House did not pass it, and the House failed by 11 votes. And I might say that 2/3 of the Republicans in the House voted against a $1.25 minimum wage, and a majority of the Democrats sustained it. Nearly two-thirds of them voted for the $1.25. We were threatened by a veto if we passed a $1.25. It's extremely difficult, with the great power that the president does, to pass any bill when the president is opposing. All the president needs to sustain his veto of any bill is 1/3 plus 1 in either the House or the Senate. Secondly, we passed a federal aid to education bill in the Senate. It failed to come to the floor of the House of Representatives. It was killed in the Rules Committee. And it is a fact in the August session that the 4 members of the Rules Committee who were Republicans, joining with 2 Democrats, voted against sending the aid to education bill to the floor of the House. 4 Democrats voted for it. Every Republican on the Rules Committee voted against sending that bill to be considered by the members of the House of Representatives. Thirdly, on medical care for the aged. This is the same fight that's been going on for 25 years in Social Security. We wanted to tie it to Social Security. We offered an amendment to do so. 44 Democrats voted for it. 1 Republican voted for it. And we were informed at the time it came to a vote that if it was adopted, the President of the United States would veto it. In my judgment, a vigorous Democratic president, supported by a Democratic majority in the House and Senate, can win the support for these programs. But if you send a Republican president and a Democratic majority, and the threat of a veto hangs over the Congress, in my judgment, you will continue what happened in the August session, which is a clash of parties and inaction.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
Well, obviously, my views are a little different. First of all, I don't see how it's possible for a 1/3 of a body, such as the Republicans have in the House and the Senate, to stop 2/3 if the 2/3 are adequately led. I would say, too, that when Senator Kennedy refers to the action of the House Rules Committee, there are 8 Democrats on that committee and 4 Republicans. It would seem to me, again, that it is very difficult to blame the 4 Republicans for the 8 Democrats not getting something through that particular committee. I would say further that to blame the president and his veto power for the inability of the senator and his colleague to get action in this special session misses the mark. When the president exercises his veto power, he has to have the people behind him, not just 1/3 of the Congress. Because let's consider it. If the majority of the members of the Congress felt that these particular proposals were good issues, the majority of those who were Democrats, why didn't they pass them and send to the president and get a veto and have an issue? The reason why these particular bills in these various fields that have been mentioned were not passed was not because the president was against them. It was because the people were against them. It was because they were too extreme. And I am convinced that the alternate proposals that I have, that the Republicans have in the field of health, in the field of education, in the field of welfare, because they are not extreme, because they will accomplish the end without too great cost in dollars or in freedom, that they could get through the next Congress.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Vice President, do I take it then you believe that you could work better with Democratic majorities in the House and Senate, and Senator Kennedy could work with Democratic majorities in the House and Senate?
I would say this, that we, of course, expect to pick up some seats in both in the House and the Senate. We would hope to control the House, to get a majority in the House in this election. We cannot, of course, control the Senate. I would say that a president will be able to lead. A president will be able to get his program through to the effect that he has the support of the country, the support of the people. Sometimes we get the opinion that in getting programs through the House or the Senate, it's purely a question of legislative finagling and all that sort of thing. It isn't really that. Whenever a majority of the people are for a program, the House and the Senate responds to it. And whether this House and Senate in the next session is Democratic or Republican, if the country will have voted for the candidate for the presidency and for the proposals that he has made, I believe that you will find that the president, if it were a Republican, as it would be in my case, would be able to get his program through that Congress. Now, I also say that as far as Senator Kennedy's proposals are concerned, that, again, the question is not simply one of a presidential veto stopping programs. You must always remember that a president can't stop anything unless he has the people behind him. And the reason President Eisenhower's vetoes have been sustained, the reason the Congress does not send up bills to him which they think will be vetoed is because the people and the Congress, a majority of them, know the country is behind the president.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, now let's look at these bills that the vice president suggests were too extreme. One was a bill for $1.25 an hour for anyone who works in a store or company that has $1 million a year business. I don't think that's extreme at all. And yet nearly 2/3 to 3/4 of the Republicans in the House of Representatives voted against that proposal. Secondly was the federal aid to education bill. It was a very, because of the defeat of teacher salaries, it was not a bill that met, in my opinion, the needs. The fact of the matter is, it was a bill that was less than you recommended, Mr. Nixon, this morning in your proposal. It was not an extreme bill. And yet we could not get one Republican to join. At least, I think, 4 of the 8 Democrats voted to send it to the floor of the House, not one Republican, and they joined with those Democrats who were opposed to it. I don't say the Democrats are united in their support of the program, but I do say a majority are, and I say a majority of the Republicans are opposed to it. The third is medical care for the aged, which is tied to Social Security, which is financed out of Social Security funds. It does not put a deficit on the Treasury. The proposal advanced by you and by Mr. Javits would have cost $600 million. Mr. Rockefeller rejected it in New York, said he didn't agree with the financing at all, said it ought to be on Social Security. So these are 3 programs which are quite moderate. I think it shows the difference between the 2 parties. One party is ready to move in these programs, the other party gives them lip service.
Mr. Warren's question for Senator Kennedy. Senator Kennedy, on another subject, communism is so often described as an ideology or a belief that exists somewhere other than in the United States. Let me ask you, sir, just how serious a threat to our national security are these communist subversive activities in the United States today?
Well, I think they're serious. I think it's a matter that we should continue to give great care and attention to. We should support the laws which the United States has passed in order to protect us from those who would destroy us from within. We should sustain the Department of Justice in its efforts and the FBI, and we should be continually alert. I think if the United States is maintaining a strong society here in the United States, I think that we can meet any internal threat. The major threat is external and will continue.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
I agree with Senator Kennedy's appraisal generally in this respect. The question of communism within the United States has been one that has worried us in the past. It is one that will continue to be a problem for years to come. We have to remember that the Cold War that Mr. Khrushchev is waging and his colleagues are waging is waged all over the world, and it's waged right here in the United States. That's why we have to continue to be alert. It is also essential in being alert that we be fair. Fair because by being fair, we uphold the very freedoms that the communists would destroy. We uphold the standards of conduct which they would never follow. And in this connection, I think that we must look to the future, having in mind the fact that we fight communism at home, not only by our laws to deal with communists, the few who do become communists and the few who do become fellow travelers, but we also fight communism at home by moving against those various injustices which exist in our society, which the communists feed upon. And in that connection, I again would say, that while Senator Kennedy says we are for the status quo, I do believe that he would agree that I am just as sincere in believing that my proposals for federal aid to education, my proposals for health care, are just as sincerely held as his. The question, again, is not one of goals. We're for those goals. It's one of means.
Mr. Van Oker's question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, in one of your earlier statements, you said, we've moved ahead, we've built more schools, we've built more hospitals. Now, sir, isn't it true that the building of more schools is a local matter for financing? Were you claiming that the Eisenhower administration was responsible for the building of these schools, or is it the local school districts that provide for them?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, your question brings out a point that I'm very glad to make. Too often, in appraising whether we are moving ahead or not, we think only of what the federal government is doing. Now, that isn't the test of whether America moves. The test of whether America moves is whether the federal government, plus the state government, plus the local government, plus the biggest segment of all, individual enterprise, moves. We have, for example, a gross national product of approximately $500 billion. Roughly 100 billion to 125 billion of that is the result of government activity. 400 billion approximately is the result of what individuals do. Now, the reason the Eisenhower administration has moved, the reason that we've had the funds, for example, locally, to build the schools and the hospitals and the highways, to make the progress that we have, is because this administration has encouraged individual enterprise. And it has resulted in the greatest expansion of the private sector of the economy that has ever been witnessed in an 8-year period. And that is growth. That is the growth that we are looking for. It is the growth that this administration has supported and that its policies have stimulated.
Senator Kennedy? Well, I must say, I think the reason that the schools have been constructed is because the local school districts were willing to increase the property taxes to a tremendously high figure. In my opinion, almost to the point of diminishing returns in order to sustain these schools. Secondly, I think we have a richer country, and I think we have a powerful country. I think what we have to do, however, is have the president and the leadership set before our country exactly what we must do in the next decade if we're going to maintain our security in education, in economic growth, in development of natural resources. The Soviet Union is making great gains. It isn't enough to compare what might have been done 8 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, or 20 years ago. I want to compare what we're doing with what our adversaries are doing, so that by the year 1970, the United States is ahead in education, in health, in building, in homes, in economic strength. I think that's the big assignment, the big task, the big function of the federal government.
Can I have the summation time, please? We've completed our questions and our comments, and in just a moment, we'll have the summation time.
This will allow 3 minutes and 20 seconds for the summation by each candidate.
3 minutes and 20 seconds for each candidate. Vice President Nixon, will you make the first summation?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Senator Kennedy, first of all, I think it is well to put in perspective where we really do stand with regard to the Soviet Union in this whole matter of growth. The Soviet Union has been moving faster than we have. But the reason for that is obvious. They start from a much lower base. Although they have been moving faster in growth than we have, we find, for example, today, that their total gross national product is only 44% of our total gross national product. That's the same percentage that it was 20 years ago. And as far as the absolute gap is concerned, we find that the United States is even further ahead than it was 20 years ago. Is this any reason for complacency? Not at all. Because these are determined men. They are fanatical men. And we have to get the very most out of our economy. I agree with Senator Kennedy completely on that scope. Where we disagree is in the means that we would use to get the most out of our economy. I respectfully submit that Senator Kennedy too often would rely too much on the federal government, on what it would do to solve our problems, to stimulate growth. I believe that when we examine the Democratic platform, when we examine the proposals that he has discussed tonight, when we compare them with the proposals that I have made, that these proposals that he makes would not result in greater growth for this country than would be the case if we followed the programs that I have advocated. There are many of the points that he has made that I would like to comment upon. The one in the field of health is worth mentioning. Our health program, the one that Senator Javits and other Republican senators, as well as I, supported, is one that provides for all people over 65 who want health insurance the opportunity to have it if they want it. It provides a choice of having either government insurance or private insurance. But it compels nobody to have insurance who does not want it. His program under Social Security would require everybody who had Social Security to take government health insurance whether he wanted it or not. And it would not cover several million people who are not covered by Social Security at all. Here is one place where I think that our program does a better job than his. The other point that I would make is this. This downgrading of how much things cost, I think many of our people will understand better when they look at what happened during the Truman administration, when the government was spending more than it took in. We found savings over a lifetime eaten up by inflation. We found the people who could least afford it, people on retired incomes, people on fixed incomes, we found them unable to meet their bills at the end of the month. It is essential that a man who's president of this country certainly stand for every program that will mean for growth. And I stand for programs that will mean growth and progress. But it is also essential that he not allow a dollar spent that could be better spent by the people themselves.
Senator Kennedy, your conclusion?
The point was made by Mr. Nixon that the Soviet production is only 44% of ours. I must say that 44% in that Soviet country is causing us a good deal of trouble tonight. I want to make sure that it stays in that relationship. I don't want to see the day when it's 60% of ours and 70 and 75 and 80 and 90% of ours, with all the force and power that it could bring to bear in order to cause our destruction. Secondly, the Vice President mentioned medical care for the aged. Our program was an amendment to the Kerr bill. The Kerr bill provided assistance to all those who were not on Social Security. I think it's a very clear contrast. In 1935, when the Social Security Act was written, 94 out of 95 Republicans voted against it. Mr. Landon ran in 1936 to repeal it. In August of 1960, when we tried to get it again, but this time for medical care, we received the support of one Republican in the Senate on this occasion. Thirdly, I think the question before the American people is, as they look at this country and as they look at the world around them, the goals are the same for all Americans. The means are at question. The means are at issue. If you feel that everything that is being done now is satisfactory, that the relative power and prestige and strength of the United States is increasing in relation to that of the communists, that we are gaining more security, that we are achieving everything as a nation that we should achieve, that we're achieving a better life for our citizens and greater strength, then I agree. I think you should vote for Mr. Nixon. But if you feel that we have to move again in the 60s, that the function of the president is to set before the people the unfinished business of our society, as Franklin Roosevelt did in the 30s, the agenda for our people, what we must do as a society to meet our needs in this country and protect our security and help the cause of freedom. As I said at the beginning, the question before us all, that faces all Republicans and all Democrats, is, can freedom in the next generation conquer, or are the communists going to be successful? That's the great issue. And if we meet our responsibilities, I think freedom will conquer. If we fail to move ahead, if we fail to develop sufficient military and economic and social strength here in this country, then I think that the tide could begin to run against us. And I don't want historians 10 years from now to say, these were the years when the tide ran out for the United States. I want them to say, these were the years when the tide came in. These were the years when the United States started to move again. That's the question before the American people, and only you can decide what you want this country to be, what you want to do with the future. I think we're ready to move, and it is to that great task, if we're successful, that we will address ourselves.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This hour has gone by all too quickly. Thank you very much for permitting us to present the next President of the United States on this unique program. I've been asked by the candidates to thank the American networks and the affiliated stations for providing time and facilities for this joint appearance. Other debates in this series will be announced later and will be on different subjects. This is Howard K. Smith. Good night from Chicago.
We should start with the facts. Marxism has failed. Only 4 of the 34 long-term Marxist-Leninist states still exist today, with all of them having liberalized to notable degrees throughout the last 50 or so years. Albania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Benin, and more fell under a natively owned, holds no merit. Forager societies, including the Aceh, allowed for our modern standard of private property rights, not simply mere personal property. Beyond simple bows, axes, and cooking tools, which were individually owned, meat distribution was based on private individual ownership. The Shoshone and Andaman Islanders established individual private ownership over productive resources, such as bird nests, trees, or land, as well as other natural resources. If an Andaman Islander found a tree and informed his buddies about it, the tree was his and his alone. The Bear Lake Athabascans owned beaver dens and fishing sites on an individual basis as well, not communally or by kinship groups. The Dagetan of Alaska, the Northern Paiute, and the Enlil had similar rules as all of the other aforementioned tribes. According to the economist Frederick L. Pryor, roughly 3/4 of ancient hunter-gatherer societies already had recognized private property ownership. If Engels' theory of private property is incorrect, then his theory of statehood can't be correct either, as the theory laid forward by Engels proposes the notion that the state emerges as the upholder of the property class. The state, according to Engels, would be emergent from class antagonism and be made to reinforce the ruling economic class's wishes to maintain control over the means of production. The Hiwi of Venezuela had hierarchical food distributions based on individual effort and social alliances, yet they had no formal state. The Natufians, a pre-agricultural society in the Levant, had heavy wealth stratification but no structured state apparatus to enforce class rule. The early Hawaiian chiefdoms had complex political structures before they fully developed private property systems, where chiefs controlled land, but redistribution was based on kinship obligations rather than capitalist-style exploitation. And African groups, such as the Ashanti Empire, had strong governance but no clear economic class oppression. Social hierarchy just revolved around lineage rather than private ownership. Alongside the collapse of Engels' theory of the state accompanies the collapse of the predictive power of Marxism. Engels believed that communities such as the Ake were cooperating naturally, and that this is why they engaged in communal ownership, while the emergence of private property and class stratification sort of corrupted human relations. This is, again, laughable. The Ake's communal sharing was driven by a necessity, not altruism. The moment somebody became a burden, a widow, an orphan, a sick child, they were abandoned or killed. Communal ownership was strategic insurance against future hardship, not some innate communist ethos. Hunter-gatherers were not universally communist, nor were they proto-socialists in any way. They had varying degrees of property rights and social stratification, as can be seen by the very fact that different individuals from thousands upon thousands of years ago were buried with different extents of luxuries, which proves social stratification precedes Engels' predictions by a long shot. Frederick Pryor, previously mentioned, pointed out the following facts, which are impossible for Engels' theory to grapple with. While Engels argued that early human societies practiced communal ownership of land, territoriality, or the exclusive use of land, was observed in many foraging societies. For example, societies like the Kootenai had collective territoriality, but no private land ownership. Private claims on land, though not always economically significant, were frequently present in foraging societies. Around 40% of territorial societies had private claims on land, and in some cases, these claims were even economically important, such as in private fishing sites or trapping areas. Engels' theory also implies that private property developed alongside the growth of productive forces. This is easily disproven by the Yagan, a foraging society with a low level of development, where exclusive property rights over land and fishing areas were already established, meaning that the concept of private property isn't really tied to the development of agriculture or other high-level economic practices. Engels believed that private property emerged as a result of surplus production, particularly food. However, Pryor points out the fact that in societies with abundant food sources, for example, tropical regions or places where fish or animals were plentiful year-round, private food stocks were not always essential. In societies where food stocks could be gathered year-round, for example, there was no need for private food stocks. The Roman gens, cited by Engels as evidence of primitive communism within his book, also contradict his own ideas. The gens were a patrician institution which were exclusive to the aristocracy and functioned primarily as a means of maintaining noble lineage and property control. Engels fails to account for the fact that the plebeians were essentially entirely excluded from the gens, or the fact that the Roman hereditary kinship groups acted primarily as a mechanism to control and centralize political power and wealth. The Roman gens, from their earliest records, were completely tied to private land ownership and inheritance laws. This wasn't an emergent property from the gens that pops up later down the road. Engels conflates the Roman gens with the kinship structures of American indigenous societies like the Iroquois. The issue with this is that the Roman gens were not exogamous, matrilineal, or clan-based systems in the sense that the Iroquois system was. No, instead, the gens were based upon patrilineal descent and legal control over assets. All of this is very important, but Marxism has bigger fish to fry, such as its economic calculation problem. What is the economic calculation problem? The economic calculation problem, a mouthful, or ECP for short, is the central problem that underlies Marxism and its goals of a centrally planned economic system. The ECP posits that economies are too intricate and complex to possibly be solved by a centralized method of planning, causing efficiency to rapidly decline over time in a centralized system. Marxism responds by arguing that the ECP is a fundamental non-issue, which can be solved by modern technology and theoretical advances beyond what capitalist economists of the 20th century originally envisioned. The Marxists assert that the capitalist markets do not allocate resources efficiently and that price signals are neither necessary nor sufficient for rational economic calculation, and that instead of relying on capitalism, a planned economy which employs labor time accounting, computational optimization, or democratic decision-making across the entirety of society could be much better and eventually necessary for the human race. They contend that the reliance on price signals under capitalism causes inefficiency, contradictions, and crises. The boom-bust cycle is mentioned by Marx as one such failure where market speculation results in overinvestment in production and underinvestment in consumption, leading to eventual collapses. They argue that the 2008 financial crisis was a perfect demonstration of how capitalist markets are prone to self-destruction, which in theory should mean that the planned economic system succeeds in at least mitigating these crises. If price signals were as effective as capitalist theoreticians claimed, then why do these mass inefficiencies occur? Marxists argue that modern computational methods also render